Hello there, and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 15, episode 47, and we are live here across all platforms with Justin Bonds, who is known as being this Bitcoin critic all over Twitter. If you open Twitter and you follow any cryptocurrency related topic, you're gonna see his posts pretty much every day where he criticizes everything that scales outside of the base layer. Let's put it this way. And he is also, I don't know what your position is at your VC investment firm. Is it VC? Is it investment? I don't know much about it, but you are here not because of your position, but because of your opinions. And we're going to have a conversation which might become a debate. I'm not sure about it, but welcome, Justin.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be on this show, and I just want to say I really admire what you do within the Bitcoin space. As a former BTC rebel myself, obviously I've moved so far from the spectrum that today you can safely more closely consider me a critic. Um, but I do that really from a place of love because I actually love what Bitcoin originally set out to do, and I do actually fight to preserve that vision. So I'll start with an introduction. I'm not a VC, but I do manage a fund in cryptocurrency, but something that is a bit more unique. I do value investing. So that means I'm more of a researcher than I am, say, a networker or a deal placer. We only invest in, at Cyber Capital, that's my firm, we only invest in fully liquid public cryptocurrency tokens. And that's based on our research. And that's really why I come in this conversation, I think, as a researcher and investor, and not per se as a venture capitalist, which I think often have divergent interests in this space.
Wait, so what is a fully liquid crypto token? And to which extent have you outperformed Bitcoin? Because a lot of my audience, well, a lot of my listeners will be like, oh, this guy buys tokens, but does he perform better than Bitcoin?
Yeah, no, we have outperformed BTC over the years. Obviously, BTC has performed very well, and I think it's still going to take more time for that thesis to fully play out. The fund that I manage, obviously BTC, fits the description of a fully liquid public token, right? And we used to hold BTC in the fund. As a matter of fact, a big, I was a big Bitcoiner in 2014 and 2015, and like I was really into the space, and I really believed in that. But by 2017, the fund I managed did not hold any BTC, zero, because I just thoroughly believe that from a fundamental perspective, it doesn't make sense. And that's what we're going to be talking about today, obviously, and why I don't think Bitcoin makes sense anymore, even from that, let's say, Satoshi's perspective, if you will.
Okay, so you mentioned that in 2014 and 2015 you were this hardcore Bitcoiner, and then something happened. When was this moment, and what was it that made you realize that you don't like Bitcoin anymore?
Well, it was very much a gradual process. I think in 2013, you could say I was just a lurker. I didn't feel I had too much to contribute. I'm not a computer scientist by training or a programmer. Actually, my background lies more in the humanities, from political philosophy to history. So a lot of the time, I felt like I didn't have necessarily much to contribute to the conversation. But then when the block size debates happened, and I think most of your audience will know about this period by now. I think it's a very important period of history. I would recommend reading Roger Vere's book on the subject in particular, um, for that perspective. Um, I saw that it wasn't necessarily a question about should we increase the block size limit, yes or no, because that's what the debate was about, right? But I think what at its core it was really about was who decides. And who decides is not necessarily a engineering question. It's not a computer science question. That's where we get more into the field of the humanities. And I was like, oh, hold on a moment. This is actually my area of expertise. And that's when I started actively participating. And this is why I was a very active participant in the block size debates. I was an early supporter of Bitcoin Classic. I was a member of Bitcoin Unlimited. I proudly actually helped write part of their constitution. Um, I've since moved on from those actions. I'm deep into like your fourth, fifth generations blockchains now, And I view Bitcoin as like being this dinosaur that's being left behind, if I'm being frank.
Well, it's interesting. Why do you think Bitcoin is getting left behind? Because just next week, there's going to be this huge conference where Donald Trump is going to show up, where a bunch of A list celebrities are going to show up and sing praises to how great Bitcoin is. And then you have guys like Jamie Dimon, who allegedly have gotten into Bitcoin and they changed their opinion. They did this U turn because apparently Donald Trump is such a powerful voice right now. So, by these metrics of popularity and mainstream acceptance, it seems like Bitcoin succeeded. So, how do you think that Bitcoin has failed?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you're being. I think you're being slightly sarcastic there. I think I've watched enough of your content, or playing devil's advocate a little bit there, possibly. Um, Look, I mean, the measure of success here, for me, and like how I see cryptocurrency, it's far greater than just a purely speculative asset that people play with that might be popular now and might not be popular in a few years from now. I come here really with a truly long-term perspective. And what I think is the most powerful thing, the most valuable thing, even, is what the Bitcoin white paper described as peer to peer electronic cash. Okay. A medium of exchange, a store of value, a platform for decentralized applications. Okay.
Well,
That,
I'm gonna stop you here and say that you mentioned the white paper, and in the context of the white paper, you have the peer-to-peer electronic cash system, but you have nothing about the store of value or decentralized applications. Those are narratives that emerged later.
I agree 100%. And I also just want to point out, I might bring up Satoshi a bit and the original vision, but that's obviously not a justification for us to go that path. And we have to think for ourselves here. And many of the concepts we talked about, Satoshi never talked about, such as store value, or such as DeFi, which is what I'm really referring to here, and programmability, and or a virtual machine that's built into the blockchain, because that was the big innovation that Ethereum brought to the table, which I actually think, frankly speaking, Bitcoin lacks. And you asked me, the question is, why do I think Bitcoin is behind? So as a fundamental researcher, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at, okay, what can I measure? What can I objectively look at and say, okay, what system is better than the other for achieving the goal? So if we think what I just described, if that's the objective for a blockchain, then we ask the question now, what can better achieve that? What can best achieve that? So we look at, for instance, the capacity of Bitcoin today, right? It's been mostly static. It hasn't increased since 2017, I suppose, more or less. I mean, there's some slight improvements here or there, but we're talking maybe 7 to 13 TPS, right? Ethereum came along
No,
and made
that
a,
that's wrong, man. You have blocks
okay,
that get generated every 10 minutes, and you don't have any transaction per second. I think it's wrong to describe this in terms of transactions per second because you don't have a new block every second. You have to wait every 10 minutes,
yeah,
and
okay.
maybe you get 4,000 transactions according to their priority and how much of a
Let
fee
me
they paid.
let me just explain what I mean with TPS, okay? Because it's a very disputed metric often. So, and I think I find TPS useful as a way to measure something. And I'm going to explain to you the methodology for how I do that, just so that we're making sure we're talking about the same thing here. And I think the way I'm really talking about max theoretical capacity. And the way you discover that is you look at what is the size of the smallest transaction type, and then how many transactions can you theoretically fit into the block per second. And if you do that calculation, including 10-minute block times, etc., okay, let's say 7 to 25 transactions per second. Really, that's why I'm giving you a range. You can interpret this in different ways. But like, that is an objective measure that you can now compare blockchains, different blockchains to, and you can say, okay, which blockchain has more capacity? Because I do think capacity that has economic value, that has utility. So this is one metric. There's more metrics I'd like to talk about, but I'm just starting with one to begin with in order to create a comparison.
Okay, so you're waiting for my confirmation for you to proceed?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, so basically you have Bitcoin, which is 7 to say 20 transactions per second. Then Ethereum came along. That's what I would say is like a second generation blockchain that can do 100 transactions per second. So that's like a tenfold increase over what Bitcoin can do, right? Then like some of
Yeah,
you,
but the point of Ethereum was never to do many transactions per second, but to do tokens, to do ICOs, to do decentralized applications. And I don't think, in this regard, when Ethereum was launched, I don't think it was presented as an alternative or a competitor to Bitcoin. I think it was Bitcoiners, if anything, who said, you know, we have Counterparty, we have Omni, we can also do this stuff without DEVM, without that fancy stuff. And the term Bitcoin maximalist came in 2015 when Vitalik wrote an article about a Reddit post that came from a Bitcoiner who said, whatever you build on Ethereum, we're going to take and put on Counterparty, which is this layer built on top of Bitcoin. And of course, that never happened because there wasn't a market for it. But to me, it's interesting that Ethereum was never designed to compete with Bitcoin, and it was not optimized for a high throughput in terms of
so
transactions per second.
so I'm gonna entirely agree with you on one point and disagree with you on another. I agree with you on the history of this. Besides one thing, Ethereum was designed to be a high throughput chain. It originally had, it later mid in its history decided to go sharding, which is a form of on-chain scaling, 64 shards, thousands of TPS of capacity. It basically pivoted to layer 2 scaling, just like BTC did. And I actually think there's systemic and perverted reasons for why that's the case. And I would like to maybe get into that later. But the part that I do agree with you is the narrative side, right? So sure, I agree. At the start, the narrative was not to compete with Bitcoin, but then later the narrative shifted, and then it was ultrasound money, and then they took on that narrative. But I care a lot less about what the narratives are versus what things actually are, right? If I'm looking at things objectively, I don't care what you call it. I'm looking at what it actually is, and what it is a layer 1 blockchain. Okay. And that I can compare. And Ethereum is a perfect example of this. I think and measuring decentralization is a whole nother rabbit hole. But if I look at, well, actually, I need to finalize my other point. Otherwise, I'm going to go off track. So Ethereum, tenfold increase in capacity, right? Then Solana comes along, and Solana can do 1,000, 2,000 TPS, let's say, right? That's another tenfold increase of capacity, right? Now we have another generation of blockchains that's coming along, specifically utilizing sharding and maybe some other exotic technologies where we can do 100,000 TPS. So that's another tenfold increase in capacity. And let me just elucidate this for you a little bit more. This is without actually, especially with that final example in sharding, you're not actually increasing the node requirements. So you still have low node requirements, and you can do 100,000 TPS. Okay, that's effectively solving the blockchain trilemma. And I'm saying, if we look at this technology objectively and compare it to the technology of Bitcoin, Bitcoin is a dinosaur.
Well, if I was to further the metaphor, to push it forward, I would say that blockchains are just like, what do you call the mechanism that drives a tank? I'm missing the word in English.
Tracks.
Tank
Yeah,
tracks.
yeah, tank tracks. Yeah.
Blockchains are those, and you want them to be fast, and you put them on race cars, you put them on whatever, and you say, we can be fast on any sort of terrain. We can optimize this technology to make it faster than the wheel, which wheel has a different purpose and was designed for a different type of application. And I don't think it's physically possible in a decentralized situation with today's internet and today's hardware to have exactly what you described in terms of solving the trilemma. Not at least without using ZK proofs to verify against them to avoid all of this volume of data being downloaded and verified by thousands of nodes around the world. So Solana, for example, you presented this example, but it's pretty centralized in its design. If you try to run a node today from regular hardware in your house, first of all, maybe you can pull it off, but are you going to be able to do it very fast? What kind of internet do you actually need to be able to be in sync with the rest of the network? And in a sharded situation, it's very political because you have to trust that the shards are being honest in the first place. In the second place, you have to trust that the shards are synchronizing with the rest of the network and there is no malevolent actor compromising them, and they have the proper technical specifications and the proper internet speed, and everything else is in tune. If it's not in tune, you're gonna have asynchronous situations which can lead to orphaned blocks or whatever.
Mhm.
So
Let's talk about it.
go
How
ahead,
how
describe
much
this
have
ideal situation. It
sure,
sounds
how
like a
much
utopia to me.
it is somewhat. And how much have you studied modern sharded systems such as EGLD, maybe some of the plans around near? Have you looked at some of the stuff in the last year that's coming out? Shardium, enshrined rollups in Tezos. How familiar are you with some of these concepts? I would love to walk you through it.
Well, maybe that I am, maybe that I'm not, but the people listening need to also understand what
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
talking about.
Let's
So
let's
you
let's
can
go
go
for it.
ahead and explain how they work.
Yeah, because there's truth claims here now, right? So now we can get objective about it because I'm saying blockchain trilemma has been solved. You're saying no, it hasn't, right? So let's really talk about it. It's exciting, very exciting. I will let's get into sharding because I really like sharded designs, and they're an easier kind of example to bring up because sure, systems like Solana make some other trade-offs, and that's totally fair. So if I use EGLD as an example, it's maybe a little bit obscure, but it's one of the more mature sharded designs that's currently implemented. And do you actually know the node requirements for a Bitcoin full node by heart or by any chance? Because I don't. I was wondering if you maybe knew what the minimum requirements are.
Any computer with a dual core processor that's been made in the last maybe 15 years,
Hmm.
it works on a Raspberry Pi, I
Yeah.
guess,
So 8
4
gigs of
to
RAM,
8
right?
gigabytes of RAM,
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool. Got it.
and a lot of storage unless you go for
Got
the
it.
pruned solution, which
Cool.
honestly is good enough for a
Cool.
regular user.
Yeah. So basically, EGLD matches that node requirement. Um, and
Yeah, but there's a distinction there. There's the
Mhm.
node which verifies, and there's the validator, which
No,
is
no, no. I'm
entirely
sorry. I'm
different.
sorry. Let me rephrase the validator, because that's what I really care about. If we're talking about decentralization, I mean, just running nodes. That's no Sybil resistance there. So the validator. Um, so in sharding, right, a very key concept to understand. You said a few things there. You said that, how do you know the shard is secure, right? What sharding does is there's the shuffling of validators. So basically you have one large validator set, okay, and then the validators get shuffled, and then they get put into a shard, and then every so often, what is known as an epoch, they get put into another shard, and they don't get to choose what shard they get put into. And what that means is effectively is you have shared security. That means in order to attack an individual shard, okay, you need to actually attack the entire system. So you effectively still need to do a 51% or a 31% attack or whatever it might be in this particular scenario in order to, compromise the system. So this is how, sharding, I think, fundamentally solves it, because now we have concurrence, right? It's a key principle in computer science, because in Bitcoin, it's single threaded for a start. So it's only like single core that can just do computations across a single computer, and that's just a hard limitation. But with sharding, what you effectively have is a form of horizontal scaling. So now you can have multiple groupings of computers that are all doing the computation in a parallelized way, but the whole thing is still combined as a single whole, because this is not like L2 scaling, because this is all part of the layer one natively enshrined. And that's why you get that perfect UX experience, and you get full composability as well, which is critical. And this, in my view, effectively solves the blockchain trilemma, because we can scale to 100,000 TPS pretty easily now, and theoretically, at least, we're not hitting bottlenecks until after like 1 million TPS, because you're only storing the block headers in the meta chain, or the beacon chain, whatever you might call it. So we're getting really a little bit off topic here, but I think it's important to explain this technology is very real, and I actually think it works. It's important to recognize that. Otherwise, you can't say, I mean, you need to debunk that in order to say that Bitcoin's technology is not archaic, right?
Yes, but there's a reason why sharding did not become part of the design of Ethereum 2.0. It was just not good enough.
Do you
They
know
consider
why?
that there's no way they can implement that in a decentralized setup.
But you know that I disagree with that, right? Do you know, or do you also know why I think that happened to Ethereum?
Well, I've spoken, for example, with Vlad Zamfir, who is the guy behind Casper Proof of Stake. And he told me, he looked at EGLD, by the way, and he told me it's crap. And it's something that they talked about at coffee tables at Ethereum regularly, and that could get dismissed within 10
Fork
minutes.
is cheap. They fully implemented. Everyone can go check
Yeah,
it
but
out
it's
right now.
centralized. That's
No,
what
it's
I'm telling
fully
you. If you
fucking,
look
why
at
is
the
it
nodes,
centralized?
you mentioned that the hardware requirements are very low, but if you look at the nodes, you
Okay,
can
how
see
many?
that they all have the same name and they just have numbers, which means that they rented servers probably in some metropolitan area to be able to
There's over
validate.
3,000 nodes, and the
Yeah, but
distribution.
look at their names. Look where they based. They're server farms. Do you run one yourself?
How do you think Bitcoin is run? Like, where do you think the Bitcoin validators are run?
You see
If we
this
make a
Mac
truly
Mini
fair,
behind me?
no, hold on. Is that a validator or is that a full node?
It's both.
No, hold on. A validator, in the context, if we're talking like latest generation blockchain research, a validator produces blocks. Are you
So it
producing
should
blocks?
also be a miner?
Yeah, that's what validator
Okay,
means.
I have both of them. I have in the other room
No,
an
no,
S9.
hold on. And are you connected to a pool? Because my argument is that only the pools are the validator nodes, right? So there's only like 20 to say 50 validator nodes in Bitcoin. There's over 3,000 validator nodes in EGLD. And EGLD is a tiny little cryptocurrency. There's over
Well, I
100,000
can rent a
validator nodes
server
in
farm
Ethereum.
with 5,000 of them, and
No, no, no,
basically,
no. You're missing the argument now. You're missing something. I'm saying if you say validator node, so involved in block production, you as a miner are not doing block production. You're connecting to a pool, and that pool node does the block production, right?
that's cool. But how can you verify that they're individuals? That's what I'm asking you.
What?
Yeah,
What do
you
mean?
dropped a number. You said
Okay, you
3,000.
changed the
How do you prove
argument.
that they're real people behind them? And it's not the same entity of founders that decided to play decentralization theater.
This is
You
a
can't prove this.
this is a strange argument. Every decentralized system has anonymous actors. The only way you prove it is to layer an identity system over top. Why the hell would you do
Or
that?
make them sign messages on the blockchain.
Okay, so what are you saying now? It's better that we know who all the validators are? And that's why it's good there's only 50
It's
of them in
not about
Bitcoin? Is that
KYCing
what
them.
you're
It's
saying?
just proving that they're real people.
Okay, let's just pause on this a moment. I'm a little bit. So let me just, can I try to steelman your argument? Because it sounds ridiculous to me.
Sure,
Yeah?
go ahead.
Okay, you think it's good that there's only, say, 50 to 100 validators, according to that definition, in Bitcoin, because then we can KYC and AML them all. Is that what you're
No, I
saying?
never said that.
Okay, then I completely misunderstand your argument. You need to rephrase. I'm sorry.
Well, your argument in the case of Bitcoin is that there are only 50 validators because there are 50 mining pools or something along the lines. But you're disregarding the optionality of this and the fact that there are dozens, hundreds, if not thousands of people who decide to solo mine. And that's another activity in and of itself. There are also some small mining pools that maybe discover a block every year, but that's besides the point. In
But
the
they have
case
no power in the system, right?
in the case of what you described with 3,000 validators, there is no way for you to humanly prove that they're not just free guys who bought a server farm and they pre-mined their own tokens and they decided that they should play this game or they pretend that they're decentralized.
You know
There's
what?
no way for you to prove this.
I'm not even gonna like this is wow, man. Like you
To
could
run
make
a
this,
to run a validator in EGLD, you need 1,500 coins, if I'm not mistaken.
okay, so you can
That's
make
a
the
pretty
same
oligarchic threshold.
you can make
And
the
they
same
printed their own
argument.
tokens. More than 50% of them were printed
So you can
for
make
the
the same
team, for marketing, for paying their own
so you
whatever.
can make the same argument for every single blockchain, right?
No, you can't.
Why not?
How was Bitcoin in this situation?
Except Bitcoin, right? You can make the same argument for every blockchain
For
except
Monero, you
Bitcoin.
can't also. For Grin or something based on Mimblewimble, you can. For Litecoin, you also can't. It was fairly launched. I understand that you like the technology behind it, but it doesn't mean that it's decentralized, and that's what I'm trying to explain
No,
right here.
I think what you're doing right now is bullshit. if I'm being frank. And I don't think you're being dishonest. I think you're a really nice guy. But I think you're way off the mark here. Are you from? I mean, look, we can measure these things, right? Like, what do you
I
exactly
present
concerned with
arguments. I
here?
don't insult your arguments.
Right,
You
right,
have to
right. No,
explain
no, hold
the
on.
distinction.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Like, um, okay. So so you can measure. So your critique here is the distribution of stake. Let's just be very precise with our words here.
My critique is on a broad level decentralization because there is no way to prove in a
Okay,
system where they printed their own tokens out of
okay,
nothing and then sold it to exchanges and early investors
okay.
that the people running these validators, which require you to have a certain stake, are real people as opposed to the founders playing this
No,
decentralization
you
theater.
can prove it actually through on-chain analysis. You can get a fairly high degree of certainty. You can exactly actually track the coins that came through the ICO. You can see where they hit exchanges. You can see how they're distributed. There's different degrees of on-chain analysis you can do in order to measure the stake distribution of a blockchain. Right. This is something that like I do. Like I work on sophisticated models that basically measure decentralization. So if you want to have a real conversation about decentralization and talking and we can go metric by metric, let's do it. And I think the thing is, it's also
Okay,
a
that's a
very,
very good point. But
yeah,
if you
and
are
there's
going to
another
do
thing,
blockchain analysis, can you
you know,
verify how many of these validators bought the coins after the price exceeded maybe $60 in
yes,
EGLD?
you can actually to a large
How many of them?
extent. But
You
look,
should
no,
know. You have
no,
an
hold on.
investment
There's
firm
also a
in this
degree of this is
currency.
that's unfair, right? Because if you look at BTC and the size of the market capitalization, and you compare EGLD, you're like, oh, it's smaller, therefore it is more less decentralized. And on one sense, you're correct about that, right? And in another sense, you're not, because there's decentralization due to design and there's decentralization due to scale. But let's take Ethereum now. I think Ethereum would be a much fairer example because it's much closer. I'm an Ethereum critic. Okay. So, but I still think I can walk this through with you in Ethereum's case. So point by point, I want to do this with you. Okay. So this is the argument. Ethereum is more decentralized, right? And is more secure than Bitcoin. Okay. And I think I can prove this to a very high degree of certainty. Okay. And there's
Because
multiple metrics.
a bunch of exchanges own most of the stake.
Okay, we can go through multiple things: stake distribution, validator distribution, governance, client diversity. There's a lot of metrics. If you want to think about decentralization, you have to look at it holistically. Okay,
Well,
so
I think
let's
decentralization is binary. You can either get shut down by the government or you can't. This is the way that I see it.
okay, I entirely disagree with that. I've been saying this for years. Decentralization exists on a spectrum. Like, I'm describing all of these metrics. How can you possibly say that's a binary? I mean, maybe you could say there's a spectrum and there's a threshold in which point you say it's binary. That's fine. That's a semantic way of talking about it. I can vibe with you on that. But okay, but let's go with the first one. Okay, you say Ethereum is centralized because of stake distribution. You have a higher concentration of validators. That, am I still manning your argument correctly there?
Well, go ahead. I'm not
Okay,
going
sure.
to agree or disagree. I want to
Fine.
understand where you're heading.
Fine. Okay. So proof of work versus proof of stake. That's really the conversation we need to have here. Okay. So there's,
It's really
yeah.
not. So let me
Okay.
tell you this. Let's say that tomorrow the Ethereum
Mm.
Foundation goes to jail, all of the members, and all of their funds get seized. Who is going to continue funding the developers who are currently under contract with the Ethereum Foundation to build the vision of what Ethereum is supposed to be as described in the white paper? And
They've
by
abandoned.
contrast, if all the core developers get arrested tomorrow, do you think the Bitcoin project is going to continue existing and people are going to finance its development?
Okay. So let's go over that. By the way, the foundation isn't really doing much anymore. It's not really funding development anymore. By the way, not real development, at least. No, look, let's compare this objectively. So you say, what if the government comes along and takes out the Ethereum Foundation? Okay, well, Bitcoin doesn't even have a foundation with any funding, right? So I think that still kind of a win for Ethereum. Like, that means now it's the same as Bitcoin. Like, that's not an argument. Also, let's talk about client diversity, right? Like, Ethereum was built from the start with multiple competing client development teams. Okay, multiple software teams with competing code bases, right? Using different languages, even, right? Were built concurrently up with each other, and they did that for decentralization's sake. Okay, which means if you want to take over Ethereum, you now need to take over 5 to 10 client development teams, right? That's the attack vector. Now, the block size debates in Bitcoin were defined by kicking out all the other client development teams, right? Adopting, and I think you were at the bad side of this, adopting a kind of philosophy where it's like, oh, anyone that disagrees with core is like an enemy from like a client development perspective. Okay, that I think is an extreme form of centralization, which I think is I would even go further. I think Bitcoin is effectively captured by a very small group of people that can effectively gatekeep changes. Okay, I think that is terrible. And I would argue that what Ethereum has with multiple competing client development teams is actually far more decentralized than just having a single core development teams calling all the shots. I mean, I have to remind you, that's literally a dictatorship, right? You have a maintainer who has the final say. And you have like 5 people or so that have voting power. That's it. That's what can block changes on Bitcoin effectively because of the state of the culture, because of the history, because of the demographics. And like I would say, at least on that metric, Ethereum is more decentralized.
Well, if Ethereum is more decentralized, why there was no resistance for switching from proof of work to proof of stake and everyone just migrated to the new chain? And all of these separate entities, which you describe as being different clients, are so homogenous in the sense that they all make the same changes and they all agree
You're,
with each other.
you're changing the argument, right? Do you see
It's
that?
not decentralized if they don't differ, if
No,
they don't
no.
have any
Can
other different opinions. The
let's
fact
just
that
take
Bitcoin doesn't change only proves that there are all of these
can we
different factions that disagree with each other, and that is decentralization by definition.
Can we take a step back and look at it maybe more from a theoretical perspective so we can take the bias out of this?
There's
Like,
no bias.
no. Let me just
It's
explain.
a
What is
political argument. You
no,
explain
no, no.
that politically
What
and
is
technically, Ethereum is more decentralized because it has more clients. But does it matter that these clients are different and written in different programming languages if they all do the same thing?
Let me just ask you a question. What is more decentralized? Multiple competing client development teams or a single development team? What is more decentralized? Can you just
Well,
answer the
it's like
question?
asking me which number is smaller, 1 or 5. And I'm like, yeah, of course, one is smaller, but it's
Okay,
not
so you
about
concede.
this
No, hold on, but that's
one
just one
number.
point.
It's
That's
about
fine.
how this works.
Fine. But then you concede on that point. That is that
You
one
said that
detail.
there's one maintainer in Bitcoin. There are a bunch of them. Can they
No,
do whatever they want? They can't because there's not. So today we had a very funny situation with Microsoft systems being shut down because of this single point of failure and automatic updates. There is no way for Bitcoin clients to automatically update. These
mhm,
guys who are the maintainers, they can
mhm.
do changes, they can make changes to the code, they can release a new version, but the community can refuse to run
I
it. The
understand.
miners can validate based on the old rules. The nodes can just
Mhm.
refuse to update. This
there's
is decentralization.
there's
Somewhere where
always
there's this emergency hard fork as it happens in Ethereum, and they say tomorrow we're all going to hard fork to this new chain, and it doesn't matter if there are 10 teams working on the same code, they all agree to move, to migrate. That's not decentralization because there is no culture of opposition.
there are
Decentralization is a continuous battle between the parties involved. It means that there are more stakeholders. In Ethereum, you have just one vision. If Vitalik says we should stop focusing on this and we should do more DeFi, you're going to see that there's more funding in DeFi. And that's not really decentralization, it's just playing decentralization theater.
this is a lot of rhetoric, and you're like moving away from the actual argument here. So you conceded on my main point. So let's move to the next measure of decentralization. Okay, which is let's look at. So one way that I like to think about decentralization is I think one of the good ways to define what is decentralization is I would say decentralization is the distribution of power. Okay, so like, and the one measure of power are the validators or slash block producers. Okay, so now we can ask the question and we can measure this. What is more, which chain has the greater distribution of power? Okay, So how many separate parties control all of that, in Bitcoin's case, mining power, and in Ethereum's case, stake? Yeah, like, do you agree how I'm setting this up so far?
Sorry, my light died and I was trying to
I saw that.
power
Yeah.
it up. Anyway, go ahead. I'm gonna try to fix this and also respond to you.
Okay. I'll just go on a little bit of a rant then. I'll continue to the next stage of this argument. Okay. So if we look, we can do analysis on Ethereum, and that chain analysis shows that there's at least 100,000 unique validators on the chain. Okay, that is a very high amount of unique validators. If you look at the mining ecosystem, so if we disregard the way that pools work, which I think is a perfectly fair argument, if you're looking at the mining ecosystem, I would argue that, I don't know, no more than, say, 30 companies probably control all of the mining power today, right? And that's me being extremely generous. So we have a comparison here of, look, I'll cut that number in half just for argument's sake, okay? I just want to be really generous here. 50,000 unique people versus 30 companies, let's say, okay? Another measure of decentralization. Which is more decentralized? If we're just looking at one measure. Like, oh, sorry. Which has a greater distribution of power? If you're ready to answer the question, otherwise maybe I'll just expound some more.
Well, the definition of power in both systems is very different, because in one system you can have I think you said something about 50,000 participants.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a large number if you look at it as such. But what does it mean in the case of Ethereum? It means that you have 50,000 stakes of 32 ETH.
No. Let me just stop you there. It's the real number is exceeding 500,000 or three to 500,000. I've deducted. I've done, like, this is based on chain analysis that does its best to kind of find out how many unique parties are involved. So as part of that estimate, I'm giving you a very conservative estimate, which is 50,000, which obviously is a greater number than 30. Go ahead.
Okay, so you believe that these numbers are real and you have actual users who own 32 ETH and they staked it?
Yes. And companies and funds and institutions and whatever, right? Yeah.
So
I mean,
the supply of Ethereum is about 100 million plus minus 10%. No, it's more
why is
than
that
100
relevant?
million.
Why is that at all relevant to what I'm saying right now?
Because I'm trying to do the math, right? You say that there are 500,000 people who staked 32 ETH at least. And that's a lot of money. I don't know how much of the total supply is actually staked.
I think it's 40% off the top of my head. I don't remember the exact numbers. I'm not that good at maths, to be honest. It's not my forte.
But do you think this is at all relevant in the context of something that had 60% pre-mine?
Look, you keep changing the subject, and I'm
not changing the subject because it's very easy to fake decentralization when you minted the tokens out of nowhere.
And I can concede that point. But what I'm saying is that, what is decentralization? Decentralization is you have all these different factors of decentralization which you can measure. You combine all of those factors together, and then you get your final decentralization score, if you will. If you're serious about measuring decentralization, and it's not just rhetoric and like words and just, come on, like, we can actually measure this stuff, right?
Well, you can measure numbers, but there is no way to verify that there are users behind them.
So I'm asking the question: what has a greater distribution of power? 50,000 individuals, or 30? As in the case of the mining industry having the majority of control of the stake, right? What is more decentralized?
Well, proof of work is more decentralized. I can
No, but you were just saying that. No, in my example, as an example of distribution of power, what is more decentralized? 50,000 unique parties or 30?
Oh, 50,000 is a larger number than 30.
50,000 is a larger number.
But politically, it doesn't mean that you're going to have a more decentralized system.
So you concede, so then we can move on to the next point, right?
I can agree with you that you can improve on this in the case of Bitcoin, but I disagree with you that Ethereum is better.
Okay, but I'm just going over point by point. We're just saying, look, just because it is better at this particular metric doesn't mean it's better as a whole. I'm just going over it point by point, right? And I do think, though, I do think there's something to be said, and maybe I want to branch off into the theoretical just for a
No,
moment,
but
just to make a
my
point.
question for
Yeah.
you right now is the following:
Mhm.
if let's say there's a hostile government, let's say that
Yes.
Biden wins a second term, and we're
Yes.
gonna get to this situation where Elizabeth Warren
Mhm.
rallies her anti-crypto army and
Yes.
decides to shut down mining in the
Mhm.
US and decides to
Yep.
close down all Ethereum validators
Mhm.
and basically remove everything cryptocurrency related from the
Mhm.
US.
Mhm.
Which one do you think is going to be more resilient? Is it going to be proof
Uh,
of work Bitcoin or proof of stake Ethereum?
I'm so
In the
glad.
case of proof of stake Ethereum, you have Coinbase, which has a huge stake. You have Binance USA, which also has a huge stake. You have Kraken, which has a huge stake. There are so many points of failure here.
Okay. I love that you asked this question because for me, it's very obvious. First of all, maybe I'll start on the question of economic security. So I think from the perspective of a state actor, um, I think there's two ways that they can gain control, right? There's the
I think you muted yourself. I don't hear you. Something happened. Sorry for this. In the meantime, let me present you the advertisements for today's episode. Check out sideshift.ai, which is this website where you go and you swap coins. For example, if someone paid you in stable coins and you're not happy about it and you want some sound money, go to sideshift.ai and swap that CBDC wannabe for free market, scarce, and sound money. Sideshift.ai, check them out. Also, Starknet has this message for everyone who is interested in scaling Bitcoin and adding some privacy. And they say activate Upcat because if you do activate Upcat, we can have ZK rollups which don't require a trusted setup and they're called Starks. Check that out. Go to the website, see if it's interesting for you. And if it is interesting and you think it's useful, then maybe you'll be in favor of activating Upcat, which, by the way, was also endorsed by chief scientist at Blockstream, Andrew Polstra. And the other sponsor is Layer 2 Labs. They're big fans of sidechains. They want to create a sidechain for every interesting use case in Bitcoin. I still don't hear you, Justin, for some reason. I'm
Don't hear
reading
me?
ads. Oh, you're back.
Good.
Anyway, let me finish this. Layer 2 Labs, check them out. They have this website where they put their demos. So if you want to try their sidechains on the Bitcoin Signet, you can go there. You can download the Z sidechain, which is basically an implementation of Zcash that works on the Bitcoin Signet. They have an Ethereum sidechain, they have a Namecoin sidechain, and pretty much everything that is interesting in the crypto space, but working with BTC on the Signet. So check out layer2labs.com and download their software. And last but not least, there is hodling.ch, a company from Switzerland which helps you with your self custody. So if you don't want to hand out some keys from your setup or you're part of a company that has no idea how to manage reserves of Bitcoin, then you can go to them and they're going to give you the best advice on how to set up your multi-sig, on how to take care of pretty much everything that maybe you don't want to take care about in order to eliminate single points of failure and make your setup resilient. So hodling.ch. Thanks to all the sponsors for supporting the show. And now, Justin, I'm sorry for this interruption. I wish I remembered exactly what your last point was before this happened. Can you hear me? Check.
Should
One,
work
two,
now.
three, four. I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Oh man, yeah, no, I remember because it was getting really interesting. I love that question you had about state actors attacking.
Yeah, exactly that.
And I think that's a really good way to measure about like what do we really care about what we both want, because I think we do agree on the end goal still. What do we both want a blockchain to be able to do? And I think a state actor is a perfect way to describe that. And I'm an Ethereum and a Bitcoin critic, so at least I'm not biased one way or another there now. Um, so comparing these two systems, yeah, I would say so. There's multiple ways you can look at it. So first, if a state actor wants to attack a blockchain, I think a very important metric is what I call cost to attack. So how much money do they have to spend to attack the system? And that's also known as economic security. And then governments also have the additional advantage of potentially seizing things. So they can seize mining farms, they can seize stake potentially, right? Coins. Now, this is where we get into the question. So in terms of the pure cost to attack, so I think it's best to separate these two things out: the seizing of the means for attack versus the just pure cost to attack. Let's separate these things out, and then we'll combine them later, just for argument's sake. So in terms of cost to attack, I think it would be best to create an example, okay, a hypothetical example, in order to really analyze the system. Okay, so if we hypothetically have two blockchains and they're both worth, say, $100 billion, okay, one is proof of work, one is proof of stake. Okay, and if we use historical figures, so I'll use Bitcoin historical figures. We could say with just like an average inflation rate and moderate fees, etc. You could say that Bitcoin blockchain has about $2 billion worth of mining power. It's a significant amount of inflation, mind you, and fees to allow that to happen. But do you think that's a fair estimation of the cost to attack a $100 billion hypothetical proof of work system?
Well, the kind of attack that you're describing in proof of stake probably involves buying a stake, and you're assuming that it takes a lot of liquidity to be able to pull off that attack. But in practice, it's as simple as just putting the right people in jail.
You're changing the subject. Can you answer the question?
Well, I can follow along, but it makes no sense because it's like asking how much money does it take to buy up all the proof of work in order to 51% attack the Bitcoin network. And you can do that math, but then you realize that you cannot print ASIC miners. These are a pretty scarce resource, and there's only so many of them being made out there. So to buy up enough of them, or to turn otherwise honest actors into bad actors, it takes a lot more resources than just buying hash rate.
Can you put a price to it? Because there is a price to these things. I think if a sophisticated institution,
but it's not just monetary. This is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, and this is about the other factors that I wanted to separate these two things so we can talk about in isolation and then combine them, right? So in this case, like, what would you say is a fair figure? Because I'm using the actual block reward from when Bitcoin was worth 100 billion, and that's like from a few years ago. That's the figure that I'm using. So, and that estimate puts it at about 2 billion, and 2 billion is the total spent on security, right? So that would be the security budget. I'm happy if you want to increase that number and maybe provide an argument for why that's the case. I'm happy to go there with you. But I do think you can. I think from a government's perspective, they're going to say, how much capital, how much resources do we deploy to take this out? I think that's actually would be their mindset, right?
Okay, so what is that 2 billion about? What does it accomplish?
Well, with 2 billion, you can achieve, well, actually with technically 1 billion, but then in this case, maybe to be safe, like 1.5 billion. So if the current security budget is 2 billion, you spend, say, let's say another 2 billion on mining power, right? Then you can achieve a 51% attack, and then you undermine the security of the system. So that's how much is protecting the system.
So you're assuming that with 2 billion, you're buying up ASICs or you're buying hash rate?
Both. I mean, effectively, I suppose hash rate, but you'd be buying ASICs, you'd be renting ASICs, you'd be seizing ASICs, but I wanted to get back to that later. But yeah, so we're basically just saying,
you're assuming that Bitcoin is a rock, right? And there is no social layer, and there's not going to be a community that acknowledges that this is an attack and says, let's change the mining algo to something else.
Fine. Let's and actually, no, I have made that assumption. Actually, in my model, I was just trying to get you to go along with me in the story so far. So basically, let's say actually it's 1 billion is the actual number. So then let's say it's 2 billion to then attack the system. So you attack the system with, say, 2 billion, and then the community forks and changes the mining algorithm, right? But a smart state actor would have actually spent not just a billion on ASICs, they would have also spent a billion on CPUs and GPUs as well. So then if the second round of attack, so then you add that round of attack to it, you can't change the mining algorithm again. because you don't have you don't have that kind of hardware manufacturing. That takes a lot of time to spin up. You can't just go straight to a new ASIC. Someone is going to control that, and it's not going to be decentralized. So what I'm arguing is that, yeah, you fork it, change the mining algorithm, then comes the second round of attack where they effectively still spend another 1.5 billion, let's say. And then let's say 1.5 billion first attack, 1.5 billion second attack. Now we're talking 3 billion, right? Total cost to attack the system. This is just pure economic security, right? I'm isolating the different arguments. You following me?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Okay, cool.
theoretically you can do that, but in practice, good luck.
All right, no. I agree. And obviously, I think at $3 billion of security, Bitcoin is very secure today. That's enough security for it to do what it does, right? And we haven't gotten into my whole security critique dilemma yet. Obviously, I'm arguing that security budget is going down. That's why it's gone down over the last 3 years. But that's a whole nother thing. I don't want to distract from where I'm trying to go with this. So now let's look at a hypothetical proof of stake system. I'll let you make the argument on, from a pure economic security perspective, how much would it cost to attack that system? Not including seizing and stuff. We'll talk about that next.
Right, so how much it would cost the state actor to buy up 51% of the stake? Is this the question?
Correct, yes. And it's it has a market cap of 100 billion.
Okay.
So how much would it cost?
Well, let me explain to you in a different
just answer
way.
The question
it's
and
like
then,
asking
and then
me,
explain.
I have this private key right here on my table, which takes like a gazillion computing cycles to brute force. So if anyone wants to steal my coins, which I'm holding right here, they're going to require a lot of computation to do so. But there is this $5 wrench attack that is a lot more dangerous, because what am I going to choose if someone asks me if I have to choose between my own life and one Bitcoin?
I want to have this talk with you as well, because I think this is the seizing idea, right? So
I do agree with you that,
but you're not answering the question in terms of economic security. Which system, from a pure economic security perspective, costs more to attack? The proof of stake system or the proof of work system? Can you just answer the question? It's a single dimension question.
If you put all the variables within your fairy tale situation, which is not going to happen,
I call it
you're right. But that's not how it works.
So you concede. Okay. So
in practice, it doesn't work like that.
We've gone over 3 metrics now of decentralization, and I really respect you for conceding on all 3 of them. And obviously, you don't agree. I don't want to straw man you. You don't agree that therefore Ethereum is more decentralized, right? And I think the reason is there's a difference in seizability, I think. And we can maybe talk about this now. I could discuss more metrics, but I think I've somewhat made my point. You keep going back to the seizability aspect. So I would argue actually that it's far easier for a state actor to actually seize mining farms than it is stake. You're talking about like users' private keys. And I would also argue that in order for Bitcoin to be actually secure, you need to have these giant mining farms that you can literally see from space. And compare that to like you can run a validator on a Raspberry Pi, right? You don't need like freaking warehouses full of equipment. That's an extreme centralizing factor. So I would say if we really add this additional element in the discussion, which is, well, how easy is it to seize all of the mining power versus, or censor it or attack it, or how easy is it to attack all the stake? You're talking about stealing people's private keys, right? I mean, that would be a problem if they did that to Bitcoin as well, I suspect.
That's a problem for pretty much everything, but I don't necessarily agree with the way in which you're framing the argument.
Go ahead, explain. What don't you agree with?
Go ahead. I lost my train of thought as you're talking.
That's okay.
It was something about Ethereum.
Yeah, I was talking about how if you look at what is easier to secure, people's private keys that they're storing in their basement with a Raspberry Pi.
Oh yeah, it's about proof of work versus proof of stake.
Yes.
Basically, what proof of work accomplishes is to point to the longest chain with the most amount of proof of work as being true. What proof of stake accomplishes is to point out to the largest amount of coins that follow certain rules. But you can change the rules with a hard fork And basically, you can politically take over the system and then make the stake follow it. If you compromise Vitalik and a bunch of people to say that it's a good idea to move to this new chain, and they have this, of course, it's open source, it's verifiable, it's auditable, you can have
so you're moving the goalpost here. This is a different argument.
it's easier to seize proof of stake. This is what I'm saying.
Stick with the argument, right? Like, no, because you're making, no, it's Vitalik. This is hypothetical. $200 billion networks, hypothetical, right? We remove the bias, right? Like, what is easier for a government to seize, right? Is it these giant mining farms you can see from space, or anyone being able to run a validator from their basement?
Oh, are they really running from their basement? Because you also have staking pools, you have all of these exchanges that let you stake. And I'm not sure when the metrics are being put together if these people who join staking pools are considered individuals or their pools.
So again, this is again, you're changing the argument. And we talked about this before. Yes, I'm making the claim that there's a greater amount of individual participants that make up the majority of Ethereum stake, a far greater by like multiple orders of magnitude, as I demonstrated before, compared to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is by comparison actually extremely centralized, right? I'm describing a system that is objectively, factually, has a far lower distribution of power, a far greater, like tighter control over development and gatekeeping.
Is it really? Because if Vitalik says something, everyone's going to follow along with him.
Look, the thing is, again, this is, I make it a hypothetical so you don't make it personal. Oh, and what if Adam Back says something and everyone goes along with them? Look,
well, Adam Back says he likes drive chains, but Bitcoin doesn't have them. Adam Back says he likes a lot of stuff, but
again,
I
don't want to get into this personal thing. I'm trying to make it like
I'm trying to present practical arguments as opposed to hypothetical ones.
Look, I don't look. Let me be straight up with you. I think that Ethereum governance is highly centralized and it's flawed. It's broken.
Thank you.
But I think Bitcoin governance is highly centralized and it's flawed and broken. I think functionally they have the same type of governance. Which is something I disagree with.
If Bitcoin governance was centralized, we would be having a lot more soft forks because there are a bunch of people that you name as being authoritative who like certain soft forks, but they don't happen because there's a community that opposes them.
You said something in the interview with Roger Ver the other day that I thought was really spot on. You said that one way that Bitcoin could be disrupted is to just have a bunch of devs sitting there not developing anything.
Exactly.
Okay. And that's what I think is happening. And I'll go even further than that.
But I disagree with you because this podcast, which interviews developers, is proof that there's a lot of innovation happening. It's just that the community disagrees with it.
And so therefore it doesn't happen, right?
Well, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It just means it's unproven.
Now I lost my train of thought. Sorry. What was I saying just before? You can share in that.
Okay. You're saying...
yeah, governance. Governance being flawed in both systems. Thank you. Yeah. So for me, I think, look, I've really come to the conclusion now that I think that this whole idea of off-chain governance is flawed. I think that ultimately what you end up with is a system that ends up being captured, right? And specifically, if we're talking about this example, the people in charge, they have an incentive not to scale the system. Right? In Ethereum, that's the case because they're making tons of money off layer twos in terms of equity and layer two tokens. Much in the same way, a lot of the developers working for Blockstream made a lot of money off VC investments, or are making money from Chain Code Labs. What I'm pointing out
here... They haven't made any money. They got bailed out by Tether. But
I know.
That's another joke.
I always thought it was a terrible investment, but they still raised the money. and that money was, and I think it was $160 million. It's not nothing. And that money was really hinging upon Bitcoin not scaling. Because, for instance, Liquid is their product, and that product only really makes sense. I don't think it even makes sense at all, but in their world, at least, it only makes sense if Bitcoin itself doesn't scale. And I think the same thing happened in Ethereum, which is why I think this is actually a systemic flaw in the design of the game theory design of the system.
I believe that the threat models in Bitcoin and Ethereum are different because maybe that in Ethereum, if you listen to Vitalik, the way that he presents Ethereum 10 years from now, it's going to be with on-chain scaling with a lot of ZK proofs happening all over the place.
No, that's not true.
But in Ethereum, they realize that they're very politically vulnerable. All the founders are active and well known, and they don't want to be responsible for everything that gets built on the chain. So it's easier for them to just enable these layer twos to experiment and maybe create some innovation along the lines.
Right.
But they
So
delegated their political, what is this? Like some sort of responsibility
mhm, mhm.
to
Yes. Okay.
other teams of developers who can take the blame if something bad happens.
So
That's the way that I see it.
Bitcoin originally was going to scale on chain. It pivoted. It doesn't scale on chain. Now they're saying, oh yeah, private funded L2s can basically scale the chain. Ethereum was originally going to scale on chain and it pivoted. And now it's like, oh, private L2s. By the way, like revenues dropped down since the whole L2 thing, data availability thing started. It's bad. It's
You
really
say
bad.
you listened to my interview with Roger Veer, but did you hear the point where I told him what's the point of on-chain scaling in the era of blockchain analysis? Because you're just going to have this CBDC if you're going to go this route. With
Okay,
no confidentiality of
let me just
transactions,
let me just
Bitcoin is
explain
just the CBDC.
let me just explain my views, okay? And this is also why I think Bitcoin is a dinosaur, okay? I think that a good modern blockchain should have a virtual machine. And I also think that a good modern blockchain should be highly scalable, okay? If you have a virtual machine, you can program privacy right into the blockchain in a layered way. Look at something like Railgun over Ethereum, for instance. Obviously, Ethereum is not scalable, but the principle still holds. Okay, I think in order to achieve privacy, all you need is programmability and scalability. And if you have those two factors, then privacy comes next. So yeah, I reject this idea that it's good that Bitcoin doesn't scale because less people use it, so therefore less people get exposed to Bitcoin not being private. How about we just build a system that's private and scalable and more decentralized, right? That's what I'm advocating for.
Well, I agree with you ideologically, but practically it's not this simple. I can agree that there are systems that experiment with this, but they're inherently centralized and they don't make great efforts to be decentralized. And
Like you
part of
say that.
decentralization is opposition to central planning. If there is no opposition to central planning and you
Yeah,
have a
let's
bunch
talk
of
about
team
that.
members who dictate what's going to happen with the
Yeah.
project, it's not decentralized,
Okay,
even if
let's
they
talk
spin
about
up
that.
thousands of nodes.
Let's talk about that. This is why I'm an advocate for decentralized governance. I mentioned earlier how my background is in political philosophy. So I think off chain governance is a terrible, terrible idea. That's what BTC does. That's what ETH does. What off chain governance means is just old school politics. Okay. And it's very unsophisticated old school politics, which means it gets captured. And when it gets captured by bad individuals. You know, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. We have these amazing blockchain technologies at our disposal. We should use them. Okay. This is why I am now an advocate of on chain governance, allowing stakeholders to directly vote on issues instead of literally having five guys call the shots. Okay. Like, I, this is my position. And this, in my view, I think would also solve a lot of the misalignment of incentives between client development teams and funding, and the lack of real incentive to actually scale the layer one, right, from these development teams, especially if you introduce funding mechanisms along with on-chain governance, which creates a counterpoint to say money that is corrupting. You need a money that has a source that comes natively from the blockchain, so it can be a counterforce to the corruption that we've seen. Because I really think at its core, Bitcoin and Ethereum are corrupt. So I think the people in charge are steering it towards its doom because of their own selfish reasons. That is by definition perversion when they claim to be loyal to BTC. I didn't believe in the layer two scaling at all, because I know we can scale the layer one. And look, if you don't add a virtual machine to Bitcoin, it's so trivial to
Oh,
scale it.
look into BitVM. But
No, I have no. Okay, I heard you talk about this. I have looked into BitVM. You know it's permissioned, right? You know it's based on a federated system, right? You know you have to trust them, right? You know this,
well,
right?
but it does the computation off chain, which is more scalable and more efficient.
Okay, and you introduce trust, just like every single Ethereum layer 2, where they can steal user funds, where they can censor you, where they can freeze things. Like that's no. Why would we accept something like that when we can scale on chain and give everyone in the world the empowerment of blockchain? Like today, you can support Visa levels of scale on a 10-year-old laptop if you add the right optimizations. Not even sharding. No,
But
just
you
like
also get Visa
parallelization.
level centralization.
No. Listen to what I said. You can run a validator off a 10-year-old laptop and achieve Visa levels of scale today if you implement the correct optimizations. Okay? Why would you not do that? Or just go PayPal levels. You can still run it off a Raspberry Pi. That's 100-fold the capacity you have today. You actually look at the compromises you're making. You're saying, oh, we're not going to scale BTC, right? We're not going to scale BTC. But like, for what? For what? If you can still run it on a Raspberry Pi, why don't we just do that? It's been stuck at the same capacity for over a decade. Hardware has improved. The software optimization has improved. But guess what? None of those software optimizations are making it into Bitcoin. The real innovation is happening in things like Solana, with things like Fire Dancer, where they're going real deep down on the middle and will probably achieve 100,000 TPS on a Raspberry Pi soon. I mean, that's progress. And if you just turn a blind eye to that progress, you're a dinosaur, and it's an evolutionary dead end. And now I went off topic and I went off a rant. So I'll
It's
let you
fine.
rant for a
I
bit.
can touch upon
Yeah,
this point of why does the market disagree with you? Why do these networks that have a theoretical throughput of 100,000 transactions per second only do that in an isolated situation and never really do that in practice? Why do they not have users? Why are they correlated in price with Bitcoin? If they are so great and people should use them all the time and they don't have the limitations of Bitcoin and they don't have the history of Bitcoin to have coins dumped from Mt. Gox, then why do they go up and down with Bitcoin? Is it because they have market makers? Is it because they have centralized developers who are in charge of the projects and they try to play along with the narratives of bull and bear market? They should have activity all of the time and have users all of the time and have demand for the currency, which
yeah.
increases the price, and they should be uncorrelated to Bitcoin or Ethereum as a whole, but they're not. And
So I'm
why do they
happy.
not have this theoretical level of transactions per
I'm
second in
I'm
practice?
okay. Well, I'm happy to be the one bringing you the good news then, because if we look at from when all this started, let's say 2014, uh, Bitcoin dominance was at 95%. It's below 50% now. Back then, all of the usage,
Dominance only measures the amount of capital being
market
invested.
capitalization. Yes. No, it does not measure the amount of capital being invested. It shows the current total value of that token combined. It's not the way market caps work is strange. I mean, they're not. Well, I suppose that's true. Actually, what you're saying, I'll take it back. It shows the amount that's currently invested. I suppose that's true because they're holding that amount. I apologize. You were actually correct. I was being over argumentative. Um, sorry. Can you put me back on track there?
Yes. So technically, you can achieve 100,000 transactions per second with Solana. Why do you never have
Oh,
100,000
no.
transactions per second? Why are
Well,
there not users
let me
coming
talk
into
about
the
it.
network?
Let me talk about it then. Let me talk about it. Okay, so you had, like I said, I talked about, so Ethereum has pretty much been at capacity. I think Ethereum combined with layer twos, it's exceeding 500 TPS of actual usage, right? If you look at something like Solana, you look at the public figures of say something like 3,000 TPS, but you have to deduct consensus messaging from that number. Then you end up at, and if I deduct failed transactions from that number as well, I'm being very generous here, you end up at about 700 TPS being done constantly on Solana, which exceeds Ethereum and all layer twos combined, and obviously exceeds Bitcoin by several orders of magnitude. The amount of TVL on these chains exceeds Bitcoin by several orders of magnitude.
Okay,
Okay.
present your data. Can you
The decent, I mean, come on, these are
be
all
specific?
really well known facts. I mean,
They're not well known. I don't know about them, so
welcome to fourth generation blockchain land.
So
I mean,
tell me the numbers specifically. You said it exceeds by tenfold or whatever. Tell me exactly what the
okay,
numbers are.
Solana, that's if I'm being very generous on your side of the argument, 700 TPS on Solana. You can go look that up. Just type in Solana Explorer TPS, it'll come up. I've done a bunch of analyses on it as well.
But did they ever happen in practice? That's what I'm asking.
No. You misunderstand me. That is not max theoretical capacity. That is current usage right now. Right now. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that just
So
beautiful?
when you have
happy?
700 transactions per second right now,
Yeah.
how can you verify that they're actual users and not bots? Because the fees are so low.
No, look, I'll concede. They're mostly bots. But, what do you think the stock market is made up of? Bots, okay? I'm still happy. It's usage. It's generating revenue. It's being used for real application. Also, DEXs. Massive DEX volume. A decentralized exchange. As an early Bitcoiner, that was one of the dreams. Oh, one day we could build a decentralized exchange on Bitcoin. Wouldn't that be amazing? And now we have massive decentralized exchanges on these exchanges with massive volume. Like, it's incredible. It's the dream. It's all coming true. It's not just speculation anymore. It's real usage. It's real value. It's real applications. It's tons of users. It's tons of activity. And it's just incredible. That's what makes me so happy. That's what makes me so excited. That's why Bitcoin is so unbelievably boring to me.
But they're not at scale, at least not according to the reported numbers. They're just a tiny fraction, a very tiny fraction of what they report. They don't reach that bottleneck.
What are you talking about? I don't get what you're saying. So, but that's look.
What are the reported numbers for Solana? I'm gonna take this at face value that you told me that they record 700 transactions per second. I doubt it. But let's say that this is true. But what is the throughput that they report on their webpage?
They'll report a throughput of like 3,000 something TPS on their webpage.
Was that ever achieved?
It's
on a live net.
It's currently the case, but I'm being generous and deducting certain transaction types in order to be completely fair in this argument.
Because my question is, okay, you build this tech, you have all of this fancy stuff, but why do people not use it? And that's another question.
No, but they are using it. That's okay, hold on. If you're stuck on this point and it's a factual thing we can prove, I'll grab my laptop, I'll send you the link, or you just type in Solana Explorer, it'll come up. Yeah, Solana Explorer TPS. Most Solana Explorers report the TPS because they're very proud of it, and they should be. It's literally exceeded Ethereum usage, which exceeded Bitcoin usage a few years ago, right?
Okay, it should be on solanacompass.com for the record. I'm going to cite my sources.
Sure.
I'm not just going to present numbers. So we have raw TPS. Right now, 2 minutes ago, they had 3,139.
Yep. What did I say?
So how do you know that these are real users?
No,
How do you know that they're legit use cases? How do you know it's not just bots
because they're paying
using
fees.
They pay 1 cent for the fee.
And that's a very good thing. That means it's
so for all of these transactions,
the higher the utility.
For 3,000 transactions, you're gonna pay $300? No, $30 in fees. It's so easy to do this.
Well, actually, a lot of that's just for a simple transaction. The more complex transactions are more expensive, obviously. But look, the long-term theory here, and this has always been the case, as well in the block size debates, there's always this divide. Are we better off building a system with low capacity, right, and high fees, or are we better off building a system with high capacity and low fees? And I think the system with high capacity and low fees in the long run will generate far more revenue than the system with low capacity and high fees, because I don't actually think that people want to pay high fees. I just do not think that's a competitive solution at all for like real use cases, right? Like, I just think that's completely devoid of common sense as far as I'm concerned.
I think in both Bitcoin and Ethereum, this is just temporary. They're looking for much better solutions in terms of cryptography, not just marketing and ways of presenting a project.
I keep a very close eye on Bitcoin development, and that philosophy that I described, that's the belief system of Adam Back, right? Like, that's what he thinks.
Who is Adam Back?
And Adam Back, I mean, one of the core developers.
He's not a core developer.
Okay, sorry. Vladimir van der Laan, he left. Sorry, Peter Todd. There you go. That's
He's
literally.
not a core developer anymore.
Okay, sorry.
You say you follow this stuff, but you should know.
Okay, sorry. Luke Jr. He's still a core developer, right?
Somewhat. But
Okay,
he
thank you.
left some of his
Okay,
duties. He was supposed to be BIP editor or whatever, and he left that to
okay. So
Brian.
if you can find some statements from core developers saying, yes, we want Bitcoin to be a high throughput, low fee network, as opposed to what our predecessors thought, you would make me a very, very happy man. But I monitor this pretty damn closely, and yeah, I haven't seen it. But yeah, I really, really would love to hear that. But I tend to hear the entirely opposite argument, obviously. But
Well,
let's
I
go
think
back
it's
to
beautiful that they don't make
yes.
political statements about the mission of the project because it's
Okay.
decentralized and it's
Right. Okay.
permissionless. So
So if
if
it has
anyone
no
wants to build
capacity,
something, they can come up and
right,
propose it, and it's gonna be debated within the community,
right.
and then it gets added or it doesn't get added.
Okay, so it has no capacity and there's no guarantees for future capacity. That just seems like a terrible deal to me. That's not something I believe in. Also, like,
You
for
can't
me,
achieve something like this without a degree of centralization, which does
but
not exist in Bitcoin.
can we also, again, you're making that argument, but I really don't feel like you proved it in our discussion. But can we just go back to this thing about Solana and the TPS and the usage? Because you asked, well, if that's really the case, how come no one is using it? I think I've demonstrated that yes, people are
Well,
using
no
this.
one doesn't necessarily mean there are no transactions. It means
Mm-hmm.
that there should be real people talking about it every day, writing books about it. How many books were written about Solana to explain how it works?
I don't
As
know,
far as I know,
maybe
there are a
10.
handful on Ethereum.
Okay, look. I mean, look, it's obviously look, Bitcoin's bigger. I know that.
But you need a strong community, right?
But
That's
it's
how
also
you build
cold-blooded.
something.
It's cold-blooded. It can't handle the coming climate
And
change,
my
coming extinction.
my concern right now is that there's gonna be a new Solana and users are gonna migrate towards that one, and it's just gonna be the cycle where
Mm-hmm.
they they find something new and they go along with it,
Yep.
but none of the base
You're probably
currencies
right.
actually ends up getting adopted for
You're
anything.
probably right about that. And that's a very scary thought, isn't it? Isn't it so much comforting to just sit in Bitcoin and be like, oh yeah, well, we all know Bitcoin will succeed. So fantastic. You don't even need to study new
No, that's
technologies.
just Twitter. It doesn't mean that the developers are into this. The fact that this podcast exists and there's a collection of interviews with developers is what gives me faith in the project. If I spent all day on Twitter, I think I would agree with you. But given the amount of interviews that I've done with builders, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a very bright future for Bitcoin. It's just that we need to find the proper solution with which everyone agrees. That's the problem, consensus. It's not technology per se, it's human
Hmm.
politics combined with this technocracy of trying to find the best solution.
So I think if I may just tell you what I think the core problem is with Bitcoin governance, and I think it's unsolvable actually. I wrote quite a few years ago now a theory on Bitcoin governance, and I basically stated in there that there's multiple stages of decision making, and I think where it failed was actually with the miners. I think miners have skin in the game, but I think miners only will prioritize short to medium decision making over long term decision making because of their time horizon in terms of electricity contracts and the shelf life of hardware. So because of that, I think what I would have liked to have seen happen was miners act as a type of check against the power of developers, right? Because I think this is very much a story of developers having excessive power, completely pivoting the project into a direction that has been incredibly detrimental, and will continue to be. Um, and I really think that's where the failure lies. And I think, like, really from a theoretical perspective, in the case of proof of stake, the ability to lock stake, I think allows you to ensure more long-term horizons for the actual decision making. And actually, I mean, obviously, the reality of Bitcoin is not what my theory described. The reality of Bitcoin is just, the vast majority of power lies with the developers. So basically, my theory described this: three stages. First stage, and there's more complexion that I get into, but to simplify, first stage is developers. right? The client implementation. Second stage, miners. So clients like develop the code, right? The software engineers develop the code, and then the miners run it. So that like the miners are like the check on that system, and then there can be like a competition over which software you run, basically, right? And that's what you see with some of the BIP processes and activation thresholds and things like that. And then if that doesn't work out, then you go to the third stage, which I view as like the nuclear option, right? Which is that we fork the chain. Users can say, well, I don't agree with what decision and I run a full node, so I can just disagree and fork off, right? But I think that's a little bit like having a nuclear war. I think it's very destructive, and it's not, it's a very high threshold for change. But what I think has happened, at least where the model fails, is that the miners basically lacked any spine. So you take that part of the decision-making tree out of the process, and you just have developers, in the case of Bitcoin at least, who can say, well, you either go along or you fork off, right? Like, and that's it, basically. Like, that's the governance. And I think the threshold, the pain level for that is so high that it effectively gives a very high degree of power in that small development team and the internal politics of that control over those GitHub keys, basically. And to me, that's just completely antithetical to how a blockchain should be governed. And what I'm saying is that the way it should be governed is proposals, stakeholders vote on proposals, and then you have the outcome from like a very wide base of participation of people that are actually incentivized and do not have, let's say, direct perverse incentives and conflicts of interest like we see today. And I really think that's if I were to describe and summarize like how I view what the problem is with Bitcoin governance, that's it. Okay. The only way I think you get out of it is another block size debate war. And this time you have to win it. Even though last time, this is the thing, last time we did this, last time you fought the core developers, we fought the core developers, right? We had the majority of businesses on our side, the majority of users on our side. We had like the majority of miners on our side, like, and we still lost. The developers still did whatever the hell they wanted, right? They didn't even stick to the agreement that they signed, which is a simple compromise, SegWit plus 2 megabyte. They couldn't even do that. They couldn't even stick to their word. That's what created the split. Okay? Like, it's beyond frustrating for me to see the thing that I love, the thing that I adore so much, just being just destroyed by the people that were supposed to steward it. And like, it's just become the complete opposite of anything I believed in. I mean, with the current capacity, right? With the current capacity for everyone in the world to do a single transaction, one transaction, right? And that's required in order to self-custody your Bitcoin. It will take more than 70 years. That's how long the queue is. 70 years for everyone in the world to open one Lightning channel. It's impossible. It's antithetical to the dream of everyone being empowered, of everyone being on this level playing field, of everyone being able to directly access the blockchain and have the same power as the central banks. Layer 2s create a tiered system where there are users and there are masters.
I can tell by your discourse that you are a philosopher, but not an engineer. Because if you make premature optimizations for something which is hypothetical and you don't know how it's going to play out, you almost always lose. You don't want
Yes.
to gamble away and optimize for something that you want, but are not sure that it's going to happen. So, in terms of Bitcoin scaling, I'm very much in favor of increasing the block size in the future. I'm very much in favor of soft forks to enable developers to build something else like drive chains. But at the same time, we can see what the number of users is, and we can see that the demand did not really grow. You had institutions, but you didn't really have that grassroots adoption. It did not play out in the way that people expected. And
No, I mean,
I guess we should all reflect on the work that we have done and the way in which we presented Bitcoin, because of course you have the Bitcoin Cash fork, right? That one was supposed to be the money of the people. That one was more democratic. It had multiple client implementations. It had everything that you say is bad about Bitcoin reversed. It was trying to right these supposedly wrongs, but it still did not succeed because there's not a large enough market for this.
but
And
that's
I guess we as advocates of this technology have largely failed to promote this to the average person in the way that they want to use it.
But I think that's where you're mistaken. The market did route around Bitcoin. It just didn't do it through Bitcoin Cash. It did it through Ethereum. And now it's routing around Ethereum through Solana. When these blockchains hit capacity, the usage just goes somewhere else. There's
But
plenty
Bitcoin is
others.
still number one in spite of this. How do you explain that?
One thing that I thought was very interesting as well, like there was a lot of internal politics. What if the big block side was called BTC and the small block size had another name? Do you know who decided that? It was just a few guys in a room decided, hey, this is the way we're going to do the naming scheme. Like just a few exchanges, right? And that came to that consensus.
Yes,
How
but that's
different,
counterfactual because you still had one chain which had
right?
most of the
But
hash
what
rate.
you're
You
saying,
had one chain that had most of the
yeah,
users.
yeah, okay.
You know, the
But
people
what
who
you're
got
saying,
BCH, they just dumped it
no, but
fast.
what you're saying, yeah, but what if the big block side was called BCH? Which side would they have dumped, do you think?
Well, there is this mechanism to determine which is the right blockchain according to the white paper, which is the longest chain with the
Uh-huh.
most amounts of proof of
With
work.
the most amount of work, right?
Which
And
chain had the most amount of proof of work during the split?
the chain that was named BCC, not the chain that was named BCH. And that
Correct.
happened before the fork, right? So which chain do you think would have had more support? The chain that was called BTC or the chain that was called BCH, regardless of which one had the bigger block size?
I don't think it's about the ticker. It's just
No, I think it very much was about the ticker. I think there was a narrative that was like, this is the original Bitcoin, and the other one is a pretender to the
if I was
throne.
running a client that precedes the fork, on which chain do you think I would be after the fork? Where are my coins? Are they on this chain, which you can call
They're on both sides.
BTCLGBTQ or whatever?
They're
Or
on
is it
both
on the other
sides.
one, which has a different name?
They're on both. The coins are on both sides. That's how it
Of
works.
course, after the hard
If you
fork.
ask me which side is Bitcoin, I would argue they're both Bitcoin. Actually, that's how I view it myself. But I think
That's
that's a bit of
identity
a semantic.
politics at this point. You can
Yeah, it's kind of
designate.
pointless.
Yeah,
Who cares,
everyone
right?
can say they identify as being the
But
real Bitcoin, but
I do
in
think I do
actuality, there is only one chain that has the most amount of proof of work and
right.
most users.
But you said it has the highest market cap and therefore I'm right. But it's like, no, I completely reject that argument because markets are constantly in motion. I think a lot of the market is still figuring this stuff out. We're in a very immature space. The point I made about the ticker is that history might have played out completely differently if the big block side had the ticker. Okay. That was and you can disagree with that. That's fine. But the point still stands. I think it's wrong to say that, oh, I'm wrong because the market cap is this and that. And I could even go further to say, actually, the reverse is true, right? Bitcoin, if you zoom out on the chart, Bitcoin continues to lose dominance, right? Both in usage,
Does
both
it
in
really?
DVL, both in market capitalization, both in users. I mean, like, pick a metric. Every single metric,
You can go to
it's falling.
Nostr if you want to step out of your bubble and you see people sending to each other Bitcoin for their posts.
Sorry?
Have you ever tried Nostr?
No, I haven't.
Well, if you go there ever for whatever reason, you're going to see that people send to each other tips and Bitcoin for their posts. And there are a bunch of people who got there because of the censorship resistant social media aspect who discovered Bitcoin.
And it's never going to exceed 20 TPS, which makes it an irrelevant niche that doesn't make any real difference in the world anymore.
Oh, it's on
and
the Lightning Network, so.
Okay, but see, the thing is, so something to understand here, I'm also a critic of the layer 2 ecosystem in Ethereum because I think that's a massive dead end because now we've moved on in the argument, right? Now you're saying, but layer 2s can save Bitcoin. Layer 2s can provide capacity, acknowledging the need for capacity, which I think is important, right? But can you agree that Lightning cannot at all provide that for people, considering that it would take more than 70 years for everyone to do one transaction? That makes Lightning a non-starter, right? I mean, you have to agree with me on that.
Non-custodial Lightning, yes, is difficult.
Yeah, okay, so custodial, right? So basically...
banking.
Yeah, so basically, in order to advocate for Bitcoin mass adoption, you need to advocate for mass custodial adoption of Bitcoin, right? Like there's no other way around that, really, if we're being realistic. And I before we move on, I just wanted to point something out before I forget. You said before that yes, I have a philosophy background and that therefore I'm not making engineering arguments, but I have to point out here one. I have made far more engineering arguments. I've made far more arguments based on actual like figures and like, theoretical constructs of like, the computer science of this. And you've relied far more on rhetoric than I have. Okay.
Really?
I just want
Because
to point that
I
out.
always wanted to bring it to practical
No,
something
rhetoric is
something
not
that can
practical.
actually it is.
Okay.
I'll let the listeners decide. Of course, it's biased because it's my show, and I guess more people are going to agree with me. But you can also bring your audience to listen and figure out for themselves if I actually did that and diminish the quality of the arguments.
No, I mean, those are your arguments. I don't mean to really diminish the power of the rhetoric. Rhetoric is valid. Don't get me wrong. I'm using plenty of rhetoric myself. I was just a little bit defending myself of the accusation here. This is not the first time someone says, "Oh, you're not technical enough to understand this," and da da da. But like, it's not. I'm deep in the weeds, and I have been for over a decade as a full-time cryptocurrency researcher, right?
Yes, but it's very different when you're shipping code and you have to deal with the fact that you should not make optimizations before you actually need them. You can project into the future and say, yeah, this technology is future proof
Okay.
until something better comes along when you actually need it. And you're stuck with something that is suboptimal. So, why would you want to use something that is not fully matured on a cryptocurrency that is about 2 trillion or whatever in market cap when you can just let other smaller chain experiment with this and just pick the best one?
Well, you'll just continue falling behind in all of the metrics until it becomes irrelevant.
Falling
That's
behind what? Because it was Ethereum, now it's Solana, tomorrow it's going to be something else, and it
I know
just
it's an
keeps
uncomfortable
switching.
thought, but that's the reality of it. Things don't stay the same.
They
And
don't stay the
many,
same, but they're not consistent. That's what I'm saying. There's experimentation going all around, and you're going to have something which maybe is interesting, but will it really capture the amount of users? And this goes back to network effects, right?
hold on.
You and I can make a better Facebook, but does it mean that we're going to get more
Hold on.
users than
These
Facebook?
chains have several of orders of magnitude more users than Bitcoin.
Well, they have transactions, but you can't prove that they're users.
Okay. I mean, like the usage of Bitcoin is literally capped, right? At an extremely small amount. It's a strange argument to argue for usage here.
Yeah, but you know that they're users because you see them on social media, fighting, arguing, calling me a shitcoiner, you know? I don't see that from the Solana side. You see a lot of bots, but you don't see too many actual users.
I went to this is a very strange argument to me. Like, I went to the Breakpoint conference. I think there was more than 10,000 people there, or 5,000. Maybe you need to look it up. There's a lot of people. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense to me. These blockchains are massive. They have massive communities. Actually, I do know this for a fact. The conference in Singapore is going to have over 20,000 people attending. Like, is that because there's no users? Like, what are you talking about? This is such a strange argument.
Yeah, but that's not a Solana only event. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sure,
It's a general blockchain,
okay,
whatever.
but the Breakpoint conferences, like this whole like conspiracy theory, oh, it's all fake, and no, it's not
There's
real.
a Bitcoin
like,
conference next week
it's
in
all
Nashville,
fake,
and it's much bigger than any of the events that you described.
okay, you know what?
They could fill a stadium.
You know what? I'm going to concede. You know what? I'm going to concede on all of this because it doesn't matter to me. Like, fine, Bitcoin's bigger, right? Bitcoin has more users, right? Fine, right? Bitcoin has a higher market capitalization. I'm not going to argue with that, right? But that's not going to continue being the case. The trend is going to continue where it keeps falling in all of the metrics, right? That's what's happened, and that's what's going to continue to happen, right? Because Bitcoin has no utility. Right?
Really? Can you really say that with a straight face?
Yes. What is the utility of Bitcoin?
You can do pretty much everything you want. There's even wrapped Bitcoin on other chains.
Okay.
It is the base currency for pretty much all of this industry.
Okay. So can you name a use case where you could have a significant amount of usage on Bitcoin?
Sure. Ordinal inscriptions. Have you seen how much those got traction? It was insane.
Yeah, and then the fees spike up massively.
And people were willing to pay for that.
And things get massively expensive.
Because they see the value in Bitcoin. They can
and
pay
what happens
$100 in fees.
And what happens next? What happens after that?
The markets play along. I don't know.
No, really. Like, you know what the fee charts look like, right? If you zoom out on that.
Yeah, there are
right?
spikes and then there's this
Right.
line.
So what I think happens, right, is this happens all the time in Bitcoin, and yeah, it's wonderful to see, is that whenever there's a new use case, whenever
But
there's
you just
something.
said there's no use case, so
No,
we
no,
moved
let
from
me
whenever
talk
there's a
about.
use
Let me
case.
explain myself. Let me
Okay.
explain myself. Whenever there's a, I can explain why I think there's no utility. Whenever there's a new use case, right? There's a jump in activity. Everyone starts using it. The fees spike up, and when the fees spike up, gradually users start to leave because they don't want to pay fees. And you know how the fee mechanism works, right? Is when people pay more fees, there's not more capacity. They're just bidding up over the same amount of capacity. The amount of usage is capped. So what that process looks like, fees go up, users leave that are unwilling to pay, more users leave that are unwilling to pay, right? And then at a certain point, the whole thing collapses again, right? So this is what congested blockchain economics looks like. Okay, you have spike and then down, spike and then down. And as you know from my previous critique, I'll go even further now. I don't think that Bitcoin security is actually sustainable. Over the last 3 years, security has literally gone down, right? Fees have to reach sustained highs in order for the security budget to sustain itself. I don't think that will happen because of this fee spike mechanism. Okay. So, because of that, in 4 to 12 years, according to my prediction, Bitcoin will have to either accept just becoming insecure, which means censorship and 51% attacks, or you'll actually have to increase the inflation rate of Bitcoin, add tail inflation in order to keep it secure.
Man,
You
that's
know,
really funny because I'm looking at the 3 year chart for hash rate and it went from 100 exahashes a second
okay,
to
okay.
right now
I
we
don't
are
care.
at
I don't care.
80
I don't care. I'm
terahashes.
sorry. I'm sorry to be a little bit rude, but you don't understand how Bitcoin
It's up
security
like
works.
100x in the
I'm
last three
sorry.
years. So the
I'm
fact that
sorry.
there are more
Nope.
miners putting their hash
Nope.
rate in the game,
No,
it
you don't
means that they
understand.
do believe in the long-term sustainability
I'm
of the
sorry.
network.
I'm sorry. This philosopher might actually technically understand how Bitcoin works better. Okay. Hash rate is not a measure of security. Can you maybe try to steelman my argument for why I think that's the case?
Well, I understand what you're saying by saying that it's not a measure for security or the measure for security, but it is
Okay.
a measurement for
Let me
security.
tell you what the measure for security is, okay? And the measure for security is the security budget. The best way to measure security, and this is actually a generous way to do it, is to see how much is the
What you call
blockchain
security
actually paying.
budget is cost to attack, right?
Cost to attack is slightly different, but cost to attack is related to the security budget. Yes. So the security budget is the total amount that's being paid out to miners. If you look at my recent thread, that's basically, I think it's known as miner
So
revenue.
is that in Bitcoin or in dollars?
It doesn't actually matter. I
Well, it
think
does matter because
what
there was a
matters,
halving
no, no,
event.
no. What matters is how many Big Macs you can buy with that amount. Okay. Do you understand the analogy that I just made from economics?
So
Value
dollars.
is value is value. Okay. So it doesn't matter what you denominate it in.
So what is the metric according to which you're going to prove that the security of Bitcoin has diminished over the last 3 years?
You know what? I was using dollars, but if you prefer, let's do Big Macs. How many Big Macs does it take to attack the chain? For
What's the
arguments.
cost of a Big Mac? Are you gonna buy it from here in Romania? Are you
There's
gonna
a
buy it from
there's
the
a
UK?
there's it's okay. So I assume you're not familiar with this concept. It's a concept in economics. It's known as the Big Mac Index, and the theory is that it's very difficult to kind of measure value in forex and different currencies, and it's very complicated, inflation, etc. So one way to kind of measure true value is in something that is very comparable across the country. So use an index of a Big Mac's value. We're really getting a little bit too far in the weeds
Let's
here.
just use dollars. Just say
Yeah, sure.
how the
That's my original argument.
security of Bitcoin has gone down in dollars.
Yes, yes. Because I posted this chart last week, and I basically showed that the correct way to measure Bitcoin security is by looking at the total security budget. So how much is being paid out by miners? Because theoretically, the amount that
Paid
is.
out by miners or to
Oh,
miners?
sorry, two miners. My apologies, two miners. The amount that's paid to miners. That's what matters. So it's actually the total revenue that includes the block reward and the fees. Okay, if you look at my chat, I posted this. I think it was on the 5th tweet out of 37 in my.
Okay, so this is related to two factors: the block reward and the price of Bitcoin at
The
that
price of
date.
Bitcoin and the amount of fees, yes. That combined is, and the reason why hash rate is a terrible way to measure security is, for instance, if you have like a new chip, right, that is maybe twice as fast, right, and costs the same amount, then if say all the hash rate now uses that new chip, hypothetically, um, security did not just double, security remains the same because that chip costs the same amount of money as the last chip. So hash rate is not a good indicator for security at all. This is why I think that miner revenue is the best possible indicator. Someone on Twitter called out, hey, it's better to say how much is actually spent. Arguably that's true, but that's very difficult to find out. And I think that revenue is just a much kind of, it's like reliable enough of a metric, because economically speaking, there's always going to be an equilibrium between amounts spent on mining and the revenue of the system, right?
Okay, so the point from which you measured was 3 years ago, when I guess it was the all-time high at 69,000.
Mm-hmm. If you measure from 2 years ago, you get the same result. If you measure from 1 year ago, you get the same result as well. I didn't cherry pick the date. I just saw how far out I could go on the chart just to make a point. Look, it's not a huge decrease in security. It's actually relatively tiny, and the chart's a little bit like that. If I'm being honest, it looks flat more than anything else. But the point is, I'm contradicting what a lot of Bitcoiners are saying. And this is what I wanted to get through to your audience. When a lot of people say hash rate is up, oh my God, security keeps
Yeah,
going
but
up,
what does it
most
mean if
secure
the hash
network in
rate
the
is
world,
up?
doesn't mean anything. That's
No,
my
it
point.
does mean something.
I mean, it's not a good measure of security, at
It
least.
means that you have a higher number of participants
No, doesn't mean that
competing
at all.
for the same amount of block
Nope.
reward.
No, it doesn't mean that at all. It could be less participants with more hashing power. You don't know that
So
unless you
does
do the
this mean
additional
that
analysis.
these few participants have more faith in the system and they want to collect that reward at all costs, even if they deploy more
No,
hash rate?
no, no.
Does it
no.
mean that everyone
If
wants to
if
maximize their
more
chance?
hash rate costs the same as the previous hash rate, that is literally the same amount of conviction, not more, right? It didn't cost them more, therefore the cost to attack did not go up because of that.
So
Hash
if
rate
I'm a miner and I run a mining farm or a mining
yes.
pool, and I add up, let's say, 1,000 more ASIC miners to my
Mhm.
operation, does
Yeah.
it mean that I believe in Bitcoin security
Mhm.
and I think it's gonna go up? Or
Mhm.
does it mean that I'm bearish and I think that the system is doomed?
Let me explain it this way. So this is a good example. So if you're a miner and you add 100 ASICs to your farm, right, that means you're very bullish on Bitcoin and you have more conviction, right? But what happens is then that pushes the difficulty of mining up when you add those ASICs. And when the difficulty goes up and all other factors remain the same, profitability actually goes down. So when that miner, because of conviction, launches that additional hash power, in return, another miner is going to be shutting off their hash power in order to maintain that equilibrium where massive mining operations are not going to run at a loss, right?
Of course,
So,
but
so when new hardware comes on, other hardware shuts off in response, and that cycle continues.
it's dynamic. That's what
Yes,
I want to add,
of course.
because you're
I don't
going to
disagree
have
with
these
that.
large players who make a lot of money right
Yeah.
now, and in the future they realize that whatever operation they're running is no longer profitable. So
Mhm.
they
Yeah.
have to find a cheaper, more sustainable form of energy, which is probably in another country where
And
they're going to move their ASICs. And I think this is the fundamental difference between proof of work and proof of stake, because in proof of stake you can basically have the same bunch of people who own the largest amount of coins staking and earning the highest rewards, and basically living off their passive income which they make from staking.
there's
It's
multiple.
forever.
If you just make two things. Now, first of all, having like literally 30 like or so industrialists get all of the new inflation is far less equitable than saying literally anyone can participate in a proof of stake system. Okay, like one is like just for a small group of industrialists, the other one is like for the people. So that's
The other one is for the
totally
rich who
unfair
can afford
argument.
the stake amount.
No, that's not true. You can do fractional staking, obviously.
In a staking
Right.
pool, which is just like a mining pool.
No, it's not just like a mining pool, because you can have trustless staking pools if you have programmability built in, which Bitcoin doesn't have. Right? It's
How do
different.
you define trustless?
That basically that the layer one, that it would require overtaking layer one consensus, like attacking layer one consensus to reverse any sort of rules, so that the rules are basically cemented. And you do this for a smart contract, right? That's something
So
that Bitcoin doesn't have.
you mean that it's written in a contract on the chain, the amount of rewards that are going to be distributed to the
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
participants?
And then it's trustless, because then you have no single party or groups of parties that are over control of those group of rules, right? There's no reason why you can't do that. There's a whole bunch of really cool things like decentralized exchanges, like decentralized pools, like, bunch of things
Okay,
that
that's
you
fair, but
can't
who
do on
runs the
Bitcoin.
infrastructure for that one? Who's going to run the computer behind the system?
Well, in this case, it's actually the layer one validators that do that.
So the
Right.
validator on L1 is going to.
Oh, you see, in terms of the actual validator, yeah, you have smart contracts that distribute it. Then sure.
I think there's this problem in Ethereum, which they refer to as data availability, which is
Mm.
their concern that the data that they put on chain is going to get pruned by future nodes and is not going to be available anymore. So they're trying to put it somewhere else
Yeah,
and
that's a
hope
straw.
that
I
they're
don't
going
believe
to
in.
be able to use that in the future and not fear that it's going to get lost forever.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna stick up for that argument. I don't believe in that at all. So
Well,
that
that's
would.
part of the reason why you have these bridges across chains, and
No,
they're even
but
trying
again,
to get on
I
Bitcoin.
don't believe in layer two scaling. I don't believe in Ethereum's roadmap. I don't believe in any of that stuff. For the same reason, I don't believe in layer two scaling in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is way, way less capable of developing layer twos than Ethereum is. Ethereum's layer two ecosystem is an utter failure from my perspective. It's taken all the fees away from the layer one, okay, which is not good for long-term security in Bitcoin's case, right? It's pushed literally all the users onto custodian solutions, right? This is where doing it trustlessly is 100% technically possible, okay? Look at Ethereum. The top 10 layer twos, the top 15 layer twos even, every single one of them has admin keys that can steal user funds, okay? You're now going to repeat that experiment on Bitcoin. Why do you think that's going to be any better when Bitcoin has way more technical limitations in order to do this trustlessly? Like, that's crazy to me. Like, when we have a clear example that, like, here we have Ethereum where all the users can now have their funds stolen and they can be censored, literally. Here we have Solana that scales on chain, where now, like, users have all the power of on chain scaling and can't be censored and can't have their funds stolen. Guess what? Solana fulfills Satoshi's dream far more than Ethereum and Bitcoin does, as far as I'm concerned. Like, you're not changing the world unless you make it accessible. And I don't think like a layer two is not scaling the layer one. L2 scaling is a misnomer, because you're making some sort of trust trade-off, you're making some sort of UX trade-off, you're making some sort of trade-off somewhere. And it's never good. It's never competitive compared to what we can do with layer one scaling. I'm telling you, we figured out the technology. We can scale the chain and be decentralized. And, like, why not do that? And look, and you could say, hey, but that means Bitcoin will adopt the technology. I suppose my core argument is that I don't think it will.
Okay, let me ask you this. How many times did Solana shut down?
14.
How many times do you think it's going to shut down in the future?
Maybe 1 to 3 more times, and then it'll probably stabilize.
Do
I'm
you
not a
want to build
Solana
the future
shill.
of money on
I'm
something
not a Solana shill. Stop
which
making these
uses
straw
this
man
sort of
arguments.
technology?
Stop making these. It doesn't matter. None of it
How
matters.
many times
Okay.
did Bitcoin shut down?
Maybe twice in its history. Maybe
No, it
3
was
times.
once because the inflation bug was solved with a soft fork. The Berkeley DB situation was solved with a hard fork that actually
No, I don't really
would.
think that's fair, but yeah, okay, sure, fine, once. But look, these are all straw man arguments. I'm not going to defend Solana going down. I'm not a person that says, hey, it's okay if a
No,
blockchain
but
goes
you say
down
that
sometime.
the technology is really great and we already have it. And
No,
your
I
prime
use
example is
Solana.
Solana.
I use Solana as an example of, like, this actual massive usage here. Okay. And I used EGLD as an example of good technology that does not
And do you
sacrifice
know the history
decentralization.
behind that one? Because I'm Romanian and they're Romanian and they
Okay.
block me all over the place. They know what my
Okay.
criticism is. And they're
Tell me their
super
criticism.
centralized. They basically, what they did
Why is
in,
it super centralized?
they had this DEX which basically they have admin keys for it, and they were able to shut
Okay.
it down and pump the price, which means they manipulated the market within the DEX to pump the price of their token to match the price from Binance. And voila, they launched it again and they said, oh, we recovered, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't a major incident.
Or they
That's a
launched a
sign
DEX,
of centralization.
that they launched a DEX, that the founders launched a DEX on their own chain. That's a
Mm-hmm.
sign of centralization.
Of course. And
I
they,
think
they are able to shut it
look,
down whenever
I have
they
a
want.
different response. Like, do you understand? Like the majority of dApps on Ethereum, you can shut down by a small group of people. And by the way, all
Well,
of the
if you
quote
do
unquote
shut them
dApps on
down,
Bitcoin.
what
No,
does
no, no,
that
hold on.
mean?
All of the quote unquote dApps can be shut down on Bitcoin, right? BitVM, Stacks, Rootstock, all of them have those kill switches, right? There's not a single one. At least in Ethereum, some contracts are truly trustless, right? Big difference. I mean, if we really want to
It's also a
compare
big
apples to
difference
oranges
because you
here,
spoke about stacks, which is something entirely different.
okay, fine, not Stacks, but then Rootstock, I would say, is a type of layer 2.
Rootstock is secured by more than 50% of the Bitcoin hash rate. It does have a trusted setup in the sense that they have HSMs between a bunch of Federation members,
No,
but
you say
they're
that.
working right now on something which is called BitVMX to make it truly trust minimized. So at least it's aspirational in the
You
sense that
say, I've heard you say this, trust minimized. Why do you accept that? Trustless,
there is
man.
no trustless because you're going to have a hard fork on the main chain and you're going to lose everything.
So do you think Bitcoin is not trustless then?
It's not, no.
Oh, okay. So there's
It's
no such
trust
thing as
minimized.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, well, fair enough. Then it's just a difference in definition. I suppose for me, it kind of, once it reaches a certain threshold, I'm like trustless, but I can see where you're coming from there.
If you say
Um,
trustless, it means that you don't have to trust that the miners are going to act
right.
in good faith.
Mm.
You do
But
have
look,
to trust that to some degree.
yeah. But look, I'm not here as a Solana shill. I'm not here as an Ethereum shill. Well, look, what I see is if I objectively measure up the technology, I argue that the technology I'm looking at, the technology that I'm constantly investigating, right, is by many, many orders of magnitude superior to what we have in BTC. And like, it's healthy to just admit that, because if we don't admit that, you're living in some sort of fantasy land. Like, how can we don't have a virtual machine? I think Ethereum proved that a virtual machine programmability, so we can truly have programmability money, is useful. It's useful. Bitcoin doesn't have that at all. Okay, like Bitcoin has, what is it, like a thousandth the capacity of Solana right now, and like 1/10 thousandths of the Solana of capacity of EGLD, even if they are scammers according to, because they launch a DEX on their own chain. I
I
view that
never
more
call
as
them
being,
scammers, you know.
all
I
right,
just said
sorry,
that they're dishonest.
dishonest. I don't understand what's dishonest about that. Look, there was a small blockchain. They developed some amazing technology. There was very little usage over it. So they developed their own product over it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, they're going to say that there's a lot of usage over it.
No, they don't say that. They're not lying about usage in EGLD. The usage is low over that blockchain right now. I mean, I'm not claiming otherwise either. I'm saying
I
there's
can provide you sources, but that's not the core argument right now. I think it's just a
okay.
distraction. It's just a
Yeah,
blip on the radar, barely a footnote.
it's a little bit of an ad hominem, right? Because I'm saying, hey, here's an example of technology that's really amazing. You're saying, oh no, and then you're character assassinating the people because of some
I didn't
unrelated event.
character
Like,
assassinate the people. I told you exactly that there was an issue that they solved with centralization by shutting down the DEX and pumping the price by doing insider trading. And that's the way in which they fixed their issue. They did not even allow the free market to do its thing. They did not ask the community if they want to deploy the node software. They just did this because they work in this way. They're centralized. That was the ultimate proof. They
a
launched a new
centralized
version of the client. Every other node around the world, you say that there are 10,000 or something, they will update it immediately. What does that mean?
It's an elaborate conspiracy theory, and having centralized control over a DEX is kind of the norm in this industry right now. Not that I'm justifying it, but it's not as atrocious as you're making it out to be.
In their case, it's atrocious
Okay,
because it
please
involves insider trading.
please send me any information you have on this.
It's on Vice, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah,
I'm
please,
not making this up.
if you can just link it to me for afterwards, I would love to look into this some more, because I'm always curious about these type of things, right? As you know, a lot of what I do in cryptos, I like to bust scams, because one of the things that might upset me more than most is when people pretend to be decentralized or pretend to have usage. They really make us all look bad. So I think we can both agree that that's something we both want to actively fight against.
No, it's horrible. And so I don't make this criticism because I have anything to gain from it. It's just that I expect from something that calls itself decentralized to at least act in a way that makes it decentralized, not just put decentralized on the web page and then act in every possible way like it's a centralized project with a benevolent dictator and all of these people.
You know what? I much prefer a blockchain that is still small, I guess, where they acknowledge that there's centralized control over decision making by virtue of politics, by virtue of a lack of on-chain governance, over a blockchain where there is centralized control, but they pretend as if it's not. And obviously, I think Bitcoin is in that latter category, right? Obviously, any small blockchain, any new blockchain, in terms of the power of influence, is going to be very centralized. If we take that model that I partially went over with you before in terms of decentralization, measuring the distribution of power, any small blockchain is, by virtue of its size, very centralized, right? It's just scale is a major factor. But what I'm saying is that at the same scale, the technical design of these blockchains actually make them more decentralized by several orders of magnitude, right? Distribution of power, decentralized governance, no off-chain corrupt power corrupts, terrible politics stuff. Like I don't know how you can square that one. But
yeah,
anyway.
but that's very nice. But as long as there is one guy who says something and everyone else follows, it's not decentralized.
But again,
in the case of Bitcoin, you can say that it's captured in the sense that it doesn't make some crucial decisions regarding scaling and privacy. And I agree with you that it doesn't. But the fact that it doesn't only proves that there is actual decentralization. The fact that people are toxic in regards to change and they're skeptical and they say, oh, you're trying to attack Bitcoin, this is proof that it's decentralized, as opposed to a culture where everyone just says, yeah, I trust this guy. I think he's a good developer. I'm going to run his code regardless of all the risks.
I mean, or it's proof of, the developers being able to block changes, right? And push anyone else out who disagrees.
Well, what do you mean by block changes?
Wow,
because they can launch a new version of the client and they can say, this is the one with which we agreed. And then the community says, we're not going to upgrade our nodes to
Hulk
this
off
version.
or leave, right?
Yeah.
Like leave. Yeah. So basically, my way or the highway. It's a dictatorship. They have limits to their power, like all dictatorships, but it still is that. It's an extreme form of centralization of power. You either go along with them, or you get out.
No, that's Ethereum. I'm not joking.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's both. I think functionally they're the same. The governance is identical, actually. It's a form of GitHub dictatorship where they pretend like it's a meritocracy, but in reality, it's a tightly knit group of people who effectively control decision-making and can block changes if they so desire, such as, not increasing the block size limit, which was always...
And then you get a cartoon character on Twitter who's going to fight with everyone and call them morons and have his own way. And this is proof of decentralization. Disagreement with central planning is decentralization. Anything else where everyone else agrees and they think, yeah, this is a great idea because this guy says so, that's centralized by design.
Okay, but let's say we can't do any changes, right? Like Bitcoin's heading towards a brick wall. I don't see the fee spike pattern changing. So where's the security budget going to come from? No utility. All the usage is on other chains.
I think we agreed several steps ago that there is utility. It's just that maybe you define it in a different way.
I don't define, like, if utility is, if utility means a use case that cannot be scaled, like a use case that cannot see any significant amount of usage, no, I don't think that's utility.
What is scaled or a significant amount of usage?
Well, it's certainly more than 30 TPS.
Well, we also agreed during, the start of this interview that TPS is meaningless in the case of Bitcoin.
No, I did not agree that TPS is meaningless at all as a measure of
You have a
capacity.
new block every 10 minutes. You have maybe
No,
4,000
no, no,
transactions in a
no,
block.
no, 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 no. That's no, no. I'm
Sometimes you have the block in 1 minute and another one follows it, and then there's a
course, of
readjustment.
course, I'm including that in the TPS calculation, and I'm giving you 30 TPS. It's really 13, but I'm giving you 30. Okay, I'm being graceful here. Like this, you can't argue with these points. Like that, what are you talking about? Like it literally cannot be used at scale, literally, right? If any use case takes off, fee spike, people leave. That's the mechanism. How that to me is not utility. Pure speculation is not utility. A promise of usage that cannot be delivered is not utility.
Okay, so you have that promise that gets delivered in Ethereum or Solana. Can you name a single dApp that lived through the bear market and is still popular these days?
Uniswap. It's a decentralized exchange.
Okay, for swapping. Anything else?
What do you okay, Aave, decentralized lending and borrowing.
Is it at the same level? Does it
Yes.
pass your criteria for number of users and volumes?
Oh yeah, it's massive. And it's
Okay, you
decentralized.
have two of them. What else?
Synthetics.
What does that do?
What's the point of this exercise?
I'm trying to prove to you that
Well, you're
you're
not proving
creating
anything, clearly, right?
some criteria which
I'm
are not
proving.
fulfilled by the technology that you
Oh,
claim.
then I'm proving
And
you wrong.
then again, you're presenting examples from Ethereum, which you think is flawed, but tell me something from Solana or something from EGLD or whatever you
Okay,
think is
I
great.
think it's called what's the name of it? Oasis? Oasis? No, it's not called Oasis. I think it's called Pluto. I forgot the name, but there's a big Solana Dex as well. I just forgot. Jupiter. It's called Jupiter. Okay, I got it. Thank you. No, look, I'm using a decentralized exchange because this was literally like I was in the Bitcoin community 2013, 14, right? Like this was literally one of the biggest dreams of the Bitcoin community. Clearly, let's stop using centralized exchanges and use decentralized alternatives instead, right? It's a great idea. Okay, so yeah, I can use exchanges here as a great example of look, massive usage, massive value. It's a success. Can't you be happy for that? Why do you have to create some sort of conspiracy theory that it's centralized, it's all fake, it's Vitalik and just it's like come on, just like applaud.
It's
That's the
not a
dream.
conspiracy theory, it's something that you cannot prove. Just because you cannot prove it, it doesn't mean that I created a
You've literally
conspiracy.
conceded that economic security is higher, right? On Ethereum through the exercise we did before. I showed how the distribution of power is wider.
My
I
God,
showed
you
how
remind
there's
me of Richard Hart right now. Sorry.
yeah, I mean that was uncalled for.
Not in terms of
I mean
what
that's
he
a
did with
scammer.
Hex. It's just that he was using the same way of introducing arguments in a way that you make me agree with something and then use that against me to prove that I'm an idiot. When in fact it doesn't play out like that. People
That's a
who
debate.
listen to this before
That's
are
you
gonna
realize
be
but that's a debate tactic. You realize that, right? Like that's a legitimate debate tactic. That's not a logical fallacy.
well. It's just that I
I
don't
mean, you
like it,
might not like it. It's unpleasant. Look, and this is I
and
just
I'm
want to
aware
address
of it.
it. No, I just want to address this, okay? Because I originally wanted to have a discussion with you, and then you made an announcement saying it was a debate, and I went with it. And this is kind of a not really a debate. This is more discussion, quasi debate, right? And we're kind of touching in and out of it. But the thing is, if you're not used to debate, like it can feel unpleasant, right? But what I'm doing is I am fighting for truth here. So yes, I'm saying like I'm getting you to concede to a point, and then I'm using that point to then say, hey, but therefore you're now contradicting yourself, right? I'm setting up these arguments and quote unquote
Oh yeah, but
traps.
all of this started from the fact that you could not present a single interesting use case
You
or
just did. No, no, hold
utility
on. Oh, you need to
from
concede this now.
EGLD.
No, hold on. I don't care about that. What are you
Okay, you
talking
don't
about?
care about
You
EGLD, fine.
you keep moving the goalposts, right? So no, hold on. You said you can't bring up a single use case outside of BTC. Okay, I just brought up a bunch. Can you concede that you're wrong about these things? You said there is no usage outside of BTC. I just got you to look up the numbers. There is. Like reconnect.
I didn't say there
You
is
need
no
to get
usage.
outside of
I
that
said
BTC
that
bubble.
you can prove that there are real users. It's a very
It's such
fine
a like this
difference.
comes like for me, right? The way this comes like across as like a conspiracy theorist. Like it's like is the Earth flat? Like, what are you talking about? No, what? No one's using Ethereum and
Oh,
Solana?
you sound just like
Seriously?
Richard Hart again. He was using the same rhetoric
Oh
with
man.
the flat earth. I'm sorry. You just keep
Well,
pushing that button.
maybe look, Richard Hart is a smart guy. Maybe he's touching on the same flaw in your thinking here, right? Like you just said. No, let's just rewind. You just said you cannot point out any successful use cases outside of Bitcoin. I brought up a bunch of successful use cases outside of Bitcoin. Now you keep repeating that argument.
No,
You
no,
can't
no.
keep
It
doing
wasn't
that.
about successful use cases. It was about those that persist and have a certain
Hey,
number
they
of users
persisted.
and
They
an
persisted.
amount of liquidity. And the ones that
And
you
they
presented
persisted.
were Aave, were
Uniswap
Uniswap,
and Aave. Yeah.
and what else?
Why are you asking for more examples?
Because my point right now is
Okay,
that
Maker and
there are
Synthetic.
fads
4
just like
examples.
ordinal inscriptions. Just like you pointed out that this is not sustainable to get fees, it's not
Okay.
sustainable on other chains either. You have these
Can
trends, you have ICOs,
can you
you have
acknowledge
DeFi,
reality?
you
I
have
need
all
you
of this stuff that
I,
becomes fashionable and
I
gets
need
users and
you
then it dies out.
I need you to acknowledge reality. Look at the revenue charts for Uniswap. It's been sustainable for many years now. Like seriously. Like you need to like whatever the theory is, it needs to be
Yeah, but
compatible with
that's the
reality.
best possible use case. You swap between tokens. Ethereum was created to issue tokens, so it's very nice that you can swap between them and pay a fee without a central party. I think that's really nice. It's the best possible use case that you can have on a chain like Ethereum. The fact that you have Aave, which enables you to have these financial services, I think that also is pretty nice. But outside of this, what else do you have? What is this industry really about? You create tokens, you swap them, then you lend them for yield, and what else is there?
I said it earlier. What I think a blockchain should do is serve as a medium of exchange, a store of value, and a platform for decentralized applications. Bitcoin
Is it
currently,
the blockchains themselves or is it
Bitcoin,
their underlying currencies?
Bitcoin currently can, it's a combination of both. Bitcoin currently is only a store of value. And I argue that
I
anything
disagree.
that is,
I bought my
I
plane
argue,
ticket with Bitcoin
I
just two
argue
days
that
ago.
anything that is only a store of value is not a good store of value at all. No, because this whole thing, hey, but I just used Bitcoin and I didn't pay much fees. Yeah, because it only works at a small scale. It can't change the world. The masses cannot adopt it. As soon as they do, it stops
But the
working
question is,
for
do the
them.
masses want to adopt it?
Yes, they do. And the other blockchains are proof of it. And
Is it
Bitcoiners
really?
are going to keep
You
sticking
have
their head in the
BCH.
sand
Why do you not
about
have
it.
users on BCH?
I'm not talking. Let's stop straw manning my argument. I told you before the market routed around BTC, not through BCH, but through Ethereum and Solana now. Okay, just don't keep doing these straw man. Right? Want to have an honest discussion here.
Okay, but
So
that was a very simple situation with a fork. You didn't have to change the currency. You had both currencies at the same time at the time of the fork. But why was it that the community chose one over the other?
they chose Ethereum. That's what happened. That's how it played out. People got sick of Bitcoin and they started using Ethereum. And Ethereum was exciting. It had programmability, it had tons of capacity. Fees were cheap at the time. So you had a massive surge of Ethereum activity, right? I remember the Bitcoiners like, oh, we'll never overtake Bitcoin. Ethereum overtook Bitcoin in terms of usage like 3 years ago now or something. Like we're way past that
How do
point
you
now.
define that?
T
Usage. How do you
uh,
define it?
yeah, number of addresses, TPS, TVL,
That sounds
state
nice, but
block.
I can generate 10 addresses just now and send dust to them. Does it mean that they're really users?
If you do the analysis in something like Bitcoin, then you deduct for some of those factors, right? I mean, you have to use more sophisticated. But look, it's these claims, man. Like, can we just get in touch with reality here for a moment? Like, come on, I need you to concede this because your argument was hinging on, hey, there are no real sustained use cases. I think I'm clearly showing that there is clearly sustained use cases here, right? I mean, Dix is like a dream of the early Bitcoin community.
Yeah, there's
Don't
counterparty which
belittle
proves
it,
it.
huh?
There's counterparty on Bitcoin which proves it.
Yeah,
It's
but
been
that
around
was,
since January of
yeah,
2014.
but that never sustained high revenues. Bitcoin did not succeed there, where Ethereum did succeed, and Solana continues to succeed, where Bitcoin is not. You're saying, where is the apps with sustained usage? I said, right here. Now you need to
You
acknowledge
named
that.
two of them. And then another one which is identical to Uniswap, but on
Hold on.
Solana.
Okay, Uniswap. Well, I'm only naming ones of long histories. Maker, Synthetics, Aave, oh man, Curve.
What's the
Okay, that's
liquidity on Curve and on
Curve
Maker?
liquidity is massive. So as well as on Maker, more liquidity than the entire Lightning network, as a
I
matter of
haven't
fact,
heard of them in
on
years.
just that one application.
Curve DAO, is it this one?
Mm-hmm.
340 million market cap, 91 million volume. How
Yeah,
many
but you just
Bitcoins does it mean, 91 million?
you're looking at the volume, not the actual fruit, like the amount of revenue the system has collected. Go to like DApp Radar or something like that. That will show you revenues by different DApps. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, just go to DApp Radar, and you'll have a breakdown of thousands of DApps, and it will show their revenue. I mean, I'm just bringing you to reality here, you know, like some of these arguments are like hinging on like being very dismissive of the alt L1 space, when the alt L1 space is much further along than I think you realize.
I'm not saying it's not big. I'm not saying it doesn't have transactions. I'm just questioning to which extent this has a lot of users. Because it can be just a bunch of guys doing most of the transactions with bots.
I think
Because
that's
the fees
very
are very low.
I think that's well then I think it doesn't matter how many users there are, then it doesn't matter how much TPS there is, then it doesn't matter how much TPL. Nothing matters, because nothing, no facts, no statistics would convince you of it otherwise. Or is there something that could prove you wrong?
No, because you're doing a reductio ad absurdum, which is making everything nihilistic.
Uh, no. I'm caricaturing. This is close to what's called ad ridicule. I'm actually caricaturing your position by making it sound ridiculous and giving you the opportunity to
But
respond.
that's not what I said. So pick one. Your
Oh, sorry.
caricature or my
Can you just
argument.
repeat the argument? I lost the thread there a little bit.
Because
Sorry.
there is no way that either of us or anyone else can prove that behind
Okay.
these
Okay.
numbers you have
Got it.
actual users.
I'm back. Yeah, no, I'm back. Okay. So basically, what I'm saying, right, is that now, because I think every good theory, if we're talking about theory and thinking, every good theory needs to have some sort of set of conditions at which you can be proven wrong. Okay?
Okay.
I think that's like basic good reasoning, right? If you have a hypothesis, you need conditions under which you can be empirically or logically proven wrong, right? So what I'm asking, the question is like, so what you're doing is you're being dismissive of a lot of the Alta 1 space, and you're saying, well, you might have all of these figures, and it might be several of orders of magnitude greater than Bitcoin, but, you know, it could all just be fake, right? And, oh, you know, it could all just be like fake, and it's all just a conspiracy to fool people into buying these tokens, da-di-da-di-da, right? So what I'm saying, and I've named a bunch of facts and figures, I'm telling you where to look it up, and like, so under what point would you concede that, hey, actually there is a ton more usage on Alt L1s than there is on Bitcoin? Like, at what point would you actually concede that? Or would that just never, is that just unprovable to you?
I guess it's unprovable to both of us.
No, okay. But do you see how there's a problem here in your reasoning? Like, whenever you have a hypothesis that cannot be proven wrong, you are being irrational.
Am I really? Because
Yes.
it's good to have this degree of skepticism about the transactions themselves, who's behind them.
No, sure, I agree. But do you understand? Just remember who you're talking to, right? Like, I'm the guy that exposed a lot of the fake transactions in Solana, right? I recently did a piece on Sui exposing the supply distribution. Like, I specialize in exposing bullshit metrics, okay? Like, this is kind of my forte, you know? So, like, yeah, I have a lot of confidence in this. But to me, this is a real problem in your reasoning. If you cannot be proven wrong, your hypothesis is flawed. Clearly, like, that's a clear rule in reasoning and logic. You are being irrational now.
Okay, so you are using on-chain metrics, let's call it this, to determine the number of users and usage. But what about subreddits? What about Twitter? What about the number of users who talk about this every day? What about Google Trends? What about the amount of actual people who are internet users and are interested in these topics? If you compare any of this with Bitcoin, you're going to see that there's a lot more activity on Bitcoin forums. There's a lot more activity on Bitcoin subreddits. There's a lot more activity on Bitcoin Twitter. as opposed to Solana, Ethereum, or all of them. So, how do you explain this disconnect between trading volumes, which you can measure on chain and you can look at revenue, and actual people talking about this?
Look, I'm not going to argue with you that Bitcoin is the biggest. Bitcoin is currently the incumbent, right? I'm not going to disagree with you on that. I've been giving this critique since 2017, okay? Like when Bitcoin was much bigger than it is today. And I just predict a slow fall and a loss of prevalence and usage just being elsewhere because it literally cannot be on the Bitcoin blockchain, right? Like,
That's
sorry,
all I needed to hear. It's
I
fine.
didn't answer.
Now,
Did I
let me
answer?
ask you this
Yeah,
after
sure.
you agreed that Bitcoin is still number one. In 10 years,
In market capitalization, it's number one. Like, I'm not going to argue with that. And I mean, in terms of like, if you did the analysis on terms of the Reddit sub, I'm not. Have you looked at these figures? It's been a while since I looked at these figures, but
we
I mean,
should
in
look
theory,
together right now just
yeah,
for the
have
sake
a
of
look
it.
at Google Trend. I remember last. It's been a while since I looked at that. But like, I'm not going to argue with you on that. Like, my whole argument, and it was from the beginning, right? Like, I was saying this when Bitcoin was at 90% dominance, okay, and Ethereum didn't even exist. I'm like, it's going to be taken over eventually by other blockchains if it doesn't raise the block size limit, right? I've been saying this for almost a decade. Okay.
But why hasn't it happened in a decade?
It is happening. It's just a gradual
It has
process. That's
always
what
been
I'm saying.
happening.
Yeah, and it continues to happen. So what my theory in terms of the long-term outcome of this, if you look at the actual stats and you look at the trends, it supports my theory, right? That is the trend. Clearly, loss of market capitalization, massive spiking usage on other chains, right? Massive adoption on other chains and applications. I mean, recently there was a Ton game. There's a is like a really stupid game, by the way, on the Ton blockchain, right? But they recently had more than 200 million users. 200 million users for a really stupid game. I think it's called Hamster Combat. It's like a stupid like clicky game, but it's really cool because it's like integrated in the Telegram app and like it and
Yeah,
200
yeah.
million
My
new users.
girlfriend plays that if you're
Oh
curious
no,
about it.
I'm
So
sorry.
I
I
did
called
pay
it stupid.
attention to how that works under the hood. You know why
Yeah.
they have so many users?
Tell me.
Because Telegram has a lot of users, and a lot
Yeah,
of
I know
these
that.
users are from
Of course.
sanctioned countries which have no access to
Yeah,
exchanges
yeah,
and no
cool.
access to any financial services. My
Amazing,
girlfriend
isn't
is
it?
from Iran, and there is no way for Iranian people, there are millions of them playing this, TapSwap and Hamster, whatever. They're playing this every day, tapping their phones. They earn a lot of coins. The creators are happy to report that they have high numbers, but these users cannot actually participate in the economy because they have no access to the exchanges where these coins are gonna be listed, which means they can only swap and trade P2P, which arguably does not affect too much the price. So effectively, they're creating bag holders who have no access to the
No,
outside world to be able to
no,
sell these
you're
coins.
actually wrong about that. Decentralized exchanges are being developed over time. So once those are up and running, then people will be able to swap their coins and get out of that
Well,
ecosystem.
how much
Through
liquidity
decentralized
do you think
exchanges.
there will be for this? How many people you think will put their Bitcoin against the hamster coin?
I mean, I would never invest in something like this. I think it's really stupid. But like, that's not the point,
It is
right?
the point because
The point is,
theoretically
the
it's
point is,
possible for them to
yeah,
swap, but in
no, no,
practice
no,
they're stuck with
no.
this currency
This
which
is this is
has
not
some
the point.
valuation, but they can't sell anywhere.
Okay, okay, fine. My point is, can you name a recent game on Bitcoin that just onboarded 200 million new users?
Well,
Even
I
if
will
it's
have to ask the people from Lightning Games. I'm not joking. They
no, no, no,
have they have a
but
community on
come on.
Telegram, so let me look that up.
Custodian Lightning is not Bitcoin. That doesn't count. It has to be on chain, right? Like we're not generating any revenues from the custodian stuff. Like that's just internal centralized database. Who cares,
Okay,
right?
you disregarded this, but it has lots of players and lots of users. They have a solitaire game, which is a lot of fun. They
Okay,
have a racing game. They have something like Bounce on the Nokia phones,
all right,
which is a lot of fun. So
yeah.
it's not like there is nothing. It's just
No,
that
sure, sure, sure.
there
And
was also
I applaud that.
Sarutobi very early on Counterparty. There was
Yeah.
Pulse of Genesis. Those two were video games that
Mhm.
you could play with these NFTs, very ahead of their times. I think there are still people playing them,
Yeah.
and they're
And,
willing to pay the fees.
and honestly, I applaud that. Like that's ultimately that's what I want to see. I want to see applications built. I want to see mini transactions. I want to see Bitcoin be useful. I want. It's such a shame to throw that away and like for what? Like, do you understand? Like for me to be happy, Like here's let me just bring it back to something simple. Increase the block size to 32 megabytes. Now you have more capacity than PayPal. Like you could still run a node off a Raspberry Pi. Why is that so bad?
Oh, you need
Like,
faster internet. I think that's a bottleneck.
okay,
Storage is cheap. I think historically
but the
storage has
entire
never been cheaper than it is
but
right
like
now.
an average interconnection in the developed world can easily handle that,
But
right?
is Bitcoin only for the developed world?
Okay, here we go. Here we go. No, this is good. I got the go. So let me ask you this question: what do you think is more important? A person in the poor developing world to be able to cheaply do a transaction, or for them to be able to run a full node? What do you think is more important for them?
Well, of course they care about cheap transactions.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Now, that's what I think as well, right? Clearly. And I think that trade-off is worth it. If we can actually, that's world changing. If we just increase it to 32 megabyte, Bitcoin will be able to keep up with demand. You'd still be able to run it off a Raspberry Pi. Honestly, like most third world countries would still be able to handle 32 megabytes, but maybe some places indeed it would be a problem. Those would be the exception, though. A lot of third world countries don't have absolute garbage internet, right? Like, but
Maybe if we
and
get Starlink coverage
right,
around the world, we're gonna get a block size increase much faster, and
yeah,
all of this concern is gonna be
but
obliterated.
right,
But once
but
again,
for
it's
me,
political. You
but
have to
for
go
me,
through this whole process to
hmm,
convince all the users who are running valuable nodes and they're mining that they want to follow this chain, which has larger blocks, and that's gonna be a struggle, and it should be a struggle in a decentralized system.
yeah, yeah, but look, the thing is, from my perspective, like I was early in Bitcoin and I saw use cases being taken off. It was being accepted by Steam. It was being accepted by all these different companies, and it was really
Expedia and
Expedia,
Microsoft.
etc. Microsoft, yeah, you know the story. And then we hit the limit, and then all of these companies stopped supporting it. And when you had a limit, it's just a flat cap on usage. And I think mass adoption could have happened several times over, and you're just wasting the opportunity every time it happens. When ordinals took off, that could have been a mass adoption moment, but you again wasted it because the capacity is not there. And Bitcoin is not going to get an infinite amount of chances to spoil the gift of its first mover advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we
Let
live
me
in a
present you another perspective. When Bitcoin first came along, people were mind blown by the user experience of scanning a QR code or tapping NFC. And that
yeah.
was a mind blower back in 2013, 2014. People were looking into this, even in Silicon Valley, and they were thinking of ways to integrate this into payments. But in the meantime, we got Venmo, we got Cash App, we got all of Apple Card and whatever. We got all of these fintech services which fulfill the same purpose of fast payments, which are very user friendly, with a currency which has a greater network effect than Bitcoin. So if
So since
Bitcoin tries to compete with this, it's going to lose because
hmm,
people don't care about the currency that they're using if all they care about is user experience. They
well
care
since
about
you
Bitcoin if they don't want their transaction to be censored, if they want a degree of privacy, and if they care about the idea of sound money, which is very vague.
well
But there are some
since
very
you compared
narrow
me,
reasons to use Bitcoin as opposed to these fintech services, which are much nicer, to be honest.
hmm. Yeah, since you compared me to Richard Hart, I'll go ahead and compare you to Michael Saylor because
I hate
you're
that
saying,
guy.
yeah, okay, but you're basically telling people, hey, use Visa because it's better, right?
I didn't say they should use, I'm saying
Hmm.
that they do use. So
Yeah,
there's a
but like,
difference between reality and what we want.
but do you
It's
understand that?
Weltschmerz. You know the concept of Weltschmerz in German?
No, I don't actually.
It's that depression that you feel when you realize that there's a difference between what's inside of you and what you wish happened and what's outside of you and what actually happens. It's sort of an existential crisis. You
I'll
feel
have to
that,
think
and it's
about.
painful. But
I'll have to think about that
the
soon.
fact that you want something to happen, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen in practice. You can take some steps towards making it happen. It doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Sure, that's why I'm a public person, I suppose, so I can take some steps to make what I would prefer happen,
And
right?
that's useful, honestly. Even
Yeah,
if we disagree on some points, the fact that you present your points publicly only starts a conversation and maybe pushes some buttons, you know? And maybe the right people will get some idea and they will demand some change. I don't know. But honestly, in a decentralized system, it should be hard to make changes. And I'm not going to change my mind about this. If it's too easy to make changes, that's a red flag.
So in my theory of Bitcoin governance, I basically said I speculated on the idea of the Goldilocks zone of blockchain governance, that a system shouldn't be too hard and not too easy to change. Um, I don't think Bitcoin's in either one of those buckets. I think it's mostly captured. That's why I don't think it's gonna like change in time. And I really think the only thing it really can do to solve its problems is increase the block size limit, which would validate everything the Bitcoin Cash people have been saying, right? Everything Roger Ver has been saying for years. And I don't think a lot of the people, quote unquote, in charge, I don't think the ego will allow for that. I think they would rather see the whole thing burn down. That's what I think.
No, I don't think so. I think everyone who's in Bitcoin wants it to succeed. And at this point, for better and for worse, we are stuck with this institutional adoption phase. And institutions, of course, they will want you to buy ETFs or they will want you to buy paper Bitcoin. But as soon as people see the disconnect between what they're buying from institutions and what Bitcoin is supposed to be, I think there will be greater demand for Bitcoin on chain. When there is more demand for Bitcoin on chain, I think that's the right moment to make a change. We saw these moments of congestion, of high demand for block space when people were willing to pay $100 to be in the next block. And that's beautiful. It proves that they believe that this network
I
has
think that's
value.
gross. I think that's gross. I think that's a failure of a blockchain.
I wouldn't call it a failure. It's a failure
Completely
if nobody wants to pay the
uncompetitive.
fee.
It's completely uncompetitive. It is a joke.
In economics, you have supply and demand. If there is demand for that supply, it means that someone finds it valuable.
Yeah, which is why we have 1,000 times more usage on other chains now, right?
Some people, for several use cases, have decided that it's more efficient to use something else. And that's fine. But
And
it
that
doesn't
use
mean.
case also includes value transfer, right? That use case also includes remittances, right? That
Sure,
use case.
that's why I guess
Right.
USDT on Tron has ate everyone's lunch. And that's the elephant in the room right now because it really has more users than pretty much every blockchain you described tonight.
Solana has more, but Tron has a lot. Yeah.
There's a lot of tether being transferred on these chains. And we tend to ignore the fact that it's convenient. It's basically what some people expected from Bitcoin. And the example of the third world person who would rather have low fees as opposed to being able to run a node is best presented in this situation where I guess a large chunk of North Africa and South America and maybe even the Middle East runs on Tron with Tether.
And
And
that's
that's insane.
because Bitcoin didn't scale.
That and the fact that they see the US dollar as being superior to their fiat
Right. But
currencies.
their stable coin could have been on Bitcoin, right? Like it originally was. I
It
mean, it
was,
still
yeah.
is. Yeah. But it moved. And it moved because no capacity. It's not
Well,
useful
if you ask the
for those people.
Bitfinex slash Tether people, they're gonna say that they wanted faster settlement times, like 15-second blocks on
And it's
Ethereum.
just, I mean, these are the things, right? Like 10-minute block times. You know, Solana has half a second block times, or Ethereum 13-second block times, right? Capacity that exceeds like 1,000-fold what Bitcoin has. We have programmability in these other chains where Bitcoin doesn't have programmability.
Yes, but you
Uh,
don't get there without some
but
centralization.
look,
That's what I'm
what?
saying.
But look, the thing is here, can you acknowledge? Like, you can say it's behind, but it will catch up. But can you acknowledge it's objectively, technologically far behind? It's just completely ignored all of the technological breakthroughs, all of the major technological breakthroughs, let's say, of the last 5 years. I mean, can you acknowledge that at least in terms of
Well,
what's actually
let me
implemented?
think of what the breakthroughs are in the last 5 years,
Sure.
because I'm not sure what came that is innovative in the last 5 years.
In the context of
Maybe
blockchain
some
design.
ZK proofs. That's what came and is innovative. Everything else, I think, has been proposed before or during 2017.
Okay, but for me, okay, programmability, a virtual machine, major breakthrough. Parallelization, major breakthrough. Sharding, major breakthrough.
That one existed for a long time.
Hmm?
Sharding
Sharding?
has been around since at least 2017.
Oh, I mean, the concept has been around since for that long. I mean, at least within the concepts of blockchain, right? But the actual sharded systems are only really coming around in like the last year or so. It's very new. Ethereum gave up on it basically, but other chains have succeeded in fully implementing the technology, which makes me very excited because that means we get.
But it's centralizing once again.
Well,
you have these shards. What are these shards following?
huh?
What are the shards following? The shards are parts of the
L1
blockchain that
consensus.
need to be
L1 consensus.
synchronized.
Yeah.
So who decides the consensus?
L1 consensus does. All of the validators combined, the majority of validators decide on consensus of all of the shards combined, not a single shard.
Okay, so it's human politics basically.
What?
If one shard is out of sync and generates a hard fork accidentally.
Oh no. That's resolved algorithmically. Of course that's resolved algorithmically. Just like it is in Bitcoin if there is like a double spend or something, right? Like, yeah, of course it is. Like, see this thing, you're relying on these
Okay, then you have human politics and you have one shard which disagrees with the other one. And they say they don't want to be in sync anymore. They want to follow different rules.
It's the same consensus. Validators are shuffled. There's no way you can attack a single shard. It's a straw man argument. I'm sorry. It's just,
you have a majority of shards that wants to change the rules, and then you have the creator of the project who disagrees with the majority, who's in control.
No, what? Okay, say that again.
You have 51% or more, let's say 70% of the shards that disagree with the founders of the project that want to implement some sort of upgrade.
If it's 70% of the stake, then the 70% of the stake, I side with the 70% of stake. Of course I do. I believe in decentralization, right? I mean, wouldn't you?
Of course. Except that
at a small scale,
the developers who do something that they don't like.
That's not the case, but I'm not arguing for let's all adopt like 5 million market cap blockchains. I'm not arguing for like, oh, we should all just have a tiny little blockchain with a founder of centralized. That's all a giant straw man. I'm arguing that we can design blockchains today that if they are at the same scale as Bitcoin, they are by several orders of magnitude more secure, more decentralized, and more useful. And I think those are facts. And I think I've demonstrated that with multiple factual arguments.
Because they did not work at the scale of Bitcoin.
You have not disproven me. You've conceded on all of the points, and all I've had back is rhetoric, which is also
people can go back and listen. I haven't conceded on all the points.
No, of course not all the points, but
that's what you said.
Okay. Okay, the main points, the 3 points that I made in regards to how to measure decentralization, right? And also the points in regards to economic security, right? Those points you conceded to, right? And those are like the vast majority of the actual technical facts that we've discussed here that are not just rhetoric, that are not just, which I think in your case, I think there's a lot of wishful thinking here. Like, do you understand that for me as a blockchain investor, right? If I'm investing, like I'm a professional blockchain investor, right? If I'm investing in a project and they say, hey, and I want to find, okay, so how are you going to scale? Scaling is important to me. How are you going to scale? And they say to me, hey, it's a meritocracy and we're not going to give any guarantee of future scaling because we're so decentralized. And yeah, we have no capacity basically compared to other chains. We're completely uncompetitive, but we will fix it in the future. Trust me, bro. Right? Like if that's some small little chain, like I'm going to be like, hell no, I ain't touching that. I need guarantees.
Okay, so it sounds as if you're investing in tech startups.
No, like I need to look at the code. I need to see results, right? Like the thing is, if I was being pitched Bitcoin, I'd be like, are you mad? This is like a cult, right? You can't be proven wrong, right? Like it's basically just like there's no guarantees of like key changes that need to happen in the future. It's basically just faith-based, like, oh no, they're good people, they will do the right thing in the future. Like this type of hopium, this type of wishful thinking. No, do you know how many people this hurts in crypto? Not in the case of Bitcoin, but all the shit coins out there that people believe in, like, oh, I believe in them, I trust them. You're asking people to do the same thing for Bitcoin. I think that's just a bad mentality. We need to see evidence. Give the counter then.
There's so much to unpack, but the point is, let me take it to this, because I don't want to argue. We're basically going in circles, and people can go back and listen to what I actually said as opposed to what you portrayed right now that I said. But my point right now is 10 years from now, do you think anyone is going to talk about Solana? Do you think Ethereum will still be around in 10 years? And do you believe that Bitcoin will still be around in 10 years? Which one do you think is going to be the hot topic 10 years from
I
now?
think they'll all still be around in 10 years. I think that
Have you heard of NXT?
I think that BT, of course I have. I've been around, man. I don't think BTC will be number one anymore
Do you
in 10.
remember EOS?
Of course I do.
Do you
I'm
remember how
really
much money
obvious.
EOS raised?
This is not an argument.
Do you
Like,
remember how much hype there was behind it? How much hype behind the
look,
tech? You could build on EOS with any.
if you want to feel comfortable in an outdated technology with no guarantee of future improvement, and just watch all of this usage wave past you and just say, well, nothing can ever exceed the usage of Bitcoin because I won't believe anything else, no matter what evidence you show me. Yeah, I think that's like a lot of wishful thinking. I think that's like a lot of
I
opium.
believe in a lot of everything else that you're presenting, but I do see from my podcast that the brightest of these developers come back to Bitcoin and they say, hey, let's do this BitVM thing. Hey, let's do rollups. Hey, let's do a lot of cool stuff that we learned on other chains and we figured out how to do on Bitcoin. So why does this happen? That's what my question is to you.
This is
Does
my
development follow value?
because people believe in BTC. I mean, this is not a counter argument. Like a lot of the things I'm saying is like it doesn't matter. Like eventually, what the narrative is because Bitcoin one hits a brick wall, and two, the value of the utility of blockchain is massive. So just based on the revenue that these blockchains will collect over the longer run, BTC is going to lose unless it changes and actually starts to say, hey, we're open for business. Unless it can say, hey, come build dApps on us. Who the hell is going to build a dApp on a system that doesn't scale? That's bullshit to me. Pardon me.
That's fine. It's just that you made some predictions in this statement and you said that you believe nobody will care about Bitcoin in the future and
I
some
didn't say
other
that.
chain will eat
No, no,
its
no, no, I
lunch.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said it will no longer have the number one position in market capitalization. I was quite specific. It's the
Can you
one
put a
metric.
time frame for that?
You said 10 years. I'll agree to 10 years.
So will it happen in 10 years or within 10 years?
Within 10 years.
Okay.
I'm confident enough to say that. Yeah, I mean, this is what I do, right? What I do as a long-term investor and researcher is
Which
I
one do you think is
think.
going to overtake Bitcoin?
Honestly, at this point, I have no idea. I just move with the times. You know, I look at what's interesting now. I look at where the zeitgeist is now, and then I stay on that cutting edge.
Don't you
Right?
think that there's an issue with this because you're following the technology as opposed to the liquidity?
No, I'm doing both. I'm factoring in both usage. Like Solana is not my favorite design, but it's a very prominent investment in the fund because of liquidity and usage, right? So I'm pragmatic in that way.
So when something better than Solana comes along, which has more scalability and
Yep.
more fancy
Then I'll
tech,
sell
you're gonna move to
Solana.
it.
Yeah, especially if it also has the usage as well. Then I'll sell some Solana and I'll move to that. Yeah, look, the thing is,
And
this
if there are
industry is
two
still
of them
nascent.
and there's fragmentation of capital, do you think they're still going to overtake Bitcoin?
That's not fragmentation. That's just two competitors competing with each other, right? Where fragmentation usually refers to something within like a flaw within a single ecosystem causing fragmentation, right?
But you can't have your money in the two of them at the same
look,
time.
look, I see the point that you're making, and look, hey, wouldn't look,
I mean,
I agree with you on some level because I would have preferred it if Bitcoin scaled, and then I could advocate for Bitcoin right now. How much easier that would have been? How much easier that would have been for me to sell to the masses? You know, like I'm a person that manage a crypto fund, and I have to explain to people how Bitcoin doesn't work, and it's an emperor that doesn't wear any clothes, and that a lot of these
well,
influences
it
are
does
essentially
work if you pay
bullshit.
the fee for it.
Yeah, right. But you know my point, right? In terms of a lot of the critiques I've made here, like I just like for me, it would be nice. It would be nice if Bitcoin could just adopt the best technologies, and therefore the first one is also the final one. And hey, wouldn't that be convenient? Wouldn't that be nice? Unfortunately, it's not always the first mover that ends up winning the game in the longer run. And I think we're still in a very nascent industry where you can't just declare winners because the technology is moving, our understanding is moving, the amount of participants is moving. Everything is in this flux of movement. And no, I'm not going to sell crypto as a whole like it's some sort of safe place to park your money. I think that is absolute. Like those people are lying to you. Okay, Cryptocurrency is extremely risky. The future is extremely uncertain. This is why I specialize as an investor in understanding cryptocurrency and investing accordingly, because it's very difficult for a normal person to do that. Would I have liked it if things were simpler and Bitcoin just scaled so I could be a freaking Bitcoin advocate? Yes, I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Okay, but I can't. I can't. I wish I could, but I can't, because I think what matters is as we said, I want those remittances. Like, I actually think Tron is providing far more value in the world, I think, than Bitcoin. Like, if Bitcoin is a plaything for the rich and a speculative asset, which I don't think is inherently a good thing, right? Like, Tron is doing so much more good in the world, and that could have been Bitcoin. A DEX, you know, those ton people that are in Iran, they can now trade their little coins in a DEX on Solana, and now boom, they have access to the financial system of crypto financial system. That's not Bitcoin that's doing that. You know, like, I just, like, I want freedom in the world. I want financial sovereignty. I want censorship resistance. I want, you know, I want all these things, and Bitcoin just can't give us that. It's technologically incapable. And I think you've even acknowledged that in terms of its current state, and your argument hinges on it will change in the future, even though you've given me very little guarantees in terms of statements, in terms of agreements.
A
It's just
decentralized
wishful
system
thinking.
cannot offer guarantees. You have to understand that.
I think if the core developers made an announcement and they said, we're going to increase the block size limit to, I don't know, 8 MB or something in 6 months from now. Okay. I think if they did that, I think the entire space would go, I think they would go along with it for the most part. There'll be some holdouts, will probably create a small split. Okay. But, like, I think that would happen. And I also think that if they don't do that, the block size will not be increased for many more years. Okay. So, like, what does that tell us about the practical reality of decentralization on the ground, on a decision that actually matters now in terms of real world adoption and actually being useful for people?
I mean, that sounds nice, but I gotta backtrack on some argument that you made
Sure.
that Bitcoin has the first mover advantage and that's the reason why it's successful. Do you
Of
still
course.
believe after 15 years and lots of experiments that it's just the first mover advantage and nothing else?
I think the narrative of Bitcoin is incredibly attractive. And I think the narrative that most Bitcoin advocates put out, generally speaking, I entirely agree with that narrative. However, I don't think that reality, the technical reality of BTC, matches that reality at all. And that the competition, in fact, does match that reality far, far better if we look at it objectively. So, markets are not perfectly rational at all times. I think as well, there is a lack of a deep understanding of these things by a lot of major participants, also large institutions. I think it's just a matter of time for people to really realize what is going on here.
So
And
is your assumption that people and institutions care about the EVM and dApps? You think that's the killer use case?
I think that's a little bit of too broad of a generalization. But yes, I do think that DeFi and dApps are a killer use case, sure. And so is crypto as money. Before you said it's not good as money, I know Solana experience, you pay very little money. It's very fast. It's very seamless. I don't think it's that bad. I think it can compete as well. Even if I'm saying that mostly from an ideological bend, I realize that most people in the developed world don't really have a reason to adopt a crypto as money, but I do still believe in that. And I think in the longer run, it will become a reality.
You seem
And I
to
think
have a
DeFi is a stepping stone for that.
you seem to have a disdain for speculation and you portray this as being something horrible as opposed to utility, which is really nice. But if your argument is true, why does the utility and the usage follow the spikes in speculation? So why do you have more users in Solana when the price is high and almost no users when the price is low? When in fact it should be something constant. You should be
That's
having users
that's
on dApps. You
yeah.
should be having a lot of people
again.
farming
I'm gonna
yield.
again. I'm gonna have to correct you on this. So, I mean, of course, there is some movement when it gets more popular, get more usage, but you'll see that when when Solana was going through really hard times because the whole SBF thing that happened, and it was really down in the dumps, and it really went down a lot in price. Some of those dApps had still maintained relatively decent amount of usage during that time period, if I would go for a specific thing. The same is true for my other examples in terms of Uniswap and some things like Maker during like previous bear markets. Like again, like it's just what you're saying does not
Yes, of course.
actually
But
match with reality.
where I'm heading right now is, don't you think that the entire space is fueled by speculation and hopes that
Yes,
this technology is going to come to
sure,
fruition in some
sure.
shape or form
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the
It's
future?
speculation on a lot of this, and I agree, but a lot of the speculation is on the promises of this technology coming to fruition in the future. And what I'm saying, as a cryptocurrency researcher, as an someone who does this full time, as an expert, I'm saying Bitcoin does not fulfill that promise now. I think you acknowledge that too, right? But the difference is you think it will in the future. I think it won't. I think that core can effectively block or make that change, right? And I don't think they will. And this, look, in order to answer that question requires a political analysis, right? And I might be like a year or so out of date. I could admit that, but like again, I don't see it. Like I know what it took in the block size debates to get that done when we had spikes of usage, and we failed. Look, there's a demographic problem you have as well. I hope you realize what demographic challenges you face, because I admire you being a Bitcoin rebel. I really, really do, and I want you to succeed in that. I do, but you have a demographic problem because all of the people that wanted bigger blocks and didn't get it, they left, right? They went to Ethereum, they went to EOS, they went to NXT, they went to BCH, they went to whatever, right? Like they left, right? So what you're left with is the vast majority of people in Bitcoin, and you have new people coming, so that makes this interesting. But still, the old guard, so to speak, they're all like pro small blocks, and like people that are pro block big blocks won't join, right? So you have a bit of a demographic self-selection problem here, and like I just don't see how can you bring about such a dramatic revolution in thought when considering what it was like during the block size debates. Like we lost that. How can you now do the same thing and win? That just seems completely unrealistic to me, and especially within specifically that timeline, right? That 4 to 12 year timeline.
So I can argue that markets will solve everything, as high demand, which is economical, coming for Bitcoin block space, is actually going to push the community into agreeing that we need to scale much better. And I think this spike that came with ordinal inscriptions and then runes, even if it was short lived, it led to the launch of a lot of L2s on Bitcoin. And it led to a lot of proposals coming along and getting money to get developed. And we're gonna see in the next couple of years how the way that we use Bitcoin might just change radically. And you don't necessarily need very drastic changes to the base layer and the consensus rules to be able to build something that can onboard millions of users and can have low fees and whatever people want. All the
Just like
dApps.
Ethereum.
I would not compare the two situations because Ethereum has a mindset of move fast and break things, whereas Bitcoin is much more conservative. The capital that goes into Bitcoin also expects stability and some sort of sustainability. You look at the investors in the Lightning Network, and then you look at the investors in any Ethereum L2, and you look at their time frame and expectations and the way in which they approach this technology. In Ethereum, they don't have much patience. They get their tokens, I guess they dump them during the bull market, and then they look for something else. In the case of Lightning Network, you look at the VC funding, and it was more consistent and more conservative. The amounts were
Okay.
not astronomical,
So
but at
you
the same
think
time, it did push
Mhm.
the
so you think
technology.
that the layer two scaling in BTC is going to play out differently because the Bitcoin VCs are really good guys?
I didn't say that. I said that the developers are pretty great, and if they manage to
Okay.
finance their projects, it's
The
gonna be
developers and VCs are just great guys, and that's why Bitcoin will succeed.
maybe or maybe not. But can you
Can
make the
you
case for
can
something
you
else that has
no
a
but
much better situation?
right, but can you agree that I think you can at least agree with this, right? As a person who attempts to objectively look at all blockchains and study them and etc. and really try to understand them, I don't want to apply any double standards. Would you apply that same type of standard of thinking to a blockchain that's not Bitcoin, like any other shit coin or bit or coin or whatever?
Can you summarize?
The
what you
type of thinking is like,
yes.
hey, they don't have anything to show for it now, but they're really good guys, so I'm going to trust them that they're going to deliver on their promises.
Well, what is their track record? For how many years have
Nothing,
they
let's
been
say
in the game?
nothing
For how many
really
years
competitive
has the
has
network
been
ran?
ever implemented, basically. Oh, what do you mean? Uh, okay, did you be bringing that element into it? I'm not sure if that's relevant.
I mean, let's say that you have this guy like Robin
Okay,
Linus
sure.
who
Let's just
worked
do
on
6 years.
Ethereum previously and now works
Fine,
on BitVM on Bitcoin. He has a
fine.
pretty good track record.
Okay,
You
right,
can demonstrate that the technology is interesting and you can
sure,
finance his project. But if
right.
you have someone who works on, I don't know, Cosmos or whatever,
Well, let's say 6 year track record. It's a small chain. It was founded in 2014. Okay, it's a 2014 shitcoin. The founder has been at it the whole time, really grinding. You know, he really has that record. You know, he's got like all these things. He's got these big promises. You know, so will you apply that same standard? Be like, you know what? I think he's a good guy. I'm gonna just trust him. I'm gonna trust the promises that this shitcoin is making, and now I'm gonna invest in it. Do you think that's a good standard?
you're speaking to the guy who had Charlie Lee on and likes Litecoin
Mm-hmm.
because it
Cool.
runs experiments that can come to Bitcoin. Right now, they have the Mimblewimble extension block,
Right.
which
Well,
brings privacy and scalability with a
okay.
soft fork.
Okay. But I'm also an altcoin guy, right? But look, what I'm saying is that if you apply that, I think that's a bad standard. And if you're applying that to Bitcoin and you're not applying that to other chains, it's a double standard, which is again this type of this irrationality that I'm trying to point out in this conversation, right? Is that like you put Bitcoin into this special bracket where it you can't compare it to other chains. It's like it's an immaculate conception, right? It's
That's a good way to describe it.
yeah,
In the
yeah,
first couple of years, it had almost no market valuation.
right. So it's a quasi-religious attitude. This it's not entirely rational. There's a degree of faith
Well, can you
involved.
point out to an altcoin that had a much better and fairer launch than Bitcoin, which
Yeah,
had people getting interested in it when
but
it was worth
you're
zero?
again changing the argument. You're moving the
Well,
goalposts, right? Like
this
that's not
was
what I'm
about the
saying.
Immaculate Conception, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Sure. I thought Monero has a pretty good distribution, if I remember correctly. There was funny business, but they redid it at some point, right? There's a bunch of changes, probably like over 100 of them. With quote unquote, I think Casper had a fair launch off the top of my head. Honestly, I actually think that Ethereum. I don't have anything against ICOs. So the Ethereum ICO was 10% of the total supply. All of that, like the majority of that, is now being redistributed across the market.
It was
I think that's a highly
72 million coins.
huh?
It was 72 million coins that were sold during the ICO.
Yeah, the
It was
pre-mine,
60
right?
million
The
coins that were
pre-mine is
given
the
to early
pre-mine is
investors and
10%.
12 million that were given to developers.
Okay, and I think that's a fair way to distribute a new cryptocurrency, right? Like, how else do you do it? Like, Ton is a really interesting example where proof of work ended up being a less fair mechanism, right? Because if you're a small coin and you launch as a proof of work type of fair distribution mechanism, right? You actually end up usually with highly concentrated holders in the supply. I mean, that's why Satoshi controls like 10% of the supply today, right? Like in the case of Bitcoin. Was it 10? No, it's less. So it's like 5%, isn't it? I don't know the exact numbers, but
Well,
it's not an insignificant
what
number.
is the amount that you assume Satoshi has?
Sorry, I said 5%, but maybe I'm mistaken on that number now. Actually,
Divide, if you think that he has 1 million, which is contested because some people
yeah,
claim that they mine these
it's
blocks, divided by
no,
21. How much do you get?
uh, I don't know. I don't know. It's
It's less
fine.
than 5%.
It really
1 divided by 20 is 5%.
it's anyway irrelevant to the argument. Like, okay, yes, you have a point. There is something unique about Bitcoin and its founding. Like, it was the first cryptocurrency, so there's a type of fairness that's hard to replicate. If you just launch a proof of work chain now, it's not going to be as fair, right? Which is why I'm actually arguing that in the case of Ethereum, like having an ICO and then having a lot of that redistributed across the market, I would argue that's fair. You know, I'm not saying there's some great crime that's been committed, and like if we need better technology, we need to launch new chains. I'm not sure how you're suggesting we do it differently.
No, that's pretty cool. You launch new
Yeah.
chains, but it you should not assume that they're just as good as Bitcoin if they pre-sell 60 million coins to early investors and 12 million to developers. So
There
the way
are.
in which it was presented in the beginning, it was just this platform where you can do counterparty style contracts with more flexibility because of that EVM. And you can do experimentation outside of Bitcoin, and it supports Bitcoin. And some of the early maximalists were against it because they thought it creates monetary inflation.
We
That
went
was
over
the
this
objection
before.
about it.
This is again like a straw man. This is not my position at all, right? Like I don't care what the narrative at the time is.
It's not a
I look at
narrative,
it.
it's what happened.
No. I'm saying that if I look at the technology and I can see what the technology is and what characteristics it has, I don't care if the narrative says something else. Right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like reality is more important to me than the predominant narrative at the time. Right? Like it's a layer one blockchain. It's a competitor to Bitcoin. And if you don't acknowledge that, you've got your head in the sand. Right? And yeah, it was very clever of Ethereum to pretend like they're not competitors. I mean, I'm not sure if they did that consciously or not, but it definitely helped them not get the wrath of Bitcoiners for a little while. So from a tactical perspective, I can kind of appreciate that until they flip the script and we're like, haha, actually we are a store of value now. You know, whatever. We are a settlement layer, just like you. I mean, look, and
I think
we
it's
are
just part
somewhat.
of the natural evolution of these networks. Once they become more mature, they realize that they can't really scale on the base layer. They can't really deliver what they promise to all of the users that want to use it. So how do they do that? Do they
But
become
there's
more
multiple
centralized?
chains that, like, come on, please, at least touch with reality here. There's multiple chains that have massive scalability today. So don't say you've proven that we can't scale. It's just not true,
Yes, but
right? You saw
just
the
about
Solana
an hour
figures.
ago, we argued that we can't really prove that they are real users
No,
as
you
opposed to
argued
bots.
that. You argued that. I've completely rejected that argument. Remember?
If
Like,
the fee is
that's
lower
silly.
than 1 cent, you can basically broadcast thousands of transactions to make it look like there's activity.
All right. So okay. So according to you, users. Oh no. There's a conspiracy where basically every I don't know what the exact figure, but every week or something, tens of millions of dollars are spent, sustained for many years, just to fake people into, just to
If you
trick people into
pre-mine
buying
your own
Solana.
coins, it's nothing. You got that for nothing. You're
This
just
is a fantasy. Like this is not like we know the coins, we know the addresses, we know when the VC sold, we know when the unlocks happen. Like this is all a fantasy. Like this just comes across like cope. Like you're making things up in order for you to cope with the reality that Bitcoin is a dinosaur, technologically speaking. At least acknowledge right now.
this was not about
Technolo-
Bitcoin. It was just about these networks
no,
that pre-mine their own coins.
no.
And of
It is
course,
about
it's
Bitcoin.
cheap for them to make up a lot of
No, but
transactions.
it's bullshit. But what you're saying is like literally not true, right? Like it's not true what you're saying. Like it's not how things
Write an
work.
article and prove it.
No, I have written
Do it
many
for Solana.
articles. I've already proven it. Like, what are you talking about? This is even the consensus outside of Bitcoin. This is how things work. Like, really, like, come on. Like, it's just such like a conspiratorial thing to resort to in order to discredit. And it's just acknowledge it. Like, it's
Why do you have
unhelpful.
to use words such as conspiratorial when you have no way to prove what my argument is?
I mean, the thing is, you said yourself, it's impossible to prove no matter what evidence I have. Those are your
Yes, but
words,
then
remember?
you also pointed out to the on-chain analysis that you can do.
Yeah, I disagree with you that it's unprovable. I've proven it. I told you where to look and I've proven it. And you're just saying,
Well,
no,
send the link. I'll put it in the description.
yeah, sure. I mean, just use the link you found before for Solana. Everyone can see for themselves, you know? Look, I just to me, it just seems like you're really denying reality now. Like there is a clear like reality.
No,
Like
I told you, if these people existed, they would be on Reddit, they would be searching for stuff on Google, they would be on Twitter, they would be all over the place,
I mean, my
expressing
feed is
different
full of
sorts of
them.
ideas about
Um,
what they can do with this technology.
I have 50,000 followers on Twitter, and I'm pretty sure the majority of them are not Bitcoiners. I mean, and I'm a small account, right? Like, well, Mert has 100,000, Tolly has 300,000. Are these all just bots? Like, what are you saying, man?
Well, you can't prove
Vitalik has more than
anything.
1 million followers on Twitter. Is that all just fake?
There are a lot of investors, in Ethereum and Bitcoin. There are more than 1 million investors in Ethereum, so It doesn't mean that they use Ethereum on chain. It just means that they bought it on some exchange.
Okay, but can we just at least? I want to see if we can touch base a little bit. Okay, like I hear you. I'm gonna steel man your argument here. You think Bitcoin will be able to change in the future and will adopt the best technologies, and it's going to be awesome and great, and you believe in that, right?
That is the Bitcoin maximalist ideology to which I adhere. That whatever is
Okay,
interesting will come to Bitcoin and will
okay,
be much better than it is today on any altcoin.
okay. Even though that hasn't happened for the last 6 years or whatever, right?
Well, SegWit was pretty cool. Taproot
Come
is
on.
unique to Bitcoin. It enables TapScript and a lot of
It's
interesting
really
use
no. That's
cases.
really like in the Bitcoin bubble stuff. Like compared to like on-chain governance, compared to parallelization, compared to
Well,
sharding,
the community in Bitcoin rejects the concept
compared
of
to
governance because
programmability. Yeah, of
it's
course they
about
would.
voting. We
Yeah,
don't like to
okay.
vote here.
Okay, fine. To dismiss that one then. But like in terms of like the what I consider the real technological breakthroughs, like come on, give me a break. That's not a real technological breakthrough that moves the needle significantly in terms of utility. Like that's just not the case. Right? Like what I'm trying to get you to do here is like I can concede, like, okay, I recognize your argument is it will adopt the best technologies in the future. But can you at least acknowledge reality and say it is archaic today? In terms of what is implemented in the core node software. It is archaic compared to the advancements we've made in the last decade. Can you agree with that? I mean, it doesn't mean that I'm right. It just means we're just acknowledging the reality so we can make things better, right?
Well, I can argue that it's archaic, but so is my washing machine. But there's a newer washing machine which has Wi Fi capabilities and has all of these functions that no repairman knows how to fix. I have to send it back. So if you ask me which one I'm going to choose for washing my clothes, I'll use the old one because I know how to fix it, I know how to use it. So archaic does not always mean it's
Okay.
worse. I can
Okay,
argue
cool.
that a sports car
Sure.
from the 90s is much better than one that I can buy today.
Of course. Okay, but cool. Now
If
we're
you call
finding
it
agreement.
dated
Good.
or in the sense that it's been around for a longer time, I can agree with you. But it's the most tested code base. It is the one that has been attacked the most times because there is the most economic activity on it and there is the largest incentive. If
Well,
there was a
I would
steal to break the
argue against the
cryptography,
I would argue
you have
against economic
Satoshi's
activity.
coins, which are apparently out there, and you can know that they belong to Satoshi because they were mined in the first few blocks. Someone would move them as a way to prove that they can crack the cryptography and prove that the system is not secure, which hasn't happened. There have been lots of claims with quantum computing that they can do this and that. They never did that. If you really want to break Bitcoin, there are some very objective ways to measure it. And so far, it functioned pretty well. And there was no emergency to justify something that needs to be changed. And the fact that it's conservative to you sounds like a bug because you're an investor in stuff that is groundbreaking and new and shiny. But for a lot of users, it's useful. And it's proof that they can sleep at night and they don't have to worry that this asset in which they invested is going to change its rules overnight, that they have to update node clients or else they're not going to be in sync with the rest of the network and all of that stuff, which is highly experimental. Even if you think it's high tech, it's still experimental.
I think as an investor, um, I would not at all be comfortable investing in BTC. It's just so far behind in the technology. There's so very little guarantee of any sort of advancement. There's no real evidence of that for that in the past, and it's all just based on wishful thinking of a community that, frankly speaking, you've been on the receiving end of this is very close-minded for a large segment of them at least, conducts massive censorship campaigns. They've canceled you for I don't for a bunch of reasons, I assume. I admire you for that. But like that's really you know, I'm an investor, that doesn't seem like a very likely outcome to me. For me, that looks very dire. That looks very, very dire indeed. And you say there's no emergency, right? But for me, I'm also an entrepreneur, I suppose. So maybe that's part of my perspective coming in. Like I have a company, right? I have that side of me as well. And like in terms of that competitive aspect in the market, I think Bitcoin is just sitting on its laurels saying, oh, we're the best and we don't even need to compete with other chains. And but I think in reality it's just forfeiting its dominance. It's forfeiting users. It's just It's giving itself up over to the competition. And the same is true for Ethereum by not scaling, by the way. I would leverage all of these arguments against Ethereum as well. So I am at least consistent when it comes to this criticism. And no, I will say I do think we both have the same, like we do still want the same thing, right? Like we both want decentralization, people to use a decentralized system, right, Vlad?
Of course.
Yeah, we don't want people use we want privacy, we want censorship resistance, we want financial sovereignty, right? So like you believe that Bitcoin in the future will achieve these things for the people en masse. I don't, which necessitates me to look at the alternatives. Because for me, look, understand my position. I've lost faith in BTC, right? I don't believe in it for many reasons, and for many of the reasons I've stated here. So either I give up on cryptocurrency completely, like it's a failed project, or I move on to the alternatives. I moved on to the alternatives because I still believe in cryptocurrency, and I think we just need to make some adjustments to the design in order to make it work, and that includes governance, but that also includes scalability. I think scalability is important now because I think there's a competitive race to attract adoption, and Bitcoin is losing that race. And the longer it ignores that, the longer it sticks its head in the sand, the more impossible it will become for Bitcoin to come back from being behind that far.
I think the same argument was presented 10 years ago when Bitcoin 2.0 was being presented as NXT, as Mastercoin, as Ethereum. They were saying this use case is gonna kill Bitcoin, is gonna make it obsolete. It's a dinosaur. We have this technology. We're gonna put it in practice, and then we're gonna have these networks that overtake Bitcoin. And yet it hasn't happened. You can argue that since 2017 the dominance has gotten lower.
It has been happening. Please stay in touch with reality with me. Like it has been happening across the board. Market capitalization, TVL, usage, like every single metric.
Well,
right?
The BTC dominance is at 51.7% right now. So that's a metric that you like to use.
Yeah, down from 95% when this stuff all started, right?
But it was also at 40 at certain points.
Okay,
so why did it go back up?
I'm not saying there's no volatility, right?
If you're presenting Bitcoin as this failing project, there should be some consistency in failing, because according to your criteria, it has not evolved enough. It has not developed.
A lot of people are playing games, like a lot of people know it doesn't work. A lot of these influencers, I can anecdotally say they don't believe in it as well, and they're just leading people astray. I mean, what do you think the .com bubble was, right? Do you think because the price kept going up, therefore those mortgages were high quality? Like come on, markets are wrong sometimes. What do you think the tulip bubble was in Dutch history, right? Like sometimes these things happen, and these things happen especially around manias, around new technology. Look at the .com bubble. A bunch of stuff went up in value for a bunch of years, and they were totally bogus. They made no sense. And sophisticated investors were investing in those nonsense companies because they had .com in the name, okay? It's because it's an early nascent technology, and we see the same pattern repeating itself over cryptocurrency. I don't see Bitcoin price going up or a whatever financial products being implemented or whatever. That doesn't change my critique. My critique is technical in nature. I'm looking at it objectively. I'm saying this thing cannot perform the functions it promises it will. Like people are being lied to in that regard. And I don't think you're lying. Like you're clearly saying, well, it can't do it now, but it will in the future. Okay, that's a promise. So we need to trust someone to implement that. We have to think that the governance will produce those results within a reasonable time frame, right? But I'm not happy with those guarantees at all. I think that's completely unacceptable. And if you applied that type of thinking to the altcoin world, you're really just creating a bunch more victims. That's what you're doing there with such a mentality.
Okay, that's nice. We can agree on some stuff. Basically, the difference between us right now is that you expect some sort of authority to show up and present a plan and guarantee to you or to other investors that it's going to happen. I believe that I am part of this plan, and I should push according to to the best of my abilities to make it happen, because that is true decentralization.
And I love you for
I
that.
don't want
I'll
someone
say that.
to come from above and tell me this is the plan, we should stick to it. I'm gonna be skeptical about his intentions. I'm gonna do my own research, look for what's out there, present to my listeners what's out there, try to find what is really good. So far, I settled to the idea that soft forks are pretty good and layer 2s are an acceptable compromise until cryptography is small enough to fit into small blocks and allow the entire world to be able to sync nodes. You disagree with me. You think that large blocks are the way to go. Maybe in the future, we're going to have the best of both worlds. We're going to have large blocks with smaller transactions, and the entire universe will be able to put their transactions into Bitcoin blocks. Maybe not. But let me tell you this. I'm looking at the BTC dominance chart right now, and you're right about 10 years ago. So today is July the 19th. In July the 16th, the BTC dominance was 93.79%. Then we fast forward to June of 2017 when Ethereum started getting more traction. The dominance of Bitcoin went down to 39.92%. And this was before, so this was June of 2017.
That was close.
It was
Ethereum,
before the BCH split. Ethereum was at 27.22%. We fast forward to 2019, BTC was at 66.41, ETH was at 8.21%. And we see also USDT that it's at 2%. We go to the metrics of today. BTC is at 52.23%, ETH is at 17. It seems like the Ethereum dominance went down by 2x compared to where it was in 2017.
I predicted the fall of Ethereum dominance, right? I predicted that.
And somehow
2 years
Bitcoin
ago.
keeps going between these values 50, 49, 60 something. It was 39 in February of 2022. Now it's 51.45%. So how do you explain this resilience? Failing tech should be failing tech when there was Nokia and there was the iPhone. There was BlackBerry and it was the iPhone.
Can you explain
there
to me how
was
the 2008 mortgage crisis,
Netscape, and there was Internet Explorer.
The tulip bubble, I mean, it's for the same reasons, right? That those events happened. The dot-com bubble is a decent example of that, right? Prices keep going up and up and up. Everyone's happy. Or the mortgage crisis in 2008, people go up and up and up. But it's
but those were sudden phenomena that happened. We're talking about something that bounces back and keeps
dot-com
going
crisis
back
happened
up.
over several years, right? To be fair, but
but Bitcoin went through these bull and bear cycles, and it keeps being the number one currency. So how do you explain this?
But look, because okay, I'm not sure what you spoke. Again, you're arguing for like, oh, we're the biggest. Like, yeah, okay, I know you are the biggest. I don't think you'll remain the biggest.
No, but the question is, why does it stay the biggest in spite of all of these phenomena?
Because people believe that it's the most decentralized when it's not. People like you say it will scale when I don't think it will. People think that the security will be fine when it won't.
I think that was an interesting point to discuss, but it's been 3 hours.
Yeah, and we haven't even gone over security really.
Yeah.
The security critique, have we? That's maybe we need to do this for another one. In that case, but I think maybe
I appreciate that you still want to do another one with me after all the punches we threw.
I actually really enjoyed it. I hope you're not taking any of this personally. Like I said, debating is like this abstract thing, and this is somewhere between a debate and a discussion, so maybe it's a little bit confusing for that reason. But no, I think look, the security question is a whole nother question, and I think maybe we've spent more time thinking about how can it change and will it change or not, and I think in many ways that's more important, right? Because if you say we will have capacity in the future, then like in terms of at least our debate, there's no point really going over the security dilemma, because if you're correct, there is no security dilemma, right? Because if Bitcoin scales in time and it can attract on-chain usage, which then pays sustained fees, then there is no security dilemma, right? So in a way, we did target the part that matters.
In a sense, right? It's very useful to discuss this, because if you get more users adopting Bitcoin, this is going to be a concern for them, and it becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy, which makes people act in a certain way that pushes Bitcoin to work. as opposed to just being complacent and saying, yeah, Bitcoin is perfect. I don't care about this. There is no security budget issue. There is no this. There is no that. We don't need to scale. We don't need privacy. But if you keep pushing and you present these issues, not only that, you give more legitimacy to people presenting solutions, but you also make people more accepting of possible solutions. It's just that we should not settle for something which is immediate and promises us something that's very beautiful in spite of some proven flaws. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate what Solana is doing. They're pushing the boundaries of what is possible with a blockchain. But the fact that it shuts down and the fact that there is some centralization and governance is proof that this is not mature enough.
That's not. I
And
mean,
I
you
guess for
understand
you as an
that's unique.
investor, you're not searching for something mature. You're looking for the next big thing, I
I don't
guess.
think I don't think anything is mature in crypto right now. I don't think there's a single. I mean, there's degrees of maturity, but if you say mature, no, not a single one. I think I'll even go further. I think effectively every single blockchain is centralized due to a lack of scale and a lack of maturity. It's just human politics and the influence of founders, et cetera, et cetera. So like these criticisms that I'm leveraging towards Bitcoin, I'm not just leveraging towards Bitcoin. I'm leveraging them to the entire cryptocurrency space. And I'm saying that the solution to this problem is on-chain governance at scale.
I'm not sure about that for the simple reason that we don't have privacy. So
No,
scalability on chain without privacy
again,
is Orwellian.
but I reject that. Like if we have programmability plus scalability, you have privacy. Done deal. Like that's just it's just technology. It's just how it works.
I don't think privacy comes from programmability.
No,
Privacy comes from cryptography.
no, yeah, because if you have programmability, you can do things like zk proofs and snarks, and you employ all of these techniques without it actually having to be implemented directly on the layer one. That's the explanation for how this works. So that's why I used a project like Railgun as an example, which is a smart contract. You can think of it a little bit like a mixer. So it's like a smart contract, and you connect to it, and then like it obscures your the linkages right between addresses. So I think, and mixers are a great example, right? Like something that I think really hurts privacy on Bitcoin is a lack of scalability. It means you have a smaller anonymity set, and also mixers are really far more expensive and inefficient than they need to be compared to if it was just on a scalable system. It's part of the lack of scalability actually relates to the lack of privacy in Bitcoin.
So, out of curiosity, what was the number of participants in a Tornado Cash round?
I don't know that off the top of my head. Well, I mean, the point of it is that it doesn't. Well, a Tornado Cash is a very specific example.
Or any other mixer that you know?
I mean, like 100 or something, but it doesn't matter because of the cryptography. It's similar to something like Monero, if you understand how Monero works, because Monero has like 100 ring signatures, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you wouldn't say it's not anonymous because you don't know anything about those 100, right? So something like Railgun works in a similar, different but similar, effectively a similar way.
Oh, Bitcoin did. I mean, not. It was on Bitcoin, but Wasabi Wallet did 400 inputs, 400 outputs, approximately.
I just all these arguments like, oh, but this will do the like. I don't like. You can build the best possible applications on Bitcoin. It doesn't matter if you don't increase capacity. None of it matters. Like you can have the most well-meaning people build the most amazing, best applications that are so useful with the best possible UX. None of it matters unless you manage to increase the block size limit. And this whole layer two thing, no, I don't believe in that in a single second. And this whole idea that it's for some reason going to play out differently on Ethereum, I'm sorry, on Bitcoin than it did Ethereum, I also reject that too. I think that's just very wishful thinking. I prefer to ground myself in reality and look at the past and actually learn from history. Like Ethereum people, like I know Bitcoiners like to characterize Ethereum people a certain way, but they're far more similar to Bitcoiners than you think. They care a lot in general about decentralization. A little bit too much, but that's them. So I think like to think that for some magical reason it's going to play out differently in Bitcoin. I don't see that reason at all. Every single quote unquote layer two has got major trust trade-offs, and the same is true in Bitcoin. I don't see any reason for that to change.
Yeah, you made me think right now. That's a pretty big statement. It depends on how these layer twos, because layer two is a very, very broad term.
It's
It
it's about
can.
incentives. The problem is incentives. Is that these layer twos, I mean, why would you not make hundreds of millions of dollars off it, right? Why would you not have a centralized sequencer that skims fees, right? Why would you not be compliant in terms of censorship, right? Why would you not keep an admin key? Why would you not refuse to agree to a common interoperability protocol and thereby ruining UX? I've done a lot of work on layer twos. After this, I will send you my layer two critique. That would be an interesting one. It is ridiculous though. A 96-part critique thread. It's just stupid. I need to not
So,
do things
how
so long.
about this? There is
Yeah,
this
yeah.
proposal for Bitcoin which already is implemented on Litecoin, which is extension blocks. What
Mm,
extension blocks do is increase the block size without a hard fork. So you're going
yeah.
to have this parallel chain which is tied to the main chain. You do peg ins and peg outs. You can onboard directly on the extension block, so people will have no idea that they're not on the main chain. The security is the exact same because the same miners are mining it.
I mean, that's okay, I guess. It's not my favorite setup. It might be worthwhile. I mean, you did the soft fork, hard fork thing a little bit. I would like to maybe touch on that. That's interesting. So I actually think that, and my background is also in governance, like I think hard forks are a much better way to do governance, right? Like I think you said before that something being more difficult to change makes it better, right? I think in that context, in most blockchain contexts, I would agree with you. And I would argue that a hard fork is much more difficult to implement than a soft fork, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would argue actually that a hard fork is therefore better from a decentralization perspective. If you look at it, soft forks, right? They require passive
Well, yes,
consent.
but you look at the aftermath. So if everyone
Oh, just
follows through after the hard fork and everyone joins the new network without any
mhm.
opposition, that's not decentralization. It's just following the leader.
Okay, but let me just go this. In a soft fork, right? All you have to do is passively consent to something. So you just do nothing, and that means you're passively agreeing, right? That makes it very
No,
easy
that's
for
not what a
developers.
soft fork is. A soft fork is a rule change to which an economic majority agrees, but it doesn't mean that everyone must upgrade to the latest version, so they can still disagree with it and be on the same network.
Yeah, that's what I said as well. You're just phrasing it differently. I think that's the same thing, right?
Can you say again what you
Yeah.
think
So
a soft
so
fork
a
is?
soft fork is like you can passively consent to a soft fork, right? Whereas in a hard fork, it requires active consent.
You can disagree with it. I can run Bitcoin
Of course,
software
of course,
pre
but
SegWit.
you have to actively do something in order to disagree. Whereas if
Oh,
you
I
do
don't have to do
nothing,
anything. I
no,
just
but hold
keep the
on. If
same
right,
node
but
running.
right, exactly. That's my point. If you do nothing with a hard fork, you disagree automatically.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's why hard forks are better for decentralization because it places less power in the developers to be able to create arbitrary changes, right? They can implement a soft fork change and the majority of nodes don't even need to adopt it for it to become a reality. Whether they reach consensus for it or not, that's actually up to them. Like, they don't have to
But
do that.
that's not how soft forks work. You need to have at least 51% of the miners signaling support for it. And there are different ways
Sure.
of activation, once
Oh, sure,
again.
sure. I agree, but that's separate, right?
So you can't actually have a
Right.
soft fork without an economic majority.
Sure, sure, sure. But my point still stands from that, like from the users, from the full node's perspective, just a full node. I'm not talking about the miners here, right? In terms of the power that it gives users in order to protest, I would say a hard fork is far more empowering. Is a far better governance mechanism because it requires a greater degree. It requires active consent from the participants. Therefore, I think it's a better way to make changes on a blockchain. I think soft forks are actually
I can
perverse.
argue it's more elegant because it doesn't have any side effects except for generating other currencies. If users disagree with the hard fork and they don't want to follow through to activate the new software, then they're going to be stuck with an old chain and you're going to have disagreements about which chain is the real one and which one is going to get listed with the sticker on exchanges. It's a mess. You know, if there is
No, I agree.
centralization from
Sure.
an entity to say, yeah, we did this upgrade, they don't call
Mhm,
it a hard fork or soft
mhm.
fork. They say, we ran this network upgrade, and we went from this version to this version, and all of the node operators went through with this. That's not really decentralization, because nobody really disagreed with this.
It's far more decentralized than a soft fork, and that's what I'm arguing here, right? So this whole like, oh, we're more decentralized because we do soft forks narrative, I completely reject it. It's far more brave to do a hard fork. And if you look at ecosystems like Ethereum,
Brave is
where they
not
were doing a
decentralized.
you're really misusing the term decentralization here, I think. And also you need to acknowledge the reality. Like the thing is, look, in reality, these systems are all far more centralized than we want them to be in reality. If you don't acknowledge that, what you're doing is you're empowering the shadow rulers. You're empowering the people that are actually pulling the strings by pretending it's more decentralized than it actually is. Bitcoin decision making, highly centralized. Ethereum decision making,
There is
highly
no decision
centralized.
making in Bitcoin. That's the point.
No, not to scale. That's a decision that's made every single day. Like the example I gave, they could write a proposal to increase to 8 MB today in 6 months. They could do that now, right? They could, but they choose not to. And every day
But
they
who is
choose not
they?
to do
That's
that.
the problem.
The core developers in this case. I'll be very
Who
specific.
are they?
The core, I mean, we went over this before. I mean, I don't remember all the names off by heart. I succeeded in naming one by name, so give me that. I don't believe Greg Maxwell is not a core developer, so at least I'm one
Not
step ahead
anymore.
of you. I mean, look, I mean, look,
But he
you
is
can
still
name
very
off the core
respected.
developers.
So if he makes a proposal, people will pay attention. It doesn't
Sure.
mean that they will agree with it.
Sure. Yeah. You mentioned we've been going for 3 hours. If you'd like to touch on the security thing, I'm down. We could maybe do like another like 20, 30 minutes on that or something on the whole security thing. But I will need like a 2-minute break.
That's fine. I can just read the ads again. I can ask my girlfriend to bring me a glass of water.
Fantastic.
And then we
Make it a
can...
5-minute break if that's okay. And then I can quickly grab myself a coffee too.
That's fine.
All right.
I'm resilient.
I'll
I did
start the timer.
5-hour interviews with Paul Stortz.
Well, I need to at least beat Paul Stork. No, I'm not going to beat Paul Stork. I love Paul Stork, by the way. Great guy. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
So, have I told you about Sideshift.ai? I think it's been like 3 hours since I did this. So, go to Sideshift.ai if you want to exchange any cryptocurrency, token, whatever you received for Bitcoin or for whatever coin you think is valuable. It's Sideshift.ai. It has a lot of liquidity. You can do this without signing up with an account. Also, and my girlfriend brought me water. Thank you very much, Ani. There is Starknet, and their message for Bitcoiners is that you should consider activating Upcat. Upcat is this concatenation function that can enable a lot of interesting use cases, and a lot of developers can build interesting stuff if we activate this soft fork. Upcat can make, trust minimized sidechains. It can help make some covenants. It can build a lot of interesting stuff. It was coded initially by Satoshi Nakamoto, but it was removed by Satoshi over some concern that it can do some malevolent stuff. But it has been rewritten. I think it's about 17 lines of code. It has been rewritten by a bunch of guys. And you can find it. Right now it's a BIP. If I'm not mistaken, it's BIP 420. And you can actually read that in the motivations and the code. You can run that on Liquid. You can run that on Bitcoin Cash. It's not like it exists in a void, and there is no network that ever implemented this. And the guys from Starkware want to extend the functionality of Starknet towards Bitcoin to be able to do some transactions with privacy granted by the zero knowledge proofs. So if you're interested in that, look into Starkware, CTARKNET, that's Starknet, and Starkware, WARE. Look them up and see if it's something that you want to see on Bitcoin in the future. And of course, there's Layer 2 Labs, and thank you very much, Paul Stortz, not just for the fact that you sponsored this show, but also for the fact that I now have the resilience to be part of 4-hour, 5-hour debates, because before this, I was a lightweight, but now I'm a heavyweight, and I can keep going for hours. I just asked my girlfriend to bring me a bottle. Not a bottle. I hope we still have some water left in the fridge. A glass of water. I don't want anything else. I'm good. And Layer 2 Labs is working on these drive chains. And they're not just some ideas, they're actual implementations. So you can go to layer2labs.com and you're going to find some clients for an Ethereum sidechain, for a Zcash sidechain, for a Namecoin sidechain, which can issue assets, and for a prediction market sidechain. It's pretty interesting that you can run these on the Bitcoin Signet and you can see for yourself how the code works and actually see for yourself if you think this is useful for the future of Bitcoin development. So Layer 2 Labs, thank you very much for sponsoring this. And also thank you to Wasabi Wallet that have been sponsoring for a while, but right now they don't have any budget for this, but I'm gonna give them a shout out because their wallet is very great. And last but not least, there's huddling.ch. They are from Switzerland and they specialize in self-custody. They know all about hardware wallets, they know all about multi-sigs, and you go to them, you're gonna be able to find out what is right for you. So if you're part of a company, you want to set up a multi-sig, you want to set up some sort of federation, it's all good. You go to huddling.ch and they are the ones who will help you with your self-custody with the benefit of the Swiss privacy. Welcome back, Justin. It's good to see you. I hope that you had a nice break. I think your microphone is muted, but it's a nice mug. You have the logo of your company on it. For people listening to this on Spotify, I'm very sorry, you're missing out on some visual details. And Justin is back. Right now, he wants to talk about security.
Yeah, Bitcoin security. So we've already touched on this by talking about the fee, the fee spikes and how it's not being sustained. So in my view, I think Bitcoin was always originally designed to have a bootstrapping phase where you had a high amount of inflation, basically in order to pay for the security of the network. And eventually the plan was always fees would eventually take over that part of the network. And I think the big disagreement that happened in the block size debates is, well, what kind of fees are we talking? Are we talking a small amount of fees paying a high value or a large amount of transactions each paying a small value? These are two ways to kind of generate the same amount of revenue, right? And this I think defines a lot of those disagreements that happen during the block size debates. Now that Bitcoin BTC has gone the route of we want, and this is the philosophy. Is part of the reason why I think I'm doubtful of change, because this is still the philosophy of a lot of people within Bitcoin, that Bitcoin should have very expensive transactions and it should be low capacity. A lot of people in Bitcoin believe that. Do you actually, Vlad? You don't believe that, do you?
No, I don't. But I think there's
amazing.
a difference between aspiration and practice.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, fascinating. I wonder if we would have been on the same side during the block size debates. Were you around back then?
I was very passive around the time. I was just reading. I didn't care much. I wasn't running a node. I had no idea about the parties involved. I was reading news on CoinDesk, on Bitcoin.com, on Bitcoin Magazine, and I was so confused. I had no idea. Segwit 2x, what the hell is that? I thought this was Bitcoin. Segwit 2x, what the hell, man?
I think you experienced as well. There's a certain period in every crypto's native kind of development where you go into the rabbit hole and things are maybe a bit, let's say, unbalanced. You're a bit obsessive about learning. I think maybe for the first 6 months to a year. At least that's a lot of people that I've spoken to experience. And for me, that's really when I got in the rabbit hole. So for me, it was like a full-time job, following everything. And I was really active on Bitcoin Talk at the time. And anyway, I'm getting off topic here. So basically, what I'm saying is that
what's your on Bitcoin Talk? What's your account name?
I was Veritas Sapere. That was my old
Veritas Sapere.
Yeah.
Bitcoin. Yeah. I actually want to see what you wrote.
Actually, I wrote a great article that summarizes my point of view at the time. It was called "Why I Support BIP 101." I think that's and I even released it as a Medium article actually recently. So if you go Justin Bond's Medium, scroll down a bit, you should find it there as like a repost of an old thing, and it links back to the original Bitcoin Talk post. But yeah, I mean, I go way back with this stuff. So back to the security issue. So basically, what I'm saying is that with this fee spikes that are happening and then going back down, I simply just don't think that this model of, okay, well, I mean, we're actually in agreement. ironically enough, on this point, then let's say that we're in agreement that we both you don't believe that either, then, do you? You don't believe that like high transaction fees is how Bitcoin will pay for its long-term security?
Well, if you look at the white paper, it says that transaction fees will cover the entire subsidy for miners.
Right.
So we have to get to that point.
Right.
Unless I agree with Peter Todd, who was the previous interview on the show, and he
Mm.
was very adamant that there is no predictable way to have transaction fees supporting miners, so it's better to do tail emission, which he believes is not inflation because there are a bunch of coins that were lost. And I think that he presents this extreme argument which goes against the social contract which every Bitcoiner has ever signed, that there will never be more than 21 million coins, for the purpose of pushing people to come up with creative ways to pay more fees to miners.
You
At
think
least
that's
that's my
why he's doing it?
interpretation of it. Yes,
Okay.
I don't think Peter Todd, after having been in Bitcoin for about 14 years, has come to the point where he says, financial inflation is fine. Not financial, monetary.
But hold on, but so you're not taking him for his word then? You're saying he's doing it in order to stimulate a response. He's
That is my perception of
okay.
his takes, because every time he talks about it, he has like a smile on his face. And there are two ways of interpreting that. He's either
Yeah.
malevolent and he giggles when he thinks about destroying the value proposition of Bitcoin, or else he's pushing people to become creative because this can be a solution in the far future, or maybe not so far, if there are not enough transaction fees.
Third option, I mean, it's a little bit ironic, right? I could see humor. Maybe some personalities might see the irony of the suggestion. You know.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No. I have nothing you need to go ahead on. So that's very interesting. We're actually more in agreement than we're not, really, in many ways. But do you agree with me that the current status quo of BTC believes that, just like the current status quo in Ethereum, mind you, believes that fees should be high and capacity should be low?
I did see some posts from miners that I follow, and by miners I mean CEO of mining pools, who are not happy with the fact that runes were such a fad, and that one went away in about a month. They were very happy with the fees, and then all of a sudden they no longer are. And right now, Bitcoin, I'm looking at the mempool. To get into the next block, you need to pay 6 satoshis, and that's $0.56, 50 cents basically, which isn't a lot.
It's
But
nowhere
for
near enough, right?
some people, I think this is still a high transaction fee. I guess this is a middle ground between high fees and low fees.
But for a lot of DeFi,
For the record, I also have a mug with my podcast. You have one with
nice.
your firm.
My company, Cyber Capital. I'm shilling it. So if you like my views, go give us a call. We do investment.
Okay, so what was the point that I was presenting?
We're talking about tail inflation. I also got a bit distracted there.
Okay, let's go back to fees.
Yeah,
I think that's what I was mentioning.
Yeah, fees. So I think when it comes to fees, my prediction is basically, I think what we've seen over the last, say, 5 years, I expect that to continue to happen. Basically, and actually, we're in agreement with this. You obviously also don't think that a low capacity, high fee chain is really a realistic prospect in a competitive market, right? So
Well,
I'll just go ahead.
I know a bunch of people who use Litecoin just because it's accepted all over the place. And my anecdotal story is confirmed by the fact that BitPay reported in the last 3 months that Litecoin is more used than Bitcoin for commerce. So that should be concerning, because that is effectively a threat to Bitcoin. And I think that's very useful. It's a wake-up call that something needs to be done. More people need to use Bitcoin for commerce, or else they're not going to pay fees to miners. And if they don't, we're going to see some interesting stuff with the security.
So actually, what's interesting here, I'm starting to understand your perspective a bit better now. This is part of becoming quite productive. Your position, when I wrote that article back in 2015, why I support Bit 101, okay? Like, I think that our positions, my position 2015, I think is mostly identical to your position today, in the sense that I want Bitcoin to scale. I want transactions to be cheap. But I believe that Bitcoin will be able to make these changes, and I'm fighting for those changes to be made.
I
Does
found
that?
your article.
Great, yeah. Yeah, you can post that one in the links too. And like, I feel like that's why what I mentioned this to you earlier. Like, you remind me of like that 2013, 14 Bitcoin community. You remind me a little bit of myself so many years ago, in a way. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, and I did speak last week with Roger Veer, and I do relate to his struggles. It's just that I'm much more patient than you guys are. And
Yeah.
I do understand that it's a fight. I do understand that decentralization actually works. And I don't think that I'm much bigger than Bitcoin. If this technology fails for whatever reason, and I turn out to be right, it's just how life goes. If it succeeds and it proves both of us wrong in many regards, I think that's the best possible outcome. But we have to keep pushing. That's my philosophy. I'm
No,
much more proactive as opposed to giving up and saying, oh, this one got hijacked, it failed. You know, there are these Silicon Valley types who left, and now we have the VCs. There is a Bitcoin documentary that's being made right now. It's called Thank God for Bitcoin. And you have Mark Cuban, and you have, Mark Cuban, the guy who was saying he would rather buy bananas than Bitcoin.
mm-hmm.
And you have a bunch of sports people
To be fair,
and
I
actors.
I did not give up straight away, right? I fought in the trenches for 5+ years before I decided, you know what, we've lost this battle, right? But from my perspective, we hadn't lost the war, right? And that's where I think for me, what Bitcoin promises, that is now expressing itself in layer ones. As a hypothetical, as a kind of thought experiment, are there potential scenarios where you see that Bitcoin fails, but like alternative blockchains end up fulfilling, the dream of Bitcoin, let's say? Like, do you see that as a just potential alternate dimensions, other scenarios, like potential scenarios where, say, reality was a bit different? Do you see that as a potential?
Well, it is possible, but how do you define failure? Do you define failure a situation where you're not gonna have industrial mining anymore and you're
Mhm,
gonna have
mhm.
a bunch of nerds mining with their laptops in their basements like it was in the early days and it's easy
Yeah.
to attack? Is that a failure? Is a failure a situation where it's cheap to run a node but you can't afford to make a transaction? Is that also failure? Because Roger Ver would also define that as a failure.
Mhm.
So we have to really present our expectations for what Bitcoin should be able to accomplish.
Yeah. No, I think that's spot on. I think what we're touching on now is that in order to know, in order to really know, is this project a failure? We need to know what the goal is, right? Without that, we can't measure it up against the goal, because if the goal is peer-to-peer electronic cash, then that's a failure. If the goal is digital gold, then it's a success, right? It
Well,
depends on.
you can also say that it's not like digital gold and set up a time frame where gold performed better than Bitcoin, sorry, or was much more stable, and say, oh, it failed from this point of view. But the way in which I view Bitcoin right now is freedom money with a great network effect. It's accepted in a lot of places. You can swap it for a lot of local or national currencies. It's uncensorable, so there is no third party that can tell you you cannot make this transaction. It is relatively private in the sense that you can have bitcoins that are not registered or associated with any one human identity, which is a net benefit for human rights. And also, it's unconfiscatable. So there is no way for someone to crack the cryptography in a way that they take away the funds from you. They can only take it socially with your consent or without your consent if you're reckless and you leave your 12, 24 words or private keys laying around next to your desk. So those are the only situations where Bitcoin can be taken away from you. And this is the value proposition that I see with it. This is what sets it apart from payment systems which are fast, which are cheap, like Apple Pay, like Google Pay, like Venmo. What's the other one? I think even Strike is trying to become an actor on this scene with custodial Bitcoin, which is funny.
And I actually agree with everything you said here. And I think, and you kept asking earlier, like, why why do people like Bitcoin? And I think all of the things that you described here are many of the reasons why people like Bitcoin. But these are qualities that pretty much all of the Alt L1s share as well, and more. And for me,
Well, that's
you know,
debatable. We can go back and forth,
right,
but I
right,
can
right,
argue
right.
that if the community is able to hard fork in a way that they take coins away from you, or they implement some sort of taxation, which is something that some coins have, where some of your funds that you're not moving are going to the developers, you know.
I think these are kind of wild arguments. Like, I mean, I could make the same arguments for Bitcoin, right? But like, I don't.
Yeah,
Um,
but which one is more likely to do a hard fork?
which one is more likely to do well? I wish that Bitcoin would do more hard forks. So it's kind of a bad question if you're posing that one to me. Like, I want Bitcoin to hard fork. So yeah, if Bitcoin is not going to hard fork, therefore I don't support it. So yeah, Ethereum, Solana is more likely to hard fork. That's why I support Ethereum and Solana over Bitcoin. Well, I don't really support Ethereum anymore. But like, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a very difference. If you see the difference in perspective there, it's quite wild, isn't it?
Yeah, but in some cases, these hard forks can also change the rules. And
Right.
maybe you signed up for something and you discovered that the project in
Well,
which you invested and in which you believed has changed the rules while you're playing the game.
Well, that's to me that is still. I mean, look, the guarantees are the same, right? Like we treat Bitcoin as if it's like this magical thing sometimes, but like like we have consensus in these other systems. I mean, like, look, I talked about the difference between proof of work and proof of stake, and there are some dramatic differences, but in one sense, they're the same. They're both just tools. They're both just like ways to deploy capital or ways to deploy resources in order for it to fit within a game theoretical cryptographic network, right? In order to incentivize behavior in a certain way, right? So like you say these wild things, oh, they could do that and they could do this, but from a technological perspective, like Bitcoin is not that special, and these other chains are not that special, and like you get a lot of the same guarantees that you get with Bitcoin, just at a smaller scale. And if we're talking about which is the superior technology, then yeah, I think some of these smaller chains clearly have superior technology. Is Bitcoin right now more secure because it's larger? Yes, of course it is. But if it continues to not scale, which is the big problem I have with Bitcoin, if I'm being honest, that's one of the big ones for me. If it continues to not scale over the longer run, let's do the hypothetical. Let's do the hypothetical. Bitcoin just doesn't scale for the next 10 years at all. Layer twos don't advance from the point they are now. Um, how much time would it take before you think Bitcoin would be overtaken really in a competitive sense?
Well, how do you define overtaken? Because if you mean market cap, I think Bitcoin can still exist as this digital gold, quote unquote, which means
Okay.
it's going to be custodied and people are going to buy into it, but on
Okay.
some sort of custodied environment.
Well, if it loses its top position market cap, then that is the final metric, right? There's no metric left where Bitcoin would be better. Like literally every single metric would be higher for other chains: decentralization, scarcity, security, utility, programmability, like everything is like, just objectively speaking, everything is better on the competing chain that is now higher market cap, technologically speaking. So what keeps people in Bitcoin is not because it's useful, but again, we're back to what seems to me faith
It's more
and
secure.
religion. No, but
People
it's
have the
not.
guarantee that if
So
they
we went.
keep their funds in Bitcoin, they're not going to go away because there's a much better track record of
No, no, we went
private
over this.
property ownership.
Like, if it's so much, we're talking about a hypothetical scenario where it's no longer the top blockchain, right? It's no longer the most secure. Like, economic security would be significantly lower. And actually, the bigger chains, clearly, due to scale, are more decentralized. And both due to the design and scale, are also more secure. Like, we did go over this earlier, right? Like, this
There's
is the
no
hypothetical.
correlation between the amounts of money which is invested and security.
Absolutely, there is. Of course, there is. These things are related. right? If the market cap of Bitcoin is high, if the price of Bitcoin is higher, then the block reward being paid out is higher. Therefore, the security is higher.
Well,
Right?
the block reward is still the same. It's just that the miners are
But
selling the
it's
Bitcoin for
right,
fiat currency to be
and
able
it's
to pay
yeah,
electricity or
right,
whatever.
and therefore they'll build more
But
mining
if
machines
something else
and making it
overtakes
harder to
Bitcoin
attack.
with capital that is outside of the Bitcoin world, I don't think the security of Bitcoin is affected because the same amount of money is being given to miners.
No, no,
You
sure.
understand what I'm
Bitcoin
saying?
security.
It's
Yeah, no, I
not a
understand
zero
what you're
sum
saying.
game. It's not
No,
like
no,
money
yeah,
is flowing outside of Bitcoin to go to the
no.
altcoin, which becomes number one.
Agreed. Agreed. Like they don't need to necessarily be parasitic or anything like that, right? But what I am saying is that yes, Bitcoin can live on its own, and I'm not saying it's gonna necessarily death spiral. But like it can be on its own, it can be its niche, right? But at that point, like maybe it's sufficiently secure because of maybe tail inflation, or maybe there is a small community of people that really enjoys paying $100 transaction fees. I doubt it. Um, I mean, in that scenario, sure, but what we're talking about is one, it did not achieve the original vision. Two, it's not the best store of value. Three, it's not like a good medium of exchange. It's not used for that. Like four, it's not the most secure. Five, it's not the most decentralized. Six, it's not the most scarce. Like it's not the best at anything anymore. It's not it doesn't have some sort of sacred status because God came down from the heavens and said, I choose thee and nobody else may be compared to you. Like that's ridiculous. That's
I
that's
mean,
where
you really like
irrationality
authority
comes
and
in.
appealing to it, right?
Authority?
Yeah, you went to the ultimate one, which none of us can prove that can do anything, which is God.
Wait, no, that was I was making fun there. I wasn't literally saying God appointed. Like I'm saying, of course it didn't appoint it, right? That's not an argument of authority, right? I'm not arguing by authority there.
So
That's
let's backtrack. What are the
sure, sure.
qualities that you said are better in an altcoin that overtakes Bitcoin? It's better in security if it has a higher market cap than Bitcoin. How does
If
that
it
work?
if it has the same market cap as Bitcoin, it has several orders of magnitude more economic security. We went over this before. Remember the example of 100 billion
Yeah,
hypothetical
but I
network
can
and
argue you
all the
can just
steps.
arrest the developers, you shut down the network, and it's all gone because it's more centralized.
You say these things, but like, how is Bitcoin any different?
It is.
How's Bitcoin different
You arrest
from
the core developers, you're gonna get new ones joining. There's far more of a resilience culture as
no,
opposed
no,
to
no.
joining the next shiny thing.
In the hypothetical scenario, it's not the dominant chain anymore, right? Like, doesn't that mean there's a ton of activity over these other chains by now?
There are guys who are into Bitcoin when it was worth less than $1, and they're developers, and they're passive. They don't care much. They think that the people in charge right now are just good enough. You think that they're just gonna look the other way and not care when the developers get arrested and there are no more maintainers? You think that
Okay,
the
I
people who are
agree.
involved in
I
Bitcoin early
agree.
on don't care about the project?
I agree. I agree. Of course, I agree. Look,
You can't get
you
anything like
can't
this with
arrest
any
the
other
developers.
project today.
You can't arrest the developers of Ethereum, of Bitcoin, of Solana, of big major blockchains with a ton of usage and people involved. You can't just arrest the developers and expect the blockchain to just stop from there on out. That's not how blockchains work. It doesn't work that way in Bitcoin, and it doesn't work that way in Ethereum for exactly the same reasons.
Of course not, but Solana is
Because they're
not
both
built in this
based.
adversarial environment where
What
they
are you
expect this to
talking
happen.
about? Ethereum, Solana is constantly under attack. Why do you think it's constantly going down? It's having trouble with its technology because it's constantly being exploited and attacked.
It's
Okay,
being
like
exploited
no, no.
technologically, but
If you
not
say
politically.
if you say, oh, Bitcoin is special because if Bitcoin's developers are arrested, then they will just continue on. No, well, no, you're wrong. Like
Solana is for the good
Ethereum,
times. How many times has
Ethereum,
Solana
Ethereum
withstood some
is
sort
the
of
same
political attack?
way.
How many
No,
times
but
was Solana banned in a country and had to deal with that?
I'm gonna try to really get rational, okay? Because
Bitcoin was
the
banned
basic
multiple times in China, it was banned in Russia, it was banned in Nigeria, it was banned in a lot of places, and
the
it kept being used by people.
the
Can you say this
basic
about any other cryptocurrency today?
well, we can't say that about Ethereum actually, but the basic primitives and Monero and probably 100 others, but the basic primitives like are the same. That's what I'm saying is that the way blockchains work, right? The way hard forks work, the way soft forks work, the way consensus works, the way Decentralization works, right? For the exact same reason that you can't just go and shut down Bitcoin, for the exact same reason you can't just go and shut down Ethereum. Like what you're saying, you saying this might be a perfectly normal thing to say in the Bitcoin world, I'm sure. But like for me, it's just ludicrous what you're saying. It's like ridiculous. Like how could you say, can you just understand the disconnect we have here
Okay, the
in terms
thing
of
that
narrative?
makes me make this statement, and let me further my argument, is the conversation that I had with Wojtek, the creator of CryptoSteel. He told me that even though he could possibly sell many more of his devices, CryptoSteel, you know how they work. They're just pieces of metal,
Great.
you put your seed phrase on them.
Yeah.
His core audience still consists of Bitcoiners because people in Ethereum, Solana, or whatever, they don't care about cold storage. They don't care about hiding stuff from the government. They don't care about being preppers or being survivalists or whatever. They're just following some good times policies. They were never banned in countries. They are not concerned that something bad is going to happen to them. They don't act as such. They don't protect themselves. In Bitcoin, you have people who think about government banning stuff all the time and they work in a way that makes them less vulnerable to their own governments. You don't have this mentality. So
So
if you
I
arrest developers of Solana, you think that the users will just say, we're going to fight the government and we're going to maintain
yes,
this project and we're
I
going to
do.
push forward?
I do think that, yes.
Okay,
And same with
that
Ethereum.
fine. You can believe that, but I
Mhm.
personally don't. I don't see that sort of fighting attitude in these chains. I
So
just think they're gonna move on to something
I
else. And
realized something. I realized something. And I realized that we've been just now, we've been talking past each other a little bit. And I think I realize why. Because we're talking about two different things here, somewhat. Like I'm talking about the technology. I'm saying objectively, this is the technology. Objectively, these are the numbers. Objectively, this is my political analysis, right? And what you're now, what I think what we're coming to now is you're making an argument from like a human argument. You're saying, no, these are great people. This is an amazing community. These are people that will stand up for freedom. These are people that are not going to put up with any sort of government takeover. And these other communities, they don't have the grit that the Bitcoin community has. And that's why I believe in Bitcoin. That's what it sounds like to me. And what I'm doing is I'm saying, hey, technically that's not possible, and mass adoption and the decentralization measurement. See how we're talking like about like we're having the same argument, but we're actually talking about two different things
yes,
here.
but can you agree that any technology is inherently pointless and meaningless without people using it?
Oh yes, yes.
I
That's why I
mean,
want the
of
blockchain
course,
to
I
scale.
can deploy
That's why I
something
want the
in a
blockchain to
GitHub
scale.
repo, but nobody's going to use it. So what's the point?
But
I can
that's
say,
why
yeah,
I
it's
want,
resilient.
and nobody can use Bitcoin at any significant amount of number because it doesn't scale. It's capped. Usage is capped at a tiny number. Usage is capped at what is it, 100th of what Solana is
It's
doing
not
right
for
now?
everyone. It's for anyone who affords to pay for it.
Yeah, and if the whole world wanted to, yeah, so it's only for the elites, right? I mean, that's what it comes
It's
down
for
to.
whoever can afford 50 cents right now.
No, but I mean, come on, like in a mass adoption, there is no mass. Look, if Bitcoin doesn't scale, let's at least get our arguments straight here. If Bitcoin doesn't scale, mass adoption is just impossible. Can you agree with me on that? Like, it's not just technically impossible, right?
Unless you use something else, which can be L2s, which are not decentralized but at least trust minimized.
Yeah, I
Or
don't.
else you go to custodians, you use banking. And
Yeah,
there's a subset of Bitcoin users. I disagree with them a lot, but they're trying to reinvent banking by saying it's good if it's private and it uses this monetary layer. I disagree with them profoundly. I
yeah.
don't think this is why I got into Bitcoin. If you
No,
lose privacy, censorship resistance, and that ability to not have your funds confiscated, it's not Bitcoin anymore. It's
that's
something else.
that's why I want what Bitcoin has, which is censorship
I think
resistance,
ideologically you and
decentralization.
I can agree on a lot of stuff. It's just that
Yes.
technically we disagree on how it's being implemented.
But you're not really giving me technical arguments. You're giving me social arguments. That's what I'm pointing out here. Like these arguments are more based on sociology. They're more societal in nature. You're saying I believe in this community, and it's not about the technology. Therefore, right? It's you believe that
It
this
is about the
community,
technology.
yeah,
It's
because
already being
yeah,
built. It
because you
exists. You
believe
present
this,
examples of it. But I
because you
believe it's going to be built on a much stronger network.
right, because you believe in in this that this community will build the best technologies, right?
They don't even have to. They just have to take the best one that's being built by someone else.
Okay, you keep asking me how
It's open
come.
source software. This
Okay,
is how
okay,
it
so
works.
yeah, okay. You kept asking me earlier, how come market cap hasn't dropped yet? How come Bitcoin dominance hasn't gone up? So I'll ask you the same question in a way. How come Bitcoin hasn't adopted any of these technologies yet? How come Bitcoin hasn't even adopted optimizations coming out of the BCH camp, which should just be like common sense, honestly, like just optimizing the code base so that you can run it on smaller nodes. I mean, why wouldn't you do that?
I guess it's a matter of supply and demand. There was not enough demand for that from the user.
Okay, so we talked about this, and I think there's constantly spikes of demand, and they go away because the capacity isn't there. So I think you're wrong on that fundamental kind of, is it an assumption or statement? I guess. Yeah, you're wrong on that statement. You're saying the demand isn't there. No, I can point at multiple time periods where demand spiked, hit the cap, fee spike, boom, people leave. That's an example of
Okay,
like
where
an
did these
adoption
people leave?
opportunity. I mean, Ethereum, Solana, I mean, you name it,
But do you
Near, I
have
mean,
the
whatever.
exact same spike to match the departure from Bitcoin? That's the question. Or is it just part of a market hype cycle?
Well, some of them go to fiat, but the point is it's capped. Do you understand, right? Like there's
I
a
do
literal
understand it, but
cap. There's
if
a literal
if
cap
the demand is constant, of course you have to do something. If it's just a spike, why would you optimize for something which is temporary?
because, okay, yeah, actually, that's a really good question. That's a really good question. Okay. I actually love that you asked that question. This was actually one of the core pieces in the block size debates as well. I think it's really, really important to signal to the market that we are open for business. I think if you don't do that, you're not going to attract the business. So I don't think any sensible app developer is going to build on something like Bitcoin with such vague promises of scalability. Right? You need honestly, I don't think an app developer should even build on a chain that doesn't have scalability right now, as far as I'm concerned. Like, come on, the game is now. Now we're attracting real adoption. So you should be adopting real users now. And you don't want like to hit a scalability limit. That's just ridiculous from a entrepreneurial and like market competitive perspective, right? So like for that reason, like I just can't see, like that's why Bitcoin needs to like say raise the block size so that whenever we see those spikes, like where would it have gone if the say we had 32 megabyte block size, right? When the spike happens, where does it go? Does it go all the way up to 32 megabytes? I would say not, actually. It probably will go up to like 20 megabytes or something and then sustain itself there and then go up and go down or whatever, right? But like we don't actually know. Well, I'm asserting that what would have happened if it had capacity is you'd have way more activity on the chain right now. You just let that go. You just sacrificed it. You're just spoiling the opportunity, spoiling the gift every time, over and over again. If you keep doing it, it's the end. You can't, at a certain point, you just can't come back from it anymore. And in a way, like one of the reasons why I write these big long critiques about Bitcoin is, I would like to see Bitcoin change its ways. I would like to see the things that you advocate for come to fruition. I really do. Like we're really on the same team here. I suppose the difference is I'm more of a critic. Yeah, I guess maybe we're not on the same team because I mean I would like to see it happen, but at the same time I don't expect it to, and I expect things to manifest on competitors, right?
Okay, so for the people listening, the topic at large is Bitcoin security and how you're going to secure the budget to make sure that the miners are going to keep running as the block reward diminishes every 210,000 blocks, which is roughly 4 years. And I think there are three fundamental ways of doing that. You described two of them, but the one that you ignored is number go up forever. Basically, if the price of BTC in terms of fiat doubles every 4 years, I guess we're good. But how much money does it take for us to get there? It's a lot. So at some point, maybe within 2 or 3 cycles, I guess we're going to reach, and by cycle I mean these halving cycles. So in 12 years maybe, we're going to reach a very existential phase where the block reward is pretty small. It already is 3.125 Bitcoin. 4 years from now, it's going to be 1.5 something Bitcoin. So, unless the price doubles all the time, we're going to see situations where the fees being paid to miners are not enough to keep the network secure. What happens in this situation is that either miners drop out or they search for a way to make their operation more efficient or more cost effective, which means that they search for cheaper electricity, preferably something that is almost free, something they get from a very sustainable way of producing energy. So, another way to fix this is to add monetary inflation, which everyone agrees that is terrible. It's basically the point where you concede that the Nakamoto way of handling things as described by the white paper has failed, and you're going to want to pay the miners, and the only way in which you want to pay the miners is with the soft fork that adds tail emission. And Peter Todd champions this idea. I think it's the most extreme proposal out there. Then there is the issue of how you're going to secure the fees. You can do that with high fees in small blocks because you're going to have a low capacity and people are going to be bidding to get into the next block, which means they must pay high fees. But this is unrealistic in an environment where you have altcoins which provide low fees and comparable security of settlement. Then the other situation is one where you have more fees coming from more participants. And one way to do that is with a block size increase. Another way to do that is with drive chains, which are these merge mined side chains that are ran by the same Bitcoin miners, and they're able to collect fees from them. And there's a market for bidding for the next block in these side chains, and it's pretty interesting. So this is another proposal. I think it's going to get activated on Litecoin by the end of the year, if I understand correctly. We're going to be able to observe how it works. And ultimately, I think all of these ideas, by the time Bitcoin reaches a crisis, will have been tested and we'll have empirical evidence of which one is the most efficient. And I think this is why I'm bullish on Bitcoin, because there is this altcoin scene where people are testing features and they see if they play out in the way that we expect, because there is much more to this market than just the raw technology, than the cryptography behind it, sharding. You also have some pruning and some blockchains, but you also have to observe how people are using it, because the purpose or the design of something is not necessarily what people find useful about it. We have to go back to Counterparty in 2014. When it was first created, they were hoping that they're going to have decentralized companies on the blockchain, and they're going to be able to issue shares and pay dividends and do all of this stuff that ended up getting called DeFi on Ethereum about 5 years later. But it ended up being used for memes, for rare pepes, for spells of Genesis, Bitcoin heads, and all of these collections of tokens with JPEGs attached to them. And they pioneered this NFT movement. Ethereum, on the other hand, was also designed to build all of this stuff. I think part of the first ideas were DAOs, DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations. Those did not end up becoming the most popular use case. Of course, everyone wanted to create their own coin, so it became this meta chain for creating a lot of tokens. And the most popular use case, or the most popular dApp as we concluded, is swapping tokens on Uniswap. But we have to understand that technology, in the way that it's created, does not always lead to the outcomes that we expect. And that has nothing to do with engineering and has everything to do with human beings and their expectations and their trends and their preference for certain stuff at a certain point. We can both agree that value is subjective, and so is technology. The way in which we look at it can be very different. I can use this phone to take pictures. I can use it to crash someone's skull. I can use it to, I don't know, maybe trick my dog into thinking that there's another dog in the room. So there are a lot of ways which maybe that the creators of it did not envision. but I can use them for that. And Bitcoin, I think, fell for the same situation where people discovered along the way that they cannot keep up with all of these fintech startups. Bitcoin cannot be this payments network without making some compromises about its
I mean,
decentralization.
I obviously disagree with that from a
Yeah,
technological perspective, right?
we can disagree, but
Yeah.
they discovered along the way that there is some value in this whole idea of digital gold and store of value. And so far, it played out well. If it doesn't, there is no tragedy in reverting back to the original vision in a time when maybe there's more market demand for that.
It might be, by the time that happens, it might be too late, right? By that time, it's not, you don't just click your fingers and all of a sudden attract adoption. If you've been telling like adoption to get lost for a decade, and now you're like, oh no, the security budget, and you have a year left to get enough sustained adoption. And while you're competing with fully established chains with, 1,000 times more usage than yours, like maybe that's not a very good scenario as far as I can see. But I did realize something, what I was saying earlier about how I'm arguing more from like usage statistics and technicals and decentralization measurements. And you're arguing more from this, I believe in the community. Like I think at its core, you believe in the community will implement the best technologies, etc. Right? Because the community are inherently so great. I just, isn't that a tad ironic? The same community that canceled you, the same community that prides itself in toxic maximalism, the same community that propped up Michael Saylor as like the spokesperson of Bitcoin.
I mean,
Like, are you
that's nice
serious?
rhetoric, but these people are not representative of the larger Bitcoiner community.
But they're the most popular figures in the Bitcoin community, right?
And that's fine. At one point,
Okay.
Andreas Antonopoulos was the most popular. And what happened to that? Did anyone envision that Andreas is gonna go away? Or that Gavin is gonna not become the main developer of the project?
Well, Gavin got kicked out, and Andreas got cancelled by the Bitcoin crowd. So
What do you think is gonna happen to Saylor?
I mean, I don't see again, but this is more wishful thinking. It's like way out of left field. You're like, oh well, it will just problem will just magically go away. Like,
No,
it just
it will
seems so
not. It's
hopeful,
just that we have these cycles and these narratives that people accept for
right?
convenience just
But
because they
your
turn out to be right.
but
But the
your
moment when the
argument,
number no longer goes up and Saylor is a fraud who promised everyone that if they buy a Bitcoin for $60,000, they're gonna have $1 million in 10 years. If that proves to be wrong, of course they're going to turn to a situation where they redefine the purpose of this technology and they say,
yeah.
okay, what sets it apart from everything else? So far, it has been this number go up, price discovery phase where the price always went up, but now it doesn't. So, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna make this work? Why is it useful? They're gonna find out it's censorship resistant and it has a degree of privacy. So, how far can you go with this? Well, it has some use cases. Who are the users for this? Well, we already have them, but they must understand that they should use it in this way and that way and not with custodians.
And
And
look,
that's how you get scaling. It's just that we never had a real crisis. That's what I'm saying. We never
yeah.
had a real crisis. We just had some businesses not being happy with the situation,
What
but
do you
it was
think the
not a real
crisis
crisis.
is? If all the businesses leave and stop supporting it, if you don't
It
see
was
that
not
as
all
a
the
crisis,
businesses.
if you don't see that as a crisis, then you're just blind. You're blind to how markets work and how competition works. And like,
I
we've
bought my plane tickets to Nashville to the largest Bitcoin conference, which is going to happen next week using Bitcoin on chain.
right. And if any significant amount of people did that, it would stop functioning.
It would not stop functioning. You would have to pay a higher fee to have your
Right.
transaction
But if
confirmed.
1 million people wanted to do that, the million people would not be able to do that. And the people that do it were paying thousands of dollars for the fees. I think that's absolutely dysfunctional and ridiculous. Like, that's not the future of money.
I can partially agree with you, but once again, we go
Well,
back
you
to
you
how
do
do we
agree with me.
scale?
No. You do agree with me. That's the thing. Like you do agree with me. We need to center on the argument a little bit more because
You're only
sometimes
referring to the base layer, and you're trying to ignore the existence of Lightning and everything else out there.
No, I'm not ignoring that. I mean, look, Lightning is incredibly capital inefficient. You need to have relationships with watchtowers so that when your node goes online, you don't lose your funds. Like, come on, like Lightning is not a. Are you is this serious? Are you being serious right now about Lightning? Because Lightning is like a joke in
Okay,
terms of usability.
can you grab your phone?
No, I mean, look, just tell me. Okay, tell me it has X amount of usage. I'll believe you. I don't need to look at my phone to see it, right?
No, I want you to install a wallet, which is non-custodial, and it's gonna open a channel.
Okay, you know what? This is a good exercise. I'm down. That is something I'm always open to.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
let's do this. Let's see how it works. I'm actually
Yeah, okay.
curious. It's on live stream. I can make a fool of myself.
Yeah,
It's
let's
fun.
do it. I'm down.
So
Cool, let's do it.
I don't know if you have an Android or an iPhone.
Android.
There should be Phoenix Wallet in the Google App Store.
Phoenix. So I'm going to count steps because that's how you look at a UX. So I'm going to compare this to the layer one experience, okay?
Mhm.
And I'm going to see if it equals that.
Sure.
Okay, we're going to do this. Let's see. I assume this is non-custodial, right? Obviously.
Yes, it's gonna open a Lightning channel.
Okay. Install. Are these guys... okay, we'll see. These guys are not like running at a loss in the background or anything, right?
I don't know. I don't know any business specifics.
They probably
But
are.
when I paid my
Whatever.
ticket for Lightning, the fee was 1.79 euro, so that's not nice.
Okay,
I-
so
I could get a lower fee on chain.
all right. So it's open. Oh, this is a peculiar looking UI. So okay, so what do I do?
You go
I'm
to
at the
receive.
home. What is this? This is weird. Hold on.
And you have to click on edit and choose
hold
the
on.
amount.
I'm very confused by this UX. So I open it and it looks like, you see that? It looks like it's like, I don't know, like a menu of a bunch of apps.
Are you
Like
sure
and a search bar.
it's Phoenix Wallet?
Oh, I think I got the wrong one. My bad. Let me let me look. I must have gone the wrong one.
So the logo, how should I describe it?
I see it now. Phoenix LN Bitcoin wallet. It's like a green
Wing.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. That's it. Sorry, wrong
It's
app.
that one.
Okay,
Yeah.
so and we both know what the layer one experience is. Basically, I
It
would
should look something like this.
Yeah, I think I've got the right one. That's good. So basically, with a layer one experience, and that's what I wanted to equal, obviously, is that I would have a wallet, I would scan, I would show you the QR code, and then you can send me some Bitcoin, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if it can match that, I'll be officially impressed. Okay, so now welcome.
I'm not sure how clear the QR code will be, but we can try.
So yeah, now she's giving me some instructions, which is fine. This is all fine as far as the basic apps go. It's self-custodial. You take control. Great. I'm going to create a new wallet now. It's creating my wallet. Huh. I like the UX. I like actually that it's not asking me to store my seed phrase. I know that's a bit controversial, but I know I can click here.
You can do something even more controversial and store your backup in the cloud.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, what, really? It actually lets you do that? Sketchy. All right, whatever. Okay, so now I'm here, and I'm just going to hit receive. On-chain fee expected. It says here, an on-chain operation will be likely required for you to receive this amount. The fee is estimated around 2,240 sats. Okay, I'm just going to dismiss the message. And I am going to, I have the QR code, so now I can show you the QR code from the
Let's see
Lightning.
if I can scan it from. Okay. No, there's the light in the way. Can you send it to me on Twitter?
Yes,
Copy the URL.
Yeah. I'll make a screen. Wait, copy the URL.
Yeah, you can copy it.
Ah, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So by the way, I'm not blaming the wallet for this. They're being a reflection because I'm using like a light to make me look pretty. This is still, the UX so far is okay. I'm going to be really honest here in terms of this little experiment. Does your Twitter app sometimes like go non-responsive for you on mobile? Because it does for me. It's very annoying.
It's fine for me on iOS.
I need to get a bit of fun. Oh my God, that's a long link. Is that it? No, that can't be it. Is that it?
Should be.
Okay.
It should start with LN something.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Fine.
Okay, let me copy this.
I'm just going to assume the QR code worked here. I think that's fine for the purpose of this experiment.
I think this is much easier for me because sometimes my phone acts dumb
Good.
and does not scan. It goes blurry. Anyway, I sent you 10 euro.
Okay. So now I'm waiting.
Check your phone.
Oh, it arrived. Okay. That's actually pretty good.
What does it say about your liquidity?
Received, server fees, miner fees. Interesting. Okay, so I've received some sats. How much is that? 14,000 sats. What's that worth?
10 euro.
10 euro. Okay, now I can look at the fees. So then the fees would be, so the fees for this were about 2,000 sats. So
$1.
about $1 in fees. Okay. Interesting. Cool. So this is lightning to lightning,
Yes.
right? What if I now wanted to send this to a... Will this work? I mean, this thing, the problem with lightning is finding routes, right? Sometimes. And like doing the hops and all that.
Well,
Like
the way
really
in which this works is that they run the infrastructure and you open channels with them. So basically, whenever you open a channel, which you're doing right now because you received funds, you're helping them get more connections. So inevitably, you're gonna pay them to route transactions to any merchant or any other party with which you're transacting. So they're providing the infrastructure. It's non-custodial. They cannot take it away from you, but you do have to pay them for this.
So I think a good test here, because this is now within their managed environment, it seems somewhat. We ideally, do you have another wallet set up by another development team by any chance?
Sure.
Yeah, if I could now send that to that wallet, that would be interesting to see what it does.
Okay, I
Because
have Breeze.
Yeah, if you can send me a how do we do this?
I can send you on Twitter the invoice.
All right. Oh yeah.
Receive via invoice. I'm gonna ask for $1. Done. Create.
Let me just check messages here.
I'm gonna send it now.
Yeah. Yeah, because that would be a better test. And I suppose sending it, what is it like sending it to main chain from there now? I wonder. Do you know, or?
Yes, you have to do the quote unquote peg out.
Right.
So you're gonna have to pay an on-chain fee plus the lightning fee to be able to send that.
Yeah.
To someone on-chain.
Okay.
So I guess the amount is not very economical in the sense that you're gonna pay a pretty high fee. Maybe you can buy something with $5 on-chain.
I'm supposed to. Okay, hold on. Let me just. So I've got the code you sent me.
Yes.
Copy message text, and then I'm going to go in here. I'm going to hit send button, and then I go paste data from clipboard, right?
No.
No.
Yeah, do that.
Oh yeah. Okay, paste data from clipboard, and now the pay button is grayed out. I'm not sure what's. Oh, it's asking me to input an amount. Oh, okay. Okay, no, never mind. That's fair. I'm gonna say 12,000 sats. That's eight euros USD, and we have a fee here. So this is lightning to lightning transaction, and this is costing 5 cents, which is a lot better than 50 cents. I'm now gonna hit pay, and let's see what happens. All right. Oh, cool. I like that you can see it on the screen there. Cents. All right. Still waiting.
Is there anything on your side? Okay, I got it.
You got it? Ah, okay. And what wallet are you using there?
This is called Wallet of Satoshi because the other one did not load.
Cool.
I haven't used it.
That's a different team and anything, I assume, right?
Yeah. This is actually custodial. I'm gonna want to withdraw from this. So send me another invoice.
Sure, why not? I'll send you another one here. Receive, copy. Well, I have to admit, this is better than when I last tested it out. Um, I suppose you are still relying on some of the wallet infrastructure in this case, but
Yes.
I'm a bit of a UX maximalist, so I'm kind of okay with that, I would say, in all fairness.
And this is a lot of fun. I'm happy that we tried this because it is pretty good. It's much better than I remembered it. And I used to
Yeah.
run a node. I used to struggle with all of this technical stuff. I
Mm.
sent you another $5 transaction.
Yeah, I see it.
I used to
Mm.
struggle with this, and then I discovered that I can delegate infrastructure to people who are actually capable and specialized in this, and it works. I mean, it's not the ideal idea of an L2, but for its intended purpose, it works.
Yeah, because there would be a trust trade-off in terms of the watchtower, right? So then you're trusting the watchtower to stay online, basically. Otherwise, funds could be lost.
Mm-hmm.
If I understand correctly. Okay.
I mean, you can delegate your own watchtower. I think it's in the options if you really want to run that.
Yeah, but that's not realistic, right? Yeah, okay. So if we evaluate this, well, I mean, I think we both agree because you still need to do on-chain transactions. The current capacity of Bitcoin is not enough just to support Lightning. But besides that, um, yeah, you can. So I recently did a piece on layer twos, and there was certain, and I was evaluating them on certain metrics in terms of trust trade-offs. And one of those trust trade-offs was a liveness requirement on the side of the provider. So that's the case here. So if that node goes down, basically users will lose all their funds. I just, I mean, look, this was a good UX. And this surprised me, and I really learned something here. So I don't want to belittle the achievement. That's actually, I'm actually really impressed considering what it takes behind the scenes for this to work this way. But there's literally
You
a
should
server
spend
somewhere.
that at Bitrefill or something.
All right,
Get
I
yourself
will,
something.
and I'll play with it more, and I'm gonna learn more from this. I'm gonna explore the Bitcoin ecosystem a
Now
little bit
you should get a
specifically.
Noster account and zap people.
All right, I'll get a Nostro account and zap people. No, I appreciate this because I always want to learn, but I can't get over the fact that one, this is not, it doesn't work at scale with Bitcoin. Two, you can still lose user funds. Three, it's okay. So there's also one of my old critiques of Lightning was that it's very capital inefficient. So the analogy would be a little bit like an abacus, where channels need to have the capital in them in order for them to facilitate a hop. So, for instance, if you need to do, say, 4 hops in a network, and say you have, I don't know, $1,000, that means you need 4 times $1,000 to do 4 hops. And that's extremely capital inefficient compared to competing systems, and also has a pretty extreme centralizing effect where instead of having this distributed network, it becomes more like a hub and spoke model, right? And there's additional centralization there that we need to put up with. I just, compared to just say, I would still much rather increase the block to 32 megabytes and you avoid all of these problems, right?
Yeah, but you have to agree that it's nice.
Yeah, that was nice. It was a very good UX. So, what's the name of this? Phoenix Wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Phoenix Wallet. Justin Bond says you did a really good job with your UX. It's fantastic.
There are a bunch of them. There's also Breeze, and there's
Yeah.
also a very cool one that's being developed by a guy from Sweden. It's called Blixt, but that one is more developer centric. It has lots of cool features.
Yeah, but it's so much of this really reminds me of the layer two space in Ethereum as well. It's these the, hyper. I know how much you love my hypotheticals, but hypothetically, if we could scale, well, I already know the answer. You agree with me? We should just scale the damn blockchain. I want Bitcoin to scale. I think that's the key difference. If we really come down to it, I think the key difference between the two of us, we agree on the goals, we agree on the requirements for the UX, we agree on decentralization, we agree on privacy, we agree on censorship resistance, we agree on financial sovereignty. We're both cypherpunks. right? And
More or less, cypherpunk, I think, is something that should be earned. It's about writing code and being very privacy centric. I don't think I'm like Nick Szabo, for example, or Tim May. I'm a big fan of their work, but I will never reach their level. Am I a
but you're
cypherpunk fan? I would call myself that. Maybe that you're a cypherpunk, but I'm
but
not.
no, but to be a cypherpunk is to be an advocate, right, of a certain ideology. And the way you express that is through having this podcast. We need both types. We need people to write the code, and we need people to speak about it. We need people to
Hmm.
argue about it. Often these two things don't come hand in hand when it comes to, the flip a coin, people's personality. It takes different types to really make the world go round, you
Yeah, of
know?
course. This is why developers enjoy joining the Bitcoin Takeover podcast as opposed to other shows. And right now, I'm just patting myself on the shoulder, but
No, you should. Like, and you're doing something really important for Bitcoin, and that's like that's God's work. That's why I wanted to come on here, because I just think, like, I really admire that you're standing up against the hegemony, the status quo, the
yeah,
incumbents.
but that's not really the status quo. It's just the loudest minority. You think that the largest majority of Bitcoin users is on Twitter? Because these guys don't like to make transactions. They just like to sit on their fat stacks and wait for the number to go up and comment on events. The transactions are made by some actual people who need Bitcoin, and they don't have time to waste debating with others on Twitter, and they don't care too much about the future of the project because they just need to use it for payments right now for some sort of, I don't know. Even the Chinese government used Bitcoin with Wasabi Wallet to to pay one of their spies. So this is a use case.
Yeah, and so sorry, what was the last point I made? I lost my train there again a little bit.
Well, we agree on a lot of stuff, but
Yeah.
we disagree on the practical stuff. You choose to look into the avant garde, to look into what is new, and hope that it's going to fulfill the vision that you first expected Bitcoin to fulfill. And you also, I guess, you have this acquired taste for DeFi and decentralized applications, which was not part of the Bitcoin design. But I do agree that it's useful to have decentralized exchanges and all of this interesting stuff.
Well, I just also think that BTC doesn't exist in a vacuum. I think it does need to compete, and I don't think it deserves a special status. I think that giving it a special status kind of blinds us a bit from from truly evaluating the pros and cons here. I mean, that's how I see it. Like, I mean, the cons are just, I mean, like you say, like, and what you say about users might be true, that the majority of users, are just normal people who don't follow everything, and maybe don't listen to 5-hour podcasts about Bitcoin security. But I mean, I have to look at the real politic. It's not those people that get to decide over the future of Bitcoin. In practice, and I think this is true for all blockchains, and I've conceded this point earlier, in practice, you get, let's say, 10, 20 people, maybe, of the right people in the room together, and you get them all to agree on a particular course of action, and then you come out with, some media and propaganda around that, and really do a concerted effort, then guess what? That's the way it's going to go. Is that decentralized? I don't think it is. I don't think that's very decentralized at all. Is that the end goal? No. Is that a state of affairs I don't know, we have to go through because that's just the reality we need to deal with? Yes. You can't avoid that. And just by, like, pretending that's not the case in BTC doesn't make it go away. I think the real way to make that type of perverse centralization of power go away is by naming it, is by acknowledging it. Only by acknowledging the perversion and the corruption that we see in these systems can we hope to overcome it.
I think that's a very nice closing speech because
It is.
honestly, I don't have much more to add. Most of what we had to say has been used in the first couple of hours, and then we spent more time disagreeing.
Yes.
But now
That was
we agree with each other that we are useful for what we are doing and for the communities for which we create content.
Certainly. No,
So,
I agree for that 100%. Like what you do is very, very valuable. And I hope I can provide some value to BTC as well as a strong counter voice, or at least provide the narrative to allow people to maybe escape something that I don't agree with anymore either.
so Justin, how can people follow you and read your work and maybe invest in your firm?
Sure. So you can look up my firm, Cyber Capital. You just type Cyber Capital into a search engine, it will come up. Be careful of the fake ones out there. I think this is maybe a great opportunity to point that out as well. There have been people out there impersonating me and my company. So please take extra precautions against such scammers. I just wanted to point that out. You can also, I'm very active on Twitter. So that's the best place probably to follow me. So at Justin_Bonds, just type Justin Bonds in the Google, you'll find a ton of stuff. You'll find stuff on podcasts like yours, Vlad, and I'm probably 50 or so videos deep on YouTube in terms of all the different things I've been on, all the different debates I've had. So I've also got a bunch of stuff on Medium as well that you can check out. And yeah, there's plenty out there of my ideas and thoughts. And I'm going to keep fighting for freedom, and I'm going to keep fighting for what we believe in. And at the end of the day, I think it's going to be very hard to shake my confidence in that. I can see several more failures in the future, and I'm still going to be rolling with the punches. So, thank
Well,
you.
the best part about the two of us right now is that we're in this for the long run. We're not just here to speculate on the next bull cycle and then exit and live, this lavish life in Dubai or whatever. We're here for, for fulfilling that original vision. Even if we have different ways and different approaches, I think that both of us have good intentions.
Yeah, certainly. I'm pretty certain that within our lifetimes, we're going to come full circle, and we'll be on the same team again,
It's gonna
one
be
way or
fun.
another. That's the cool thing about this. Like most like social experiments, it takes generations to see the outcome. We're going to see outcomes in our lifetime. So that excites me every day that I wake up and do crypto.
I
I
think
love
much sooner. I think 5, 10 years we're gonna see something radical happen to the space.
I dig it. I already thought like I think there's already radical things happening all the time. So I love it, man. I really do. And it's really setting the world free, and just bring it back to that ideology, fiat money was a necessary stage in the evolution of our civilization. But I truly believe that cryptocurrency represents that next step in our evolution, not just in monetary terms, but also in terms of governance and in terms of how we organize ourselves in a society. And long term, that's what makes me so bullish on cryptocurrency, and just adds so much meaning to my life knowing that I'm a feather on those scales of history.
Yeah, we're living exciting times. Stay tuned to the podcast because there's gonna be a lot more content. If you listen to the show up to this point, just leave a comment and say what should they say, Justin.
speak speak for what your vision supports, be it Bitcoin, be
No,
it Solana,
just
be
come up
it
with a
Ethereum.
magic word, so we know
Oh,
that they
sorry.
listened.
What's the question? What should they say? Oh, magic word. Okay, why not? Magic word. Concurrency.
Concurrency. If you know how to spell that, or even if you don't know, just mistype it, and we're gonna know that you listen to this. Okay,
Bye.
thank you very much.